it could be the X factor here. And while the Goyo canisters start going, opening up the boiler wall is going to be the next step. Laundry wall not open. Looking for an execute. Players on hatches. Player trying to go through boilers. They go for a plant on the wine wall. A 3v3. And once again, one player standing up on top of the table, and the shot from behind. There goes one. There goes the second, but the plant is going down. It goes down, and he finds the third. Scoob. All three, the 1v3, and suddenly Space Shoes have given themselves an advantageous half.
Defenders going upstairs because they know how important it is to get the vert. Jackal slumps one. Can he slump the second? No, he can't. It's a 2v2. This is where you hold on to your cups, your coffees, your teas. It's a 1v1 situation. 14 seconds left on the clock. What a shot. Hectic left in that 1v1 situation. There's pings on him. All you have to do is...
These defenders slowly being forced off their post, but with just a minute 30, Outlast Black still got to do some work. This is a deceptively small amount of time here on the border. Attack! And even less so when you give up 2 on the flank. There goes Snecky. Doesn't even need the smokes. 2 delay, and it's a triple.
Oh my god!
Just check the angle they just died from.
Toaster dead, and that's a powerful player. While the scoreboard might not show it anymore, Toaster was top fragging, and Toaster was doing it big. Now a big play has to come from Scoop, who spotted one top pro, wins that fight against Inrio, gets a double, might be looking for a triple, and he gets rival. Are you kidding me? There's 15 seconds left. Twist has to get the plant down. He has to get himself inside, making this effectively a 2 versus 1. Kendall has to defend up against both Scary and Scoop, but as that plant goes down, it seems like the dream is coming to an end. It has to be an ace and a clutch for Scoop, who's completely locked off by that air jab, not able to get it, but manages to scoot away, potentially have an opening. He's vaulted now inside of Pro, has one all the way back admin to deal with, and one coffin as well. Not sure if he's going to be able to do this one, has plenty of angles against him. There's so little he can do at this point. Gets air jabbed, naded, and finished off.
Pick as well. Although he ends up getting down, the diffuser has still gone down. Like JJ, or Kira rather, he's in a 1 versus 2 now. Even with diffuser down, 1 player on Overwatch, 1 on the counter diffuse! But he's able to get them both in 1 mag!
Now they're going to drop down into Fireplace and hopefully go...
2 remaining for Cincinnati. Cheese Boss trapped all the way inside Gold Vault. Arno working from Garage, able to close out Nay on that approach, but you have 2 players on side of the Toxic Babe from Cheese Boss. What? Eviscerates 1, lowers the HP of Wimpy. They're at maybe 10 HP in total.
Are you kidding me?
Cheese Boss! What a round to come out from hiding within the gold vault. They struck gold!
Flying towards default plant, and does he have the support? It looks like he does. Snake forcing Giddy. He's getting pushed down, pushed back, and he's going to be traded out. Flurry of kills starts to slow down a little bit, but they just can't slow down. 5 seconds remaining. The plant going down. It's 1 remaining defender to keep themselves in this series. Packer getting the kill, but it's instantly traded out from Snake. And goodbye, Makers and Ariel. Welcome to the Grand Final.
Is the second player. The second player of Amazing has already wrapped back into Church as well, but he's gone from the other side. Wrapped and found Amazing. He knows that the second is playing behind this half wall, but he doesn't realize that now he's close on bomb. Perseus, like we said, is very low HP, but now he realizes, oh, Class is in Church. I have Case. All I need to do is put it down to the ground, and I have 25 seconds left at this point to do just that. Hit out of Perseus, goes through the rotate, but he's...
2 points remaining for Phantom Legion. They've got a Lion Scan. They're freezing them in place. Here comes out of the swing. He still has some presence over to the side of the map. He's might be able to cause some damage. There's one. He's gonna swing. He's feeling the heat, and now decides to kind of switch. Epic now controls the outer area as the offense is now inside. He's just gonna completely go back into their spawn. What's going on?
It's gonna be a 3v3. Beautifully done. 40 seconds, and hold on. 86% at a disadvantage for nearly the entire round. They're gonna now push themselves in a man advantage. Not like that, but Ash is gonna be TP'd off. There's not gonna be a time to be able to res him. However, don't count J-Hitman out just yet. Make it a 1v1 approach. Don't make it an ace to see ordinarily misses J-Pistol. Put in a situation where he's probably got his heart in shed. J-Hitman with the ace.
Get the kill.
Oh, the timing!
3v2 post plant. They have Diffuser down, but they need the kills. Bryonyx Now it's upstairs alone. Nobody is on the second floor of Ryonix. Can watch it from above, but he drops down. Locker dies Ryonix. Now in a 1v1
No way.
against Huzgetter. Inside of Taylor's shotgun. It's going to be preferable here for Ryonix. Needs to get this kill on the castle. Looking the wrong way. They're both so close together, both on full health. Let's get her around the side. Ryonix now holding behind the shower stall. They are
This is
just running in
insane.
circles. He has to get on this diffuser. Ryonix needs to kill him, and he'll get it. Invictus comes.
Range is between 0% and 5%. Blacking up sectors. What's going on here? Now,
a player down, but they do manage to at least find one onto Lunar. It's gonna be up to Toaster, who found one, who finds two. He could make this happen. One of them is down. Both are down. Actually, if you look so down, maybe he can just find the planter. What happened?
Bullets are something that could really easily force them out of this position, and he's going to leave in the first sign of danger, not even getting to the asphyxiating bullets themselves yet, which now can be used instead to cinch down on the objective and close the site off. Gold good for 2 now as he finds a crossfire on the head of Rival, and the Clash is still holding strong as well. The asphyxiating bolt goes out, but it's going to have no impact, and Gold is good for 4. He wants the 50, he's going to go down instead, but his teammates should have his back. Gold with the Midas touch on this round. It should be easy for them.
Yeah, you said he had the Midas touch. Hey, I think...
My God, 2 players. The man count's been reversed. 15 seconds left is all that we have, and it's all left up to Twist. He gets 2. He almost gets the 3rd. All he has to get is one more gunfight, and he's gonna get it. Twist with the 1 versus 3, denying that point to Fluffy Amers.
and Zonky's the one to win 1, win 2. And are we gonna see a flawless round? No. JJ's there to avoid.
When the clock is here, and all he has to do is shut down the plan. It's gonna be Jetcon going for it. Bill is gonna be down. Poison finds one. He finds the second one. Poison can do this. This is possible. The damage.
What?
Smoke kills Finn. They have to stick to plan. All of a sudden, Poison can just walk over and shoot him. What a clutch!
Nami able to get back up, so it's a 1 versus 2. Dom trying to find the bomb down with the time that he has. Poison the only one on the 2nd floor, potentially able to give him the 1v1 that he needs so desperately, and he finds it. We find ourselves a 1 versus 1. One toxic bait still available for the smoke aerial arrives. But the time is not in his favor. A couple claymores. Dami with the verticality finds some beat, but isn't able to find the kill just yet. You need to be wondering, where are you going to go? You have so little time. The little HPs, and Dami secures it with
Multiple long-range engagements that are going to have to come out. If he's going to swing forward first. Has an idea that there's a player here, but he's not ready for the swing by Geek, and now it's all left up to the Jackal in a 1v3 whose hopes and dreams are literally being blown away, but maybe not just yet. Despite the fact that Z-Man was on 1 HP, he finds 2 monstrous frags, and now it's all left up to Shrady. With 10 seconds to go, Z-Man is going to have to attempt this plant or get aggressive. It looks as though he's going to choose the aggression. He might have waited too long, is now on 0 seconds left. He's going to have to commit to this plant. Is he going to be able to pop up in time? He is, but Shrady has the intel, and Shrady has the diffuser, and like his Empire has booked their ticket to the Blitz.
Control, but he can just walk up behind any of them, getting us the first pick and the second pick that he needs to reverse the man counts. And now, his team, they sit in the advantage. They sit in the majority, and Giddy and Emilio, they have to go for this big rotate because the wall's not open. C4 sits in the hands of Rival. They try to pick him off from the control room. They're gonna try to isolate him now, but now low HP goes back to by Giddy. As Rival almost single-handedly Supermans this round, has to try to commit to something here. But no matter where he goes, there's no real good option here for any sort of gunfight. He gets rid of 1 field barrier, but that's just wasting time, and Core are more than willing to let him waste it, as he's just maneuvering around, trying to find any little gap that he can, and he gets the first one he needs.
Tyson has no defense. The baby player now dead. And a flank down to White Stairs catches in Rio. Poison does well to find 1 kill, but he's now in a 1v4 against 4 others. He does look to isolate his second though. What are 1HP doing? They launched the fuser in the middle of bakery, and they have no idea for quickness. They have no more eye trap scanners, and Aerial Rises have all the information working for them. A nice shot from Poison, and a team kill from Escape wins the round and the game for New York.
right now. Come out, wherever you are, says Enrio and Snake. Poison just kind of walking, but he might be able to stop in there. Pick out 3v3 deity drop. Look at the final kill. 20 seconds remain, because they're going to have to also get in twin sight if they can't find these kills. Whoa, hop into the window, and they're going to get shut down, Poison. See you later, Alligator, JJ the captain. It's fun, it's that time, and JJ, the man of the hour.
Like damage or using slight pressure, but so Unstoppable is still completely full HP. But now you've given up where your full of your execute is coming from, and much of your position just to meet you there.
Here comes Solaris swing, puts the damage down, level down to 17 HP. The big window's hot, he just walked out through and said, hey, how you doing? I live here, by the way. There comes the skeleton key, and now it's 1v2. Phantom Legion say not just yet, rival with 2 kills. And now it's 6-5, this Phantom Legion.
3 technically, but the Wamai is gonna be down. He's not out just yet, but it doesn't matter. A 2v3 comes out. Never mind, and make it a 2v1. That Wamai does get finished off. It is gonna be Mr. Ions, who I've seen play a bunch of times. Ions is an amazing player. He's gonna swing out from the closet, and oh my god! Let him know, Ions. Holy crap.
Do a retake.
They've got Snipe. Didi's gonna drop the diffuser. 3v2 now for Aerial Rise. It's all down to Snake. Can he show the moves with the charge? It's gotta make a lot happen here. He's got to get the diffuser as well. He's kind of holding right now. He's trying to bait this player inside kitchen. Does so successfully, but there's still 2 players you got to watch out for. You got one above, you got one that's staircase, and I think he's actually aware of what's happening here. 24 seconds down for Snake. Swing, that's 1. It's now 1v1. Snake versus Rival, 14 HP. The diffuser begins. It's sound cute. Yes, he does. Here comes the Chow. You can see him. He's got to go. He's got to go. He's got to go.
The hollow gives you a bigger advantage, and it gives him the advantage in the back. We're gonna get a little top pick, and we might see Thermite go down to a lesion, but he does get finished off.
As Twist is also just trying to get what little where he can done with that DMR. 1 player's down, but 2 falls to a C4. Yes, now we see Twist left all alone in a 1 versus 2 effectively, a 1 versus 3 if they can get Kiri up. And now, any and all gaps you can have to get into the site are only going to be difficult.
But it's starting to dwindle. Center finds 1 on the Shrine. That's a big pick to even things out. Can they even pick up the user safely? They don't know. It's in the way of the breach, and that's going to make things difficult. They have a ping on the Sazami, though. He just needs to find the right pick, but that's such a thin angle. Sazami's going to drop off and rotate away, and that's a good move. That's a quad for Duke. Finding 1% here. The Ying's going to go out, but it doesn't matter because Duke swings the other direction, finds Rival, and picks up the ace on the round.
Directly duel the player inside of Control Hall. He's gonna try to make it difficult to predict his positioning. He's gonna get that pick on Takiru, as now it's the 1 versus 2 for JJ. Inside of the bomb site. Gonna try to make it a 1 versus 1 as soon as he can. He's gonna do it. And that's the kill mode. And he's gonna get the map with a 1 versus 2 clutch. Redline as well. Wasn't fighting his demons. Gets that pick. Diffuser is dropped. It's immediately refrag. And with 10 seconds left, Smokes continue to fly out for Woos. On such low HP, Giddy gets another one as well. All of them to Inreal. He finds 1. He's trying to go for this last pick. He's got to find him, and he does it! Inreal with the clutch!
Decent spot. They do some damage to Shrady as well. They know about the player that's still inside of security. Seems as though they do, and they're not going to take the fight with him. Space finds the kill. Space finds 2. 3rd kill for Space. Make it a 4th. Space closes out Border 7-4, and Lycus Empire put themselves 1 map away from the
full flash though. Chance for more. Goes again, and they still get that kill. Shrady, what? May not matter though. Connection from Shocks. Playing from Pantry, 2 out of their name. The TSW. The run out from the other side. No way they get a 3rd from there. But Swifted just has to wait. Not sure what angle this. Headshot's good. Just have to hide. 18 seconds. Swifted's calling GG. Knows they have this control, but oh, if this finest angle could be there for Space. The run out, they know they can't go further. Oh, no chance for it.
This round, Now we're going to see Twist make his way up the long haul, and he's gonna get the first pick he needs off of it. He's gonna get 2. If he can get a 3rd here, that's massive. And he almost does. It's all left up to Emilio, but no, he can't do it. Core deny the back-to-back championship, deny JJ another trophy, and win Blitz Season 2, 3-2.
Phantom Legion, and now it's all down to Dead in a 1v2. 38 seconds on the clock. Phantom Legion do have the time to work with, but they have to get the diffuser down or hunt down this last player remaining. The drone work is coming through. They now know his position. Here comes the collapse from Phantom Legion. They're gonna make this work happen. Oh, what a great pick there to rival. That was the start player shutdown. Dead has 4 people lane, only has 16. And Pre-Fire comes through and helps clutch it up. It is the collapse from Phantom Legion, but you still have to keep in mind,
Blue Line will be stepped in there for Shocks, just trying to be assistant there towards Swifted. Minute has been burned though, and no one's getting dusted, but man oh man, Shrady's getting close. They're walking into the loving lines aside of everybody, and there it is, but you're trying to get in if you're space. The timing's just not right. You win both! 3! Space! Knocking and humbling everyone on the entry in for Team Brick. What a monstrous!
PD lands 2. It's a 5v1. What is up with these guys? And
Revive Kiro bring things back to a 1 versus 2, but that Boss G is gonna be very dangerous.
Oh.
Especially with that shot on the Kiru. It's all left up to Emilio in this 1 versus 1. He has the angle, but he's the better shot. Emilio closing things out, denying the clutch. With the
No, and no way we're contesting from mid-red. Finding a second kill. Finally gonna be cleared there from Jox on the Ram, and here comes the Amaro. It's gonna be met by Poison, but he gets the kill. All of a sudden it's a 3 versus 3. He just clipped it. The all chat immediately. I mean, I've
Had it. They already know where his position is. Left game dying.
much time as he can. He and Packer know they just have to sit still and force Cassia to make this move. There are only 50 seconds left for him to do it. And no matter where he goes, there is the potential for that pick. He's going to get the pick on the beat off of the drop. He only has to get this pick on the Packer. He gets the bomb down. Packer's going to be hiding the rest ball, but Cassia wins it. He forgets the prediction and ends up clutching out the round for his team as he secures the 2-1 quarter.
They will again have the fight.
Still has to wait out to get that frag, and Cheese Boss will pay the price in due time. They're inside this train car, Goose. Where the Aldo can be very dangerous, but no feet visible. Around that corner. Hear any noise being made? Down with you! And it's a 3-out for 2! Orono sends Cincinnati to match in series point.
Talked about spewing data. That's exactly what Cincinnati is doing.
Castle to push him off of Solar. But in doing that,
I don't know where he is anymore. They've lost complete track of him. Monty is going to spot him, however, but he's Oryx. He can just down the Monty. And now he's going to try to get away, but no! The glass overextends. Rival, you're so good! As now everything falls apart. Map in match point. Secured for Fluffy Aimers.
might be playing towards default play and doesn't have the support. It looks like he does Snake, forcing Giddy. He's getting pushed down, pushed back, and he's going to be traded out. Flurry of kills, he starts to slow down a little bit, but they just can't slow down. 5 seconds remaining, the play going down. It's one remaining defender to keep themselves in this series. Packer getting the kill, but it's instantly traded out from Snake, and goodbye Maker.
Deal with them. They're gonna let you get the diffuser down, and he's gonna get out safely. Oh my days, it's a 2v1! A 1v1! Triple kill! KDB's gonna want to win. All you gotta do is wait. The C4 is gonna come up from hell. It's a 1v0, and the Gate clutches it to end out the round. It was almost there for Ryra. He just had to land the free fire, but the C4 forces him out the position. 4-1 to Elf, or to Fluffy Aimers, my bad. And we do head on to the next round. This is a nightmare. This is a disaster.
Stop this car from going down. It doesn't look like going too fast. It's fully down from the attackers. But it's going to be a refrag at least. Hitman gets Benzo before Alex Play gets Rival. and now he's trying to take down this Blitz. Look, my W gets one, gets two! Beautiful Blitz play, and gets a third! A triple kill from my W onto the shield, and now all the stuff is going to be Cotter on the Legion, and he gets the 4K on the round. Wonderful shield play. Spirits would be proud.
Oh, that it could be the X factor here. And while the Goyo canisters start going, opening up the boiler wall is going to be the next step. Laundry wall not open. Looking for an execute. Players on hatches. Players trying to go through boilers. They could go for a plant on the wine wall. 3v3. And once again, one player standing up on top of the table, and the shot from behind. There goes one. There goes the second, but the plant is going down. It goes down, and he finds a third. Scoob. All three, the 1v3, and suddenly Space Shoes have given themselves an advantageous half.
Defenders going upstairs because they know how important it is to get the vert. Jackal slumps one. Can he slump the second? No, he can't. It's a 2v2. This is where you hold on to your cups, your coffees, your teas. It's a 1v1 situation. 14 seconds left on the clock. What a shot. Hectic left in that 1v1 situation. There's pings on him. All you have to do is...
These defenders slowly being forced off their post, but with just a minute 30, Outlast Black still got to do some work. This is a deceptively small amount of time here on the border. Attack! And even less so when you give up two on the flank. There goes Snecky. Doesn't even need the smokes. Two delay, and it's a triple.
Oh my god!
Just don't check the angle they just died from.
Toaster dead, and that's a powerful player. While the scoreboard might not show it anymore, Toaster was top fragging, and Toaster was doing it big. Now a big play has to come from Scoop, who spotted one top pro, wins that fight against Inreal, gets a double, might be looking for a triple, and he gets rival. Are you kidding me? There's 15 seconds left. Twist has to get the plant down. He has to get himself inside, making this effectively a 2 versus 1. Kendall has to...
Hello and welcome back to Blitz Legacy Season 3. I am Irish, joined with me is Goose, and we have another group stage coming up with you, but with slightly different teams now.
Also, shout out to Matt or Stan, whoever came up with these confusing league names. We had Blitz, we had Blowjob, we had Blitz Season 3. We've had a lot. We've had a lot. But again, we have a lot of new teams coming in today. This is Phase 3, our phase before our final one, that being Phase 4. It's the exact same thing as Phase 2. It is a GSL group. But this time around, you have Phase 2 teams facing up against invited teams that were invited directly to this Phase 3. In our very first matchup will be Turtle Tactics versus the team that qualified, that being F5.
Yeah, we did get to see F5 just a few days ago go up against Mouse 1, and they kind of struggled. It was a bit of a tough game that they came up on. Ended up going all 3 maps. Maximum regulation, 7-5 victory on the map 3 Decider of Lair, but it was a very, very messy game between Mouse 1 and F5, and now they're going up against Turtle Tactics, a team that even during that cast we talked about, hey, this is a strong team. Individually strong Tier 3 players that have been in the scene for a really long time, and coached by a Tier 1 coach that has been in the scene for even longer.
Yeah, it is kind of a recipe for disaster if you're F5. Me and you actually got to cast their promotion game, and I think the theme of that matchup was whichever team can make the least mistakes, and there were a lot of mistakes. And the problem with having a lot of mistakes, like I spoke about last week, is when you're going up against a team that has all the tools to punish it, it is probably the worst case scenario.
And you're talking about the roster of Turtle Tactics, so we're going to look at first. It's going to be Mint coaching them, but actually today he's going to be stepping in to the main playing roster. He's going to be swapping out for Trevmac. So it's going to be Dami, Vipoa, Spider, Mint, and Zonky. Now Dami and Zonky before Turtle Tactics played together on Outlast Black, and then this team was kind of formed around that core with a few additions. Spider, most notably, is a player that I have casted for quite a bit, and I think individually is very underrated at this level.
Yeah, and aside from Mint stepping in today, one of the more permanent roster moves was Millie being replaced by Vipoa. The reason for that being is because Millie was on vacation for 2 weeks. Those 2 weeks happening to be Element Quals. you can put two things together and understand why Vopo is here. But again, it's not a sense where that's the only reason he's here. He's still a fantastic player. I also think he's a really good player to really slot into the system and the amount of players, especially just having experience with playing and knowing all the players that are already been here. I guess aside from Mint, but going on to their qualified team that actually had to win to get here, that being F5. And no, not all of these people look the same. I know Z-Man and Slash, they look kind of similar, but, you know, they're separate player pictures. But we got Stealth, Slash, Z-Man, Bubbler, and Shecky. And honestly, I'm very pleasantly surprised by this team. This is one of the more even-sided teams, I guess you could say, of the Phase 2, going 41-41. The only team in the entirety of all Phase 2 teams that qualified that went dead even on their entries. And to be fair, they have consistent entry players with players like Z-Man and Bubbler.
But it's going to be a lot more tough. Finding entries is significantly easier when, like we talked about, it's a team with a lot of gaps versus a team with a lot of gaps. But when you're going up against a team like Turtle Tactics, a team that individually already is strong, but then is coached by someone who has tier 1 experience, there just aren't going to be nearly as many opportunities to find the entry fights that F5 have been not excelling at, but doing quite well at. It's going to be a much, much, much more difficult matchup. And I mean, I hate to keep harping on the same point, but again, this is just a different level of teams that they're now facing.
One of the good factors for F5 as we go into our map bans is this is a best of 1, you know, and I think you agree with me that a best of 1 is probably the best scenario, the best setting for an upset, especially going into maps, just trying to get rid of those default maps like a Clubhouse, Skyscraper, not as much, but banning out Cafe. And again, you're just gonna be looking at taking Turtle Tactics to a map they're not very comfortable at, and that being Bank. In recent history, the only history I have on them from the TPL SGS season, they only played this map twice and lost it twice, both in regulation. So not a lot of close affairs here for Turtle Tactics. At the same time, F5, especially in Phase 2, has not really gotten a lot of chances to play on this map.
It's also one of the 3 maps that now has the shiny new Siege X reworks.
Wow.
Has a few of those heat pipes, a few of those fire extinguisher canisters that explode into smokes. It's not nearly as many as something like Clubhouse, and I don't think it's nearly as impactful as Clubhouse, but still, there are 1 or 2 things littered around the map that you can use, like a heat pipe at the base of ramp pallets, whatever you call it, that transitions from garage into the red hall. So there's things like that you can use to maybe delay out the attackers for a little bit longer, but either way, there are definitely a significant amount of usable environmental utility on this brand new map. Still the same old map, though.
It is the same old map. And I really love Turtle Tactics. Even like taking away the T1 coach thing aside, the fact that Mint streams every single scrim day, game day, whatever, as we cast this matchup, not only is Mint going to be playing, but you're going to be able to see all their comms if you want to go check out his stream. Obviously, I want you guys to watch a majority of this here, but again,
I mean, you can have 2 tabs up.
Yeah, you can have 2 tabs up. Yeah, exactly. But shout out and love to him. And again, I think it is kind of a thing where at the same time, it gives other teams a lot of perspectives and advantages over Turtle Tactics. But at the end of the day, I think it is a really good learning process for those players. And, you know, what's better than having a T1 coach in your ear to tell you exactly why you shouldn't spawn peek that window. But again, this is going to be the definition of inexperience versus that depth in a very deep bag and experience. Even Mint aside, the players on Turtle Tactics have been in this T3, T2 scene for years, nearly half a decade at this point. They've been around that mill quite a bit. And F5, they're a little bit newer, especially we're comparing them to Turtle Tactics.
Yeah, that is definitely cool from a viewer perspective as well, to not only just have a fully observed, produced, and casted game, but also to have the other perspective as well. If you want to have the 2 tabs up, but also if you want to like look back through VODs afterwards, to be able to see not only just how does a shot call play out from an observer point of view, how does it play out from the types of games that you're watching at the tier 1 level as well, but then also getting that experience of listening to the team, Turtle Tactics that is, talk in-game from Mint's perspective. Something that I'm really, really glad that now we have that kind of niche build, especially in the tier 3 space, of someone, like you said, streaming consistently, showing how to coach a team, showing how to build up these young rosters, and how to teach the new talent crop how to play the game at a competitive level.
This is also the first official event, I guess you could say. Obviously, Turtle Tactics still playing in other T3, T4 events, but this is the very first event that I've been able to see this roster play with the new banning system. And again, you know, we can only reiterate so many times. I don't want to sound like a T1 broadcaster talking about stomping, but with the amount of wealth on Turtle Tactics, just especially having Mitt that can talk to you, not only just timeouts, but round in and round out and tell you exactly what you want to ban. Out of that, you get an ace and a Hibana. Sure, that might seem default, but on a map like Bank, with especially that long distance, hard breach is really needed, where you can't really have, you know, a thermite just rappel down, you know, skylight to get a couple of the walls. It is really important.
It's also kind of cool to see the and again, especially with the team that has Mint not only just as a coach but in the lobby, having something like a double hard breach ban and leaving up something like shields that we've seen Checky pick immediately onto. It's definitely not a misstep. It's definitely a conscious decision. And it's almost definitely showing the confidence of, hey, we can play against shields, but what we want to do is put you at a disadvantage, make you significantly more uncomfortable. Without that Hibana, it's a lot more difficult to get open the hatches. Not necessarily that that's going to be something that plays into this round, because it seems like they're going for a full roam, but either way, something that definitely takes you out of the typical game plan. And with those two bans as well, on these next two rounds, once they go up to that second floor, it's going to be a lot more difficult and actually impossible to get open that Kanto hard breach spot that gives you such a long angle. So something that they are very clearly strong against shields. They know that they don't need to ban that. They really want to make F5 uncomfortable immediately.
Yeah, I like a lot of the time denial utility on Turtle Tactics, again, kind of falling back into that, you know, more default older playstyle from the early 2020s. You got, you know, the Fen rear and Smoke, more importantly, going to probably be more around the site, rather. Already have Dami playing relatively aggressive. He's going to be tracked by stealth, but in elevator, they can't get to him. He's just simply going to be wasting as much time as possible. A little bit of a wasted C4 there from Vipoa, but nonetheless, Dami standing his ground as there is no immediate pressure to really force him out of this extension.
They're trading a lot of utility and a lot of open hatches to have something like this deep of a roam. It's a full clear into a full roam, but already Turtle Tactics showing that they are more than willing to drop off and give up a lot of that space, even still. Now at this mid-section of the map, at the mid-section of the round as well, just 1 minute and 30 on the clock, F5 are looking down the barrel of yet another layer of utility for this defense.
Checky almost thought he had an opening there, but the fire from Zonky is going to be able to give Mint just a little bit of time, but with that hatch being opened, he's chosen to just overplay this position. This is a position he cannot make it out alive. He's at best going to get 1 to 2 players maybe traded. With no nades in the pocket, there's not really real utility aside from Checky to really push him out.
Big stack of F5 now finally blasting directly into the face of the ward. He's going to be full flashed out, not actually using his utility. Mint, unfortunately, being the first off the board. We talked about how he needed to play it for his life, how he was most certainly going to die. With 50 seconds left on the board, questions start to creep in of, is that enough time traded for Mint's life? Now 40 seconds on the clock. F5 almost fully stacked up towards this blue side. They have 3 in towards bottom square, 2 up, still on those hatches. Setting up for this take, and that is only the first of those gas canisters out on the board. There's still 2 left in pocket, and with 20 seconds left on top of those Goyo canisters, like you said, just so much time delay for the defense. 15 seconds left for F5. You have all 5 alive, but you need to convert this into a sight hit. Checky goes all the way in, directly next to the door. Zonky takes down Stealth from that fire. Bubbler trades out onto Vipoa. Now that Plan is finally down, kills start finally coming forward. But unfortunately for Turtle Tactics, it still leaves them in a man disadvantage. Now in a retake. Spider walking forward, but he doesn't clear the close corner. Checky kills him. D's shielding and taking him down. And now it's just a 1 versus 3. Retaking top floor. But it's a fool's errand. Best case scenario, he gets 1 or 2 more kills, has to drop back towards site, but even still, the time is not looking towards his favor, and Checky takes him down as well.
An overall great idea and round from Turtle Tactics to really just try and triple up on that time waste utility, and especially did use quite a bit of it in that later half of the round when F5 finally had that position to try to go the plant down. But once all of that utility was gone, and you had the smokes from F5 on the ground, there was no real way for Turtle Tactics to deny that plan aside from raw swinging with the crossfires being set up by F5. It was just simply impossible. Going back away from the bomb site, rather, I thought we were going to go back down. I think it's kind of a situation where a lot of that utility was useful, but maybe if you had a second C4 in your pocket, especially Mint dying with it very early on, or actually rather having a shield, or maybe an Echo on board. They just didn't have enough utility once that other stuff like the Goyo, like the Fenrir ran out to really deny it, and F5 read into that perfectly.
It was also a little bit of a misstep on site because of the amount that was, or the amount of plant denial that was stacked up towards default, and the such low time Turtle Tactics need to read, hey,
5 seconds remaining.
they have 2 win conditions. They're either full flooding and going for kills, or full flooding and going for a deep plant. Either way, they needed to be set for that, and they just completely fell apart once F5 flooded into sight. It was a nice delay on the top floor, dropping back and keeping themselves alive. It was a really nice delay on the midsection, but once it got down to the site hit, they needed to realize that they had delayed out enough time. They just needed to trust themselves. Going into this round, going back down all the way. Actually, nope, they are not. F5 still setting up at the top floor, still trying to set up some of these crossfire positions and get a few early picks. Few on Repel, which is significantly stronger with CJX as well. Because those jump outs, you can no longer ADS as you're falling. The only thing that can really kill Slash here is if Turtle Tactics reflank all the way through lobby, which is a bit of a no man's land. So it's going to be a lot more difficult for them to cut off these Repel positions. Either way, the lurk is coming in for F5 as well.
A lot of the execution utility in the pockets of F5. They want to go for a relatively simple take here. Obviously, you still have Bubbler trying to drone out. You also have Z-Man trying to do a little bit of work walking his way up through stairs. If they're not careful, they could lose defuse really early on. Right outside the bomb site, just before they tried to do anything whatsoever. And with a minute 30, it looks like they're going to start to hit the go button.
It's really quick. Unfortunately, for this smoke execute, not only do they just have a smoke on the defense, but also there's a Warden to be able to look through it, but it's a C4 double kill from Zonky himself. The smoke goes down, but so do 2 players of the defense. Slash finding that onto Vipoa, makes his way back into sight. With those ROU gadgets, he is able to sneak his way just a little bit closer, but it's going to be a very dangerous position. Now, the Warden isn't able to see through those ROUs, which makes it slightly more easy, but the C4 is going to go astray. He's expecting him to be planting really far and super close, tucked into that corner, but unfortunately, that's not where the plant was going down. Z-Man finding Mint. It's a great kill. Is when they re-hit and they still have 2 smokes in pocket. Mint, the defense will not be able to look through it. Z-Man finds yet another onto Zonky, leaving Dami the last alive. No C4, nothing to stop this plant, but if he can find... Oh, he saw him sneaking through, but he didn't quite pull the trigger on it. He can walk up close, using the smoke of the attackers to his own benefit. Not quite finding the kill. The attacker knows he's close, but a trade comes in. A wonderful round from Z-Man to close off 1, 2, and 3 onto that defense.
I really love this from F5. Going back to the qualifier game that we just watched on Monday, one of their main problems was reading into the problems, the cracks in an opponent's defense. But so far in these first 2 attacks, they perfectly understand the main weak point of this Turtle Tactics defense so far. That being, once that plant goes down, once F5 has a crossfire, even if it's not deep and you don't have an oversight on the entirety of the bomb site, if you just have oversight on the planter and the swing onto him, you can get that bomb down. Yet again, not having that nitro in the pocket, not having an echo, nothing to really deny that plant going down aside from raw swings, and then using that sends perfectly. Also using that Ying to displace and push back the defense from immediately pushing onto the planter is a phenomenal use of utility and a phenomenal read and counter the problem that Turtle Tactics have had in the first 2 rounds.
2 rounds in a row for F5 gets a little bit worrying for Turtle Tactics. Now we talked about how the bans and the ranged hard breach bans specifically do help this top floor. They continue their site rotation and now decide to go back up there. I think this is a good choice because, again, it plays around those 2 bans. But it's a little bit troubling even still that they have not been able to get any of these first 2 rounds. And F5, being able to insert lurkers constantly. They have the pressure towards windows that is absolutely necessary in a site like this and also open area. But meanwhile, they're constantly setting up players below to just wreak havoc on this vertical round after round. And it seems like Turtle Tactics, with all players upstairs, aren't going to hit and aren't going to disrupt this play from F5 at all.
Yeah, so far, especially in these last 2 maps, or I guess you could say games, F5 has really surprised me in their maturity and how deep they can really play around the map on the attack. Try and just watch all points around the map, having certain alerts, having people on the cuts playing on these windows. They're doing multiple things all at once and being successful in it. That's something that you can't really say for a lot of the teams that came from phase 2.
2 minutes for F5 to work this map. Again, they have those window positions set up to make cuts on Turtle Tactics, pressuring them around from below the block as well. At the exact same time, Slash has just walked in completely uncontested to stock and is just holding a wonderful angle all the way through long desk. They have complete control of top square as well. Where is Turtle Tactics holding on to?
This crossfire from Slash is going to be so useful. If he could just spot one head, completely can cut off the rotation onto the bomb site. With only 1 C4 in the pocket of Mint, there's not really a lot of denial here from Turtle Tactics, and I don't think they really realize the trap that they're in.
To go out initiates a little bit of a push. Bubbler goes down first, and as well those Fenrir's taking down Stealth as he's not able to effectively swing that gunfight at all. What looked like a poor positioning for Turtle Tactics seems like it's going very well for them. Slash, walking up those marble stairs, desperately wants a trade onto this top marble player. But with that barbed wire, he's going to have to make a sound if he wants to swing. So he chooses to go for a pre-fire anyway, gives us a position up, and rotates around the staff instead. 5 versus 3 now, as the kill is not only just found, but a second swung onto as well. Dami secures the kill onto the first and swings for the second, finding it, and bringing F5 down into a 4 versus 2 as Slash finally finds the pick onto Dami. But that might be it. With 15 seconds left in a 2 versus 4, it is almost impossible. Slash finding one, Z-Man finding another. Hold on, I eat my words. Plant's going down on site. It's a 2 versus 2. This is incredibly winnable. Z-Man finding one, but it's a 1 versus 1. 2 seconds left. Take your pistol out to close up the space just a little bit, but he can't find the kill.
A phenomenal round of just sitting and being patient from Turtle Tactics. That structure and experience finally coming into play, but more importantly, that double shield ban coming into play. Not really being able to open up a lot of those walls, make those hardened positions on the bomb site really uncomfortable. And then once F5 had their crossfire set up, they didn't really have anything else. They didn't really have any way to make up. You saw those 2 players trying to go up marble stairs. First one didn't have any success whatsoever, completely being dumped on by the player playing top marble, and the other one shot a couple of shots and ran away, decided that he didn't really want to try and take that gunfight. And because of that, they're going to ban that mirror, understanding that it had a lot of long-range distance oversight on the bomb site. And then again, as soon as F5 had those crossfires set up, they just sat there, waited for Turtle Tactics to swing into it, and then Turtle Tactics said to themselves, they're not really taking any more space at this point in the round. They don't have anything that can really allow them to plant on the bomb site. We can just sit here and wait for them to come to us. And again, a final round where Turtle Tactics finally got their foot into the door, understand what they need to do.
The mirror ban for F5 makes a ton of sense, especially on that last round. They had control of the mid floor, had the cutoff set up like we were talking about, but they also were completely encircling site. Had a player on bottom marble to stop any cutoffs, had that repel, they had everything established, and they were also starting to pressure towards site. The one thing that hurt them is that Turtle Tactics never felt uncomfortable. They never moved into the cuts held by F5 because they didn't have to. They just sat behind the mirrors the entire time. So that getting taken off the board means Turtle Tactics need to play into F5's faces a little bit more, especially on that top floor. By the looks of it, that seems like it's the win condition for F5. The first 2 rounds, when they forced the aggression, when they pushed directly into Turtle Tactics and they weren't allowed to hold behind things like shields and things behind like mirror windows, almost every single one of those fights ended up going F5's way. Similar clear going on this site.
Yeah, it looks like they might actually just hit in gold, and I think that's something that Turtle Tactics read into. They haven't fully leaned into that, but they have dropped.
Yeah, almost the entire team of F5 now already in basement, just stacked up in vault. Now a smoke canister keeps them at bay for just a little bit longer. The full drop in from Turtle Tactics means they are well aware of it as well. And a reminder to go out, stopping Checky from aggressing, but the info for the attack as well. They're just biding their time, and Turtle Tactics doing a great job of keeping them at arm's length. Both of these smokes have delayed them for just enough time for Turtle Tactics to get set, to get entrenched. Needs to go out to flush out this position, and it's going to work Spider between a rock and a hard place. There's nowhere for him to go. Reswing looked to happen for Vipoa, but he has to walk through those bees, and he has to expose himself to Garage. Z-Man with a great pick. That's 2 for F5.
Zonky's going to be able to even it out just a little bit in F5. They can't make their way into the bomb site, but Zonky isn't prepared for where Slash was inside of gold. And now it's a 2-man advantage.
One of those line calls to go out, and it prompts a push from Turtle Tactics, looking to find any sort of space, any sort of opportunity to catch F5 off guard. You're in a man disadvantage. You need to take fights like that. But F5 just mop it up. They drop directly into vault and just pressure from there. It wasn't even a really especially quick take. It wasn't like they were dropping behind something like a Blackbeard, behind something like a Monty, and they used the element of surprise of dropping into vault to then push forward. They dropped into vault. Turtle Tactics fully dropped back to site. It was almost a 5 versus 5 completely horizontally, and F5 remained cool, kept their wits about them, and didn't push directly into Turtle Tactics. They put a few of those Grim canisters in towards back vault, had fantastic utility play to get that opening pick onto Spider, because they just lobbed 2 nades. It was a great composure held by F5. 3-1 right now, and they are most certainly not only just winning the half, empirically, but also they've looked really good in every single one of these rounds.
Yeah, and going back to the bans, I've spoken a little bit about this. I'll speak about it once we get deeper into the season. But bans really do decide what team will have the advantage going in the second half once you have that additional 3rd ban. And I feel like the Blitz ban from Turtle Tactics wasn't really the answer. It was just reactive to have constantly going up against F5. But rather, F5's ban on Tamira is taking away just yet another tool for Turtle Tactics to be able to have a really long look on the bomb site without having to directly play in that position. We saw in last round, they struggled without it relatively, and this time around, they're bringing that Valkyrie to add a little bit more info, add a little bit more oversight, and it's a thing where it's reactive 2 rounds after the fact. It gives me the idea this is something that Turtle Tactics may not fully understand at this point in time.
5 still going for full clears, and Turtle Tactics, Vipoa specifically, is just sitting in Janitor waiting for somebody on F5 to walk in. They're going to get nearsighted. It's going to cause them to delay out just a little bit, but not even really for all that long. Bubbler just swinging a few of those Candelas in, taking a lot of space. That prompts a complete drop out of Turtle Tactics, and F5 very quickly taking the space. They know they're all alone. They know that they have the entirety of the second floor and a minute and a half to work it.
Yeah, this is a really poor position for Turtle Tactics. Essentially a minute off the board, and all it took to completely clear out this top floor extension was Z-Man just running his way like Sonic into Office. That's something that you just cannot do, especially without getting any damage, moving any utility. And on top of that, the hatch is open. You don't even have to really worry about opening it because Turtle Tactics have already done it for you. Now just opening this ceiling like Swiss cheese is going to make playing on this bomb site even more difficult and uncomfortable for Turtle Tactics. In a minute on the board to get as much info and set up this execution for F5 is a phenomenal position for them.
A very different lineup from the last time they attacked it, though. They don't have the Sens to be able to go for a quick plant, or the Aurora to be able to lock down any of those doors. They still have one Candela, so they have an okay amount of extra utility. But the one thing that's in their pocket that they did not bring last round is the Capitao, something that could completely catch Turtle Tactics off guard, because I don't think they know about it. Maybe they heard the para, but they definitely know that there's a Brava on board, so it's something that could completely catch Turtle Tactics off guard.
I'm just trying their best to set this up, but again, with no util, they're just going to have to hit that go button.
15 seconds left, and Spider's taking a lot of damage, but it's Vipoa to find the entry. Double trade from F5. Smoke to go out. Covering the cross. But a stealth takes sight. He also team kills Z-Man. Directly through the smoke. He has absolutely no idea. Smoke is going down. He's caught on the rotate. Slash goes down, and Stealth is the last alive. 1 versus 3. And Mint cleans it up.
Got a little worried there for a minute. I thought he was gonna like fat finger and actually go to C4. But I was also a little worried about Turtle Tactics in that round. Yet again, F5 trying to go for that plant really deep inside of break. Turtle Tactics somewhat expecting that, but instead of trying to play relatively close, they played really passive, really far back all the way into open area, and allowed essentially for F5 to take that space. Again, you know, the 2 opening kills onto that bomb site did really help them push themselves onto that plant. But again, it's kind of a thing where we talk about how Turtle Tactics continue to struggle. That round, they weren't able to really identify those crossfires, just kind of walked into them. Something that we still need to keep an eye out on. But again, a really great round from Turtle Tactics of just identifying and then shutting down that plant, realizing that that is the main goal for F5. And did get one.
This is unfortunate.
Shout out.
It's unfortunate for Turtle Tactics that Spider is catching a little bit of the flack. It's something that in the last game of Mouse, not the last game, but the last game that F5 played, F5 versus Mouse 1, Stealth himself was actually catching a little bit of flack from the enemy team. He was not having that good of a game and was kind of getting typed at in chat the entire best of 3, and now it seems like not only can he take it, but he can also dish it out as well. It's, you know, unfortunately for me, because one of my points at the very beginning was talking about how good Spider is, but he's having an uncharacteristically quiet map.
Yeah, and especially without having a player like TrevMac, who is a real big playmaker, having somebody like Spider a little bit silent, to say the least, obviously more than that, is something that Turtle Tactics obviously are really missing. But when you have the Zongster going huge in the entry, not only do you take out Bubbler, one of the main entry players for F5, but on top of it, you get a lot of utility off the board, a lot of execution utility. One of F5's main game plans, one of their main play styles for their win factor here on Bank. Now your main spearhead essentially is off the board.
They lose the sense, and like you said, they were able to use it on the open area site incredibly effectively. It's not only just something that they have, you know, been played once or twice as a pocket pick. It's something that we've seen they know how to use quite well. So an opening pick onto Bubbler, but also onto that operator is definitely very strong. Yellow pings to go out. F5 have info. They're just waiting for the go button. They're waiting for a call to be able to get this opening pick. They're going to move him out of position, and it's not going to be Slash from below. It's going to be Stealth from... Oh, they had 3 people.
Wow.
They had the majority of their team stacked up on getting that opening pick. That is fantastic.
It doesn't matter when you got an old man shooting. Wow, what a phenomenal crossfire. Again, going back to the point that I talked about last round, but with Mint, it still puts F5 on the back foot. They don't have that advantage. They don't have any info on these last 4 positions. They're just going to have to use a lot of utility, just hit that go button, try and take as much space as possible, and essentially dry swing.
Seen 2 on F5, bring it back to a winnable position before. Slash finds 1, traded from Vipoa before he goes down, though. So now it's a 2 versus 3 for F5. Slash still at top square. Still repelled on those windows. It's going to be really, really difficult for either of them to find any space. Calls to go out do give Slash a little bit of info that he can play off of. He's playing very quickly into this long desk. He is seen. He is spotted. Info does go out for the defense, but a kill comes from Slash.
What?
A great shot from the pistol. Takes down Dami. Makes it a 2 versus 2. And they slow down just for a little bit. They know that this disruption is going to cause Turtle Tactics to move around a little bit, but once again, the discipline for both of these teams to not move at all. Spider finally springing into action, but it's a 1 versus 1 as he gets down to the board, essentially. Finished off by Stealth. Tap onto that diffuser, trying to bait Mint out into a swing, but he's a tier 1 player. He's not going to swing that.
Oh, he heard Stealth at the beginning of the round. He is a T1 player, and he still is playing like it. I wasn't even going to agree with that point, because like it's like saying like gotcha when he plays ranked isn't good. Like the guy played like half a decade ago at this point. I was in high school still when Mint was on DZ. But again, I mean, what a phenomenal round. Not only from Mint, but the two, I guess you could say, statistically worst players in the kill department. At that point, you had the Fenrir, can't remember exactly who it was, go 0-5, got a kill, and then you had Mint go huge for 2 kills in that round. And that's exactly what Turtle Tactics needed. It wasn't trying to, you know, bring in some pro league strat. It wasn't completely changing up their playstyle. They just needed the players to show up when it really mattered. And that's exactly what they do. And they get a 3-3 half, which on Bank, especially in this meta, especially with F5, which is relatively an above average attacking team.
That was an incredible shot.
Yeah, a Spider.
And that was the pistol kill from Stealth, not the Spider kill.
I forgot Spider's name. I forgot Spider's name.
Glaze Spider for 1 kill. I'm talking about the pistol tap. Okay. It was clean. Either way, we'll talk about how it was 3-1 at one point in this game. After round 4, it looked like F5 were just going to sweep through every single site except for 1. But now we finally see, like, Turtle Tactics fought their way back. They looked completely down and out, and especially after that Mira ban, it was very, very worrying for their defensive side. So to have them come back to a 3 versus 3 and then swap onto a side that, I mean, hopefully they're more comfortable on, is really, really good for them.
Also, shout out for Bank for now essentially being one of the most boring maps, because you just see the same ops, man. Now, I'm gonna be honest, I understand it. I don't blame teams. That double hard breach ban, I mean, essentially makes Bank 10 times harder for the attack. And then banning that Cade, and that just eliminates so much hatch play. Flash, I mean, it's a Flash, you know, you can ban that on any map. But again, you're gonna need really aggressive plays like you have here with C-Man. You can see that Turtle Tactics trying to use Mint as the spearhead to just try to clear his way, push these players out of their position. With Z-Man relatively, I say, because there's nobody immediately on him. He does have Stealth playing on this top floor with him. They could easily isolate Z-Man here for easy entry.
Minute off the clock, and now they drop it. A C4 to go out does a little bit of damage to Mint. They were hoping for a kill onto that player, but either way, it's a minute traded for a complete second floor take. It's honestly not all that bad, because it is fully basement, so it's a minute and 15 off the clock. Now Turtle Tactics are just working the second floor. They still need to drop into the mid floor, open up those hatches, because unlike Turtle Tactics on their defense, they have closed them up instead of keeping them open for drops. This is looking very good for F5 very early on.
Yeah, again, you know, I have been a little bit too harsh on this roster so far, and I am pleasantly surprised on just how much ground they've been able to cover by Poa almost taking Slash's head off, but he's going to read the room, fall back. Stealth still trying to get that opening. 2 minutes of the round, he's trying his best to shut it down, but he also has to be careful that he doesn't give Turtle Tactics the opening, because as soon as they get that, that just opens up the entirety of this rush, this execution and round for them.
Hatches are open now, but Info and Yokais are still on the mid floor. Vipoa finds a kill onto Stealth, though. It's not necessarily the worst, because there's still 3 smokes in pocket of Slash. Still both of those yokais up to delay plant as well, and still all those Goyos on site, and that's 40 seconds. Each of those Goyos is 20 seconds a pop of fire damage, and not only just that, but they still have the Miras up as well, Slash playing off of it. 30 seconds left for Turtle Tactics on their attack. They have a mountain of utility, Miras staring directly at them. This is going to be incredibly difficult. Smoke to go out from Slash as well. It's only 15 seconds left for Turtle Tactics. You're forced into pushing directly through sight, just like F5 on their attack. And F5 are very well aware of this. Well aware that the push needs to happen. It's taken completely towards sight, but all the kills are going towards Turtle Tactics, including one onto Spider. But Zonky cleans out the round. They've just flooded sight. And even with a team kill, it all goes their way. F5 were not not set for the full push.
I really love that engagement because as you start to learn more about competitive Siege, especially from a point of view of a caster, you start to understand that it is just really simple how players think in that position. Just looking at where Zonky and Dami were, understanding that Mint couldn't safely get that plant down. They didn't really have any coverage. There was still so much utility. They said, we just gotta go, man. We have to just hit that go button. We have to find something. Running in from Garage, shutting down those players on the Mira, and then the hallway. And you also have Zonky making sure he pushes up in front of Mint, so he's the very first player that anybody on F5 would come advantage of, and he just happened to be gun up and prepared for those gunfights. And I absolutely love it when players, whether they be entry or, flex players like Zonky, who always doesn't play that first entry, identifies that they need to make a first move. They need to start causing some havoc, or else they're not going to be able to get anything in the round.
Interesting op lineup out of Turtle Tactics. Not only just the double shield, but a lot of execute utility as well. We've been talking about the sense throughout the entirety of this game because F5 have played it quite a bit. We also see that Turtle Tactics are willing to play it as well. And the Capital on the second floor, especially to clear out something like Janitor, is going to be very strong, along with the smokes for execute. So there's a ton of execute utility. There's displacement utility with the shields, as well as those fire bolts. There's a lot of tools in Turtle Tactics' pocket, and a lot of things that we did not see F5 use altogether. We saw some shields, and we saw some execute utility of the Capital and Sense. But seeing Turtle Tactics utilize all of it, I mean, what I'm imagining is just an absolute cluster of utility and hectic chaos on site, just like the end of last round. And it seems like that's the play that Turtle Tactics are going to play time after time.
Yeah, also going to be using Vipo as kind of not only a distraction, but a back push to put on pressure, not only frontward over by those windows and where the plant more than likely is going to go down, but you're also going to have Vipo pulling behind them, so F5 can't simply just train their eye on one position, focus what's right in front of them, because they're also going to have somebody behind them. And you also have Vipo and Mint who are just going to simply run at stealth. That guy's dead. You're not winning that 10 times out of 10. You even had Spider watching it all the way from the windows. 3 players with their sole objective to just get that guy out of elevator in a fantastic way to open the round for the attack.
Yeah, both of these teams have really good info structures on their attack. They're setting up drones in really good pre-place positions, and then working multiple players to make it not only just a 50-50 or even just a benefit gunfight or an advantage gunfight towards you, but an almost certainty that you get that opening pick. And after that, Turtle Tactics, with that opening, have a lot of space, as they've cleared out the entirety of that mid floor, and they're just walking up shields on Spiral. They have both of them stacked up towards this position. Both of them just holding and pressuring out these windows, but the guard break doesn't quite find anything. Vipoa has taken a little bit of damage, but he still remains alive. Dami takes down Bubbler. And so much pressure from these windows as well. Zonky takes down Checky, a lot of damage onto Z-Man, forcing pressure, forcing rotations, but Z-Man for the swing finds him. Spider on Spider-Man, Repel takes down Z-Man, and Slash has to drop to the mid-floor because he's feeling the pressure.
He knows he can't do it. Damn, Spider really took it to heart when they said Spider on Ash, he's not doing anything. He did. He got 3 kills in that round. I don't know where he was looking. To be fair, every time I see a player go down Spider, I'm not looking there. Like, if my ranked teammates get mad at me, whatever, you're not looking there either, man. But again, a really good round from Turtle Tactics, and the first time in this series where I can really say that they have taken control They have really understood what F5 are doing. They've consistently had that info game, like you spoke about before, on understanding not only the positions of where F5 is playing, but as soon as they find out where the players are, they get essentially a full understanding of what the game plan is, what they're trying to push for their win factor in the round. Turtle Tactics, they can essentially plan around that a minute and 30 ahead, and that is really what makes this team scary and dangerous.
What's worse for F5 is we talked about, hey, these bans are super standard. Double hard breach on the side of the defense, and a clash and a Kaid on the side of the attack. But that leaves open 2 shields for Turtle Tactics, and it's something that, I mean, we saw a swap of one of them, but Mint, I mean, he's swapping around not only just from the Monty to the Blitz, and Vipoa's capable of playing the Blackbeard as well, so it's just after this round and after F5 needs to pick another operator to ban, it's just kind of picking their poison. Either way, they're going to be banning out something that Turtle Tactics can abuse against them. And they haven't given themselves a ton of abilities to ban everything out because they've kind of been forced onto the 2 meta picks of the 2 ranged hard breach. So either way, no matter what, Turtle Tactics is going to be able to abuse one of those shields against them for the entirety of the rest of the map.
It's kind of the danger, and this is what really sets apart a team like F5 from teams like Turtle Tactics. And this is the problem with a lot of these lower T3, T4 teams, is they can't play into nor against shields. And teams read into that perfectly. Not only Turtle Tactics bringing that Blitz, but previous rounds are bringing in the Monty. This is something that even if you ban it out, there's going to be another problem that pops up that F5 isn't going to necessarily be able to deal with. And somehow, some way, Stealth is able to get the entry onto mid on the Blitz. Also has potential to get another one, but with that scan from the Deimos and a nice shot from Zonky, that's going to be all that Slash can do in this round. But Bubbler, he's going to be able to continue to hold that lead for F5. As Z-Man, he doubles it.
Just sloppy entry for Turtle Tactics. There were yellow pings. They had info that there was someone over towards that double window position. But for Turtle Tactics, instead of, like we talked about, like we were praising them for, taking their time and playing multiple people around a guaranteed opening pick, Mint goes in alone, gets killed, and the trade isn't quite able to be found, but Dami, even in a man disadvantage, forced into the aggression, drops into sight, finds one, but is instantly traded by F5, something that could have broken the round open, and something that is a necessary play of just going for broke in a position like that, doesn't break open the round. Turtle Tactics now with just 1 player against F5's 3. Zonky knows it's only a matter of time. Checky takes him down, and it's not match point to be able to be found. It's another round closer, evening it up for F5.
And I think that round might really influence how F5 plays, because now going into this round, they have that confidence to play against the Blitz. Not going to necessarily need to ban that out anymore, especially if Mint continues to play it. Not trying to be too hard on the guy, but so far in this first half of their attack, he hasn't really had that ton of success. Going to be banning the Monty, a little bit more understandable. You don't really need to play aggressive. He's not going to be the operator shutting down those kills in the early round, but he can make it a lot more comfortable for teams to clear the map. And then Turtle Tactics going for that default ban of Mira. Again, I really do think that last round for F5 was really good for them, because if they lost that first engagement to Blitz, 100% that is the operator that they are banning up. But because they've just won that simple entry engagement, they're able to use their 3rd ban on a different operator.
No Warden from the side of F5. Now we have seen that the Sense has been used time after time, and that's the operator that is used more often than not to actually smoke and aid the entry of the attackers onto open area, but still it's a little bit interesting. Conversely, instead of picking onto something like a Warden who can play off of the smokes himself and swing them, something a little bit different is brought up for the defenders, something that is counterable, and we do see a counter swap. This is really good. Maestro is incredibly strong. He has 3 of those bubbles, and his bubbles can do a ton of damage, can see through smokes. It's pretty busted unless you have the Brava, which is an absolute hard counter. Not only can you just stop the defenders from using those Maestro cameras, but you can steal them for yourselves. And yes, there is a mute of F5, but still, it's up to the defense to stop this Brava. Otherwise, that single-handedly could cripple this defense.
I also really find it funny on how older players from, you know, Canadian, you could even say hot and cold generation, they either play shields or info operators. Like, if I see somebody on a Monty or an IQ, I'm like, yeah, that guy definitely played during the ESL era. But again, I think Mitt, again, with all the information, all the capability to really lead his team, essentially acting as the IGL, probably having a little bit of additional, he's just going to have a lot of use on this Brava, just aside from taking over those cameras.
Like, at least one, I think probably both of his drones were were muted out, though. He walked both of them directly into it, but Vipolo, looking through the smoke, takes it onto stealth. They're smoking themselves off. Surely you have to know that there's a class on the other side, but either way, tons of damage taken by this Maestro. It is taken out, though, but there's so many. Dami swings onto Slash. Still info out for the defense, still some of those Maestro cameras out, but all the kills are going Turtle Tactics' way. Vipolo to find another, and it's just one left. Bubbler in a 1 versus 5 retake as Plant goes down. Thieves out everywhere. Utility from the attack just swarming the site and kills flying Turtle Tactics' way. A flawless round to put them onto match point.
Yeah, this is really where you start to see Turtle Tactics lock in. I think the last round, just before the previous one, they played a little bit too loose, they had a little bit too much confidence, and they weren't really watching what they're doing. Again, phenomenal from F5. I don't know what the hell they've done in the last 2 days. Not only were they not this confident, I guess you could say, also mature, they didn't take a timeout in the entirety of the best of 3 that we casted on Monday. And throughout 2 days, they have grown an entire year, essentially, as players, as a team. I was about to, you know, make up a point that this is where you should take a timeout and expecting them not to take it, but they go out of their way to take it. Even with a loss here, I think this is a phenomenal learning experience for F5 because they have really surprised me in just taking initiative as a team before they even have problems, making sure that they don't have them.
Yeah, this has been a much closer matchup than I expected at all. Again, going into this, they really struggled against Mouse 1, which is a Perseus-led pug stack that has played at the kind of tier 3, tier 4 level, but isn't necessarily a team that you expect to be super strong. And if you beat them, you are undoubtedly a strong team. And for F5, looking pretty shaky in that matchup, it seemed like it was all but a done deal. But yeah, like you said, even as we see this going towards Turtle Tactics' way, it still is a significant improvement for F5. No matter what happens in this next round, and no matter what happens in this next matchup or in this next phase, you can definitely be proud as F5 of looking this strong against a team like Turtle Tactics.
Yeah, this time around you see a lot more utility from F5 to just make playing and moving around this top floor bomb site a lot easier. You have Checky with the castle to eliminate or at least delay those windows having any effect. More importantly, you have stealth with that zombie. A little bit of a pick that has gone under the radar for Turtle Tactics because it's something they haven't necessarily had the opportunity to play with. This allows them and gives them the opportunity to safely move their positions around the bomb site and easier get into safer positions once Turtle Tactics set up those crossfires.
I'm reloading.
Already Turtle Tactics setting up in some of those positions. Once again, these windows are really strong on Stage X, and already utility work getting done. The castle for this top floor site makes it significantly more playable, and with the double hard breach ban, you can't really pierce a lot of the parts of this defense. You can no longer open up Kanto and have that whole stack of pressure, but still, the pressure is building over towards these windows. They've taken down a few of these castles. They have a very, very strong DMR in the pocket of Zonky, as well as the Kali rifle that it's not necessarily the best gun in the game, but especially for these cut positions where you're only seeing someone for a split second and you might only be able to get one bullet off onto them, having something that hits like a truck for that single bullet sometimes is the difference between getting a kill and not getting anything at all.
You need somebody on Turtle Tactics to disrupt the positions on the bomb site, whether it be Zonky cutting off those lines of sights, or if it's Vipolo down below. You need somebody to either get an entry point, try and disconnect this defense. That's exactly what Zonky's going to be doing, getting this window and double door to try and clear space make a path for Mint to try and safely get that bomb down.
He's trying to cut off the presidential office position so that those long angles that the defense plays constantly are not able to be used. Ooh! It's still finding the kill even though he's nearsighted. Burst to come out from the attack. Trade of one player on slash onto Dami, but the plant is going down in the meantime. Turtle Tactics have their positions perfect. They have the diffuser down and not just barely able to find a kill there. Spider is in a good position, or should be, to hold off onto this, but they're trying to go for a Scyther style of diffuse through that bookshelf. Now it's not going to work because the entirety of Turtle Tactics is encircling them. You can try something smart, you can try to go for something, but it's not going to matter because at the end of the day, it is an FPS game. If they're swarming you and if they're winning their gunfights, they are going to win the match. Turtle Tactics 7-4 on Bank.
Yeah, really good effort there from F5 and a good read for them, expecting Turtle Tactics to go for that same spiral in open, or not open area, but main lobby push they did last time. The entirety of that setup, not only the utility brought, but where it was being placed over by Spiral and meeting, was meant to just deny that push from Spiral, but then Turtle Tactics just played into CO, they played on the windows, went for, I guess you could say, the default push, and F5 was just not ready for it. So even with the really good read and setup from F5, Turtle Tactics still got the better read in the round, the better adaptation, micro-adaptation, I guess you could say, in the round, and that's what ended up shutting this down. I think is a really good summary of why Turtle Tactics always was and had the upper hand in this match.
Now there are, again, because this is a GSL style, F5 are not necessarily out immediately. This is the first day, the first map, the first match of this second phase of groups. So they have a little bit more time to work on their problems, to do a little bit more problem solving. And I mean, if the break between the first stage and between this game was all that it took for them to improve this drastically, giving them another break, giving them time to not only just VOD review with this game, but also VOD review with Mint and with the comms that were coming out of the defense. You have so much to be able to work with and so much to be able to identify the problems you need to fix. For F5, I mean, the world is your oyster at this point.
Yeah, I think that is a really good point. And, you know, for Turtle Tactics, they went from 0-2. They are now 1-2. And they've had an opportunity to go up to that upper bracket, which I think is a really good opportunity for them to send themselves into the playoffs.
Now, either way, that is it for this matchup. We do have one more coming up very, very quickly. It is another best of one. It is Karn & Co. versus Invictus, another invited team versus another qualifying team. Just a short break to see if Karn & Co. is back in form.
Was completely locked off by that air jab, not able to get it, but manages to scoot away and potentially have an opening. He's vaulted now inside of Pro. Has one all the way back admin to deal with and one coffin as well. Not sure if he's going to be able to do this one. Has plenty of angles against him. There's so little he can do at this point. Gets air jab, naded, and finished off.
As well, although he ends up getting down, the diffuser has still gone down. But JJ, or Kira rather, he's in a 1 versus 2 now. Even with diffuser down, one player on Overwatch, one on the counter diffuse, but he's able to get them both in one mag.
Now they're going to drop down into Fireplace and hopefully go.
2 remaining for Cincinnati. Cheese Boss trapped all the way inside Gold Vault. RNO working from Garage, able to close out Nay on that approach, but you have 2 players on side of the Toxic Babe from Cheese Boss. What? Eviscerates one, lowers the HP of Wimpy. They're at maybe 10 HP in total.
Are you kidding me?
Cheese Boss! What a round to come out from hiding within the gold bottle. They struck gold!
Towards default plant, and does he have the support? It looks like he does. Snake forcing Giddy. He's getting pushed down, pushed back, and he's going to be shredded out. Flurry of kills. It starts to slow down a little bit, but they just can't slow down. 5 seconds remaining. The plant going down. It's one remaining defender to keep themselves in this series. Packer getting the kill, but it's instantly traded out secures an aerial. Welcome to the Grand Final.
The second player. The second player of Amazing has already wrapped back into Church as well, but he's gone from the other side. Wrapped and found Amazing. He knows that the second is playing behind this half wall, but he doesn't realize that now he's close on bomb. Perseus, like we said, is very low HP, but now he realizes, oh, Class is in Church. I have Case. All I need to do is put it down into the ground, and I have 25 seconds left at this point to do just that. Rotate out of Perseus, goes through the rotate, but he's...
2 players remaining for Phantom Legion. They've got a lion scan. They're freezing them in place. Here comes Epic with a swing. He still has some presence over to this side of the map. Might be able to cause some damage. There's one. He's gonna swing. He's feeling the heat, and now decides to kind of switch. Epic now controls the outer area as the offense is now inside. He's just gonna completely go back into their spawn. What's going on?
That's gonna be a 3v3. Beautifully done. 40 seconds, and hold on. 86 Pistons at a disadvantage for nearly the entire round. Are gonna now push themselves in a man advantage. Not only that, but Ash is gonna be DBNO. There's not gonna be a dog to be able to res him. However, don't count J-Hitman out just yet. Making it a 1v1 of Bronco. Don't make it an ace. The C4 narrowly misses J-Pistol. Put in a situation where he's probably got his heart in his chest. J-Hitman with the ace.
Get the kill.
Oh, the timing!
3v2 post plant. They have the Fuser down, but they need the kills. Bryonyx now is upstairs alone. Nobody is on the second floor. Bryonyx can watch it from above, but he drops down. Logger dies. Bryonyx now in a 1v1.
No way.
Tons getter. Inside of Teller's shotgun. It's going to be preferable here for Bryonyx. Needs to get this goal on the castle. Looking the wrong way. They're both so close together, both on full health. Let's get her around the side. Bryonyx now holding behind the shower stall. They are
This is
just running in
insane.
circles. He has to get on this diffuser. Bryonyx needs to kill and he'll get it. Invictus coming.
Range is between 0% and 5%. Blacking up sectors. What's going on here? Now,
Player down, but they do manage to at least find one on the Lunar. It's going to be Tofu. Found one, he finds 2. He can make this happen. One of them is down. Both are down. Actually, if you look so good, maybe he can just find the flamethrower. What happened?
Bolts are something that could really easily force them out of this position, and he's going to leave in the first sign of danger, not even getting to these fixating bolts themselves yet, which now can be used instead to cinch down on the objective and close the site off. Gold good for 2 now as he finds a crossfire on the head of rival, and the Clash is still holding strong as well. The asphyxiating bolt goes out, but it's going to have no impact as Gold is good for 4. He wants the 50. He's going to go down instead, but his teammates should have his back. Gold with the Midas touch on this round. It should be easy for them.
Yeah, you said he had the Midas touch. Yeah, I think...
My God, the 2 players. The man count's been reversed. 15 seconds left. It's all that we have, and it's all left up to Twist. He gets 2. He almost gets the 3rd. All he has to get is one more gunfight, and he's gonna get it. Twist with the 1 versus 3, denying match point to Bucky Amers.
and Zonky's the one to win 1, win 2. And are we gonna see a flawless round? No. JJ's there to avoid.
The clock is 0, and all he has to do is shut down the plane. It's gonna be Jetpack going for it. Bill is going to be down. Poison finds 1. He finds the second one. Poison can do this. This is possible. The damage.
What?
The smoke kills Spins. They have to stick the plant. All of a sudden, Poison can just walk over and shoot him. What a clutch.
Dami able to get back up. So it's a 1 versus 2. Dami trying to find the bomb down with the time that he has. Poison the only one on the second floor. Potentially able to give him the 1v1 that he needs so desperately, and he finds it. We find ourselves the 1 versus 1. 1 toxic bait still available for the smoke aerial arise, but the time is not in his favor. A couple claymores. Dami with the verticality finds some feet, but isn't able to find the kill just yet. That you need to be wondering, where are you going to go? You have so little time. The little HPs, and Dami secures it with the AK-12.
Multiple long-range engagements that are going to have to come out. If he's going to swing forward first. Has an idea that there's a player here, but he's not ready for the swing by Geek, and now it's all left up to the Jackal in a 1v3 whose hopes and dreams are literally being blown away, but maybe not just yet. Despite the fact that Z-Man was on 1 HP, he finds 2 monstrous frags, and now it's all left up to Shrady. 10 seconds to go. Z-Man is going to have to attempt this plant or get aggressive. It looks as though he's going to choose the aggression. He might have waited too long, is now on 0 seconds left. He's going to have to commit to this plant. Is he going to be able to pop up in time? He is, but Shrady has the intel and Shrady has the diffuser. And like his Empire have booked their ticket to the BLITZ.
control, but he can just walk up behind any of them, getting us the first pick and the second pick that he needs to reverse the man count. And now his team, they sit in the advantage. They sit in the majority. And Giddy and Emilio, they have to go for this big rotate because the wall's not open. C4 sits in the hands of Rival. They try to pick him off from control room. They're gonna try to isolate him now, but that low HP comes back to bite Deity. And Rival almost single-handedly Supermans this round. Has to try to commit to something here. But no matter where he goes, there's no real good option here for any sort of gunfight. He gets rid of one key barrier, and that's just wasting time. And Core are more than willing to let him waste it. And he's just maneuvering around, trying to find any little gap that he can, and he gets the first one.
Heisen has been dealt with. That's the bakery player now dead. And a flank down to white stairs catches Rio. Cody does well to find one kill, but he's now in a 1v4 against 4 others. He does well to isolate his second though. What are the HP doing? They lost the fusion in the middle of the bakery, and they had no idea what to do about. They had no more impact factors. And the aerial rifles have all the information for the back. A nice shot with Poison, and a team kill from Escape wins the round and the game for Aerial Rise. How did they let that happen?
Awesome chaos from above. Look at it. The wood floor is just getting carved open right now. Come out, wherever you are, says Enrio and Snake. Bullets is just kind of watching, and he might be able to snuff in there. He's down 3v3, Deity drop. Look at the time goes. 20 seconds remain, so they're going to have to also get in towards site if they can't find these kills. Whoa, hop into the window, you're going to get shut down, Poison. See you later, Alligator, JJ, the captain. It's 5-1, it's round time, and JJ, the man of the hour.
Damage early, due some slight pressure, it's unstoppable, he's still completely full HP, but now you've given up where your full where your execute's coming from, and Hush will reposition just to meet you there.
Here comes Dolaire swings, puts some damage down. Rather got his team HP. The big one goes hot. He just walked out through and says, hey, how you doing? I'm with you, by the way. There comes the skeleton team. They know it will be too late. Back to the Legion, say not just yet. Rival with 2 kills. And now it's 6-5. The Phantom Legion.
The Wamai is going to be down. He's not out just yet, but it doesn't matter. A 2v3 comes out. Never mind. And making it 2v1, that Wamai does get finished off. It is going to be Mr. Ion, who I've seen play a bunch of times. He's an amazing player. He's going to see what they want to do. Oh my God!
They've got sight. Deedee's gonna drop the diffusion. 3v2 now for Aerial Rise. It's all down to Snake. Can he show the moves with the charge? He's gotta make a lot happen here. He's gotta get the diffusion as well. He's kind of holding right now. He's trying to bait this player and take it. Does so successfully. There's still 2 players you gotta watch out for. You got one above, you got one towards the staircase. And I think he's actually aware of what's happening here. 24 seconds now for Snake. Swings. That's 1. It's now 1v1. Snake versus Rival. 14-2. Did it ease the win? Does he get some key? Yes, he does. Here comes a Chow. He's gotta go. He's gotta go. He's gotta go.
The hollow gives you a bigger advantage, and it gives him the advantage in the back.
Welcome back to Blitz Season 3 Legacy. I'm still Irish. Joined with me is still Goose. And in this next matchup, we have yet another best of 1 against whoever wins this game, getting to play F5. Or no, sorry, Turtle Tactics, the winner of that last matchup, not F5.
It's a good one. It is really good one. You had Invictus, my favorite team from Phase 2. They're essentially the dark horse team of this tournament, going up against, I guess you can say, one of the favorites, Karnenko. Wouldn't say that a couple months ago, but with after their run in TPL, especially with the news that we'll get on later in this pre-show, this is going to be definitely a team you want to keep your eye on.
Yeah, Karnenko, for a little bit before the kind of Element series, was kind of known to be that tier 2 team that was just kind of like always there, but not always, a contender. And then the second that Element started, and the second that he put together a team for that tournament, things started to really turn around. He won that Element 1, and he was a consistent contender over Element. But unfortunately, again, over the past few months, it's kind of been a little bit more struggles for Karn and Karn and Co. But it's a completely different roster now. It is a very, very different looking team. And a pretty good looking team.
Yeah. It is a pretty good looking one. Speaking of Karn and Co, we can go look at his roster unless, we can. So it's going to be Deity, Foresight, Carnage, Kronk, and the new addition of Aiden Tax. It is not confirmed if he is a sub. As of right now, we'll go under their assumption that he is a sub. But again, you finally have, I guess you could say, the reunition. This roster isn't right because Vic Bands is supposed to be playing. So you have Vic Bands, Aiden Tax, you got that console reunion. I'm really excited today. And again, Aiden Tax, in my opinion, is a top 5 T2 player. He was the best player in CS that wasn't stomping, and now that he's gone over on G2, Aiden Tax kind of can slot into that king role if you want to say so.
Yeah, and you and I are talking behind the scenes that Aiden Tax, especially kind of being in that shadow of stomping on that M80X roster, was very, very underrated. Him as a player, and not only just as a player, but you also talked about him co-IGLing and shot calling for the rosters that he's been on as well, is an incredibly strong player. Now going up against that, like you said, is Invictus, a team that for your money was one of these stronger teams coming out of the first phase of Blitz.
Yeah, I really do like this Invictus roster. As I spoke about before, they are my dark horse team. Really surprised me. This is a roster that in qualifiers and T4 leagues have had quite a bit of success, but they haven't really been able to push themselves into that T3, T2 stratosphere. And this event is going to be that opportunity. But more I guess you could say questionably enough, a little fun fact about this team is that they are one of the worst entry teams rating-wise from Phase 2, being actually the only team to go like almost double negative, is like -4 or something like that. Their entry players are also, I wouldn't say inconsistent, but there isn't really one strong player. Their best rated player, who has the highest rating of a 0.97 KPR, I'm trying to look for my stats, is 0-3 on entry. So this is a team that is really deep in players in potential, and honestly, it has the ability for anybody to really show up at any day of the week.
I mean, but again, it's up against Karn & Co, a team that, I feel like besides Foresight individually, it's a team comprised of players that are at the absolute peak of Tier 2 and probably could even be in Tier 1 as well. Deity played for a very long time with that Envy core that is currently in Tier 1. Aiden Tax and Vic Bands played on M80X and looked very strong with a player who is currently playing overseas with G2. So it's, there's kind of levels to this, and it might be a little bit, it might be very difficult for Invictus to match up against that.
Yeah, and again, this is, GSL, so they get a separate opportunity. They also get to go and play F5, which is one of the lower rated teams. They're the teams that had to qualify through that lower bracket run. So again, even if they lose here today, they have a phenomenal chance tomorrow or I guess you could say maybe Friday, depending on how Namco wants to schedule out the play days. They still have a really good idea. And I think this is going to be a matchup where if they can upset Karn & Co, that's great. That puts them in a really phenomenal spot to go and qualify for Phase 4. But if they don't, they can, take it as a learning experience and go on to the next game day.
And yeah, this was kind of the exact same talking points that we were using, that at least I was using in the Turtle Tactics versus F5. And Turtle Tactics still pulled out the win, but it was significantly closer than you and I expected. We're just going straight into it. No, we're not going to be able to talk about the maps. Hey, never mind. We're just going straight to Clubhouse. We don't get to see, we don't get to see a nice back and forth. See teams ban out, less standard maps. No, screw you. Clubhouse. Watch.
And this is a map that Karn & Co hasn't really played all that much. Going back to the TPL and XGS event, they played it a whopping 3 times, having a 1-3 record on it. So mixed results, but again, it's Clubhouse. And the teams they played against were, teams like Shub, Sterile Tactics, and Core, which is quite literally the best T2 team in this moment. So going up against Invictus, you also want to take that information with a little bit of a grain of salt, especially since you have a player like Aiden. It's been nearly a month since they played in that tournament, and I think they have a lot of opportunities to really go back to the drawing board and fix a couple of stuff going into this matchup.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Don't do this.
I've actually, I think that's, I want to say that's, nope, that's not Karn. That is Deity is accounted for. Aiden Tex is accounted for. That is Vic Vance. No, that is not Vic Vance. What? That's
not
Foresight.
Vic Vance. That's Foresight.
Oh
Shout out
my
Foresight,
God.
making my job hard. I love you, dog.
I literally went through every other name, went, oh, it's Karn, and then I saw Karn. I literally went back and forth exactly 5 times because I am stupid.
It's alright, we all have our moments. We all have our moments. But, coincidentally enough, something that we talked about last month, because you banned the Ace and the Ying, you're able to play in the Shields. Invictus already taking that opportunity out of the gate, bringing both a Monty and a Blitz. The only problem here, though, is aside from those operators, you only really have 3 players who can play gun up. So Invictus, if they can use these shields to really clear this roam, especially with it being relatively heavy, having players playing on that top floor, trying their best to just hold this position as long as they can, but Invictus, they might just hit the site early.
There's also plenty of shield counters as well, and plenty of things, even if they go for a rush not off of the shields, to counter them out. There's 2 C4s in pocket of Karn and Co. There's Elysian Mines to be able to slow that down, and also, if they take their time and if they're slow clearing, which they kind of need to because of the vertical pressure created by Karn and Co., then they're walking in late round to something like a Goyo, but no, they're not going to take their time. They're just going to rush directly onto site. That's Blitz off the board immediately. Straight onto Deity, but you take a shield down for someone with passive utility and what some say is the worst gun of the game. I'll take that trade any day of the week. Aiden doubles down on it, and even though Vic Vance goes down, it's yet again a trade that favors the defense until Aiden gets one more. Second to go down. It's a 2 versus 2 as Nesta finds one onto Foresight. And slow down just a little bit. It's because it's a minute and 15 off the board, a minute and 45 still on the clock for Invictus to work it. They can afford to slow down just a little bit.
A little bit of a breather. You have a minute and 30, half of the round still on the board to work with. You also have 2 flashbangs in the pocket of Logger. You also have that Monty to work with. Both players playing on site. You can try to potentially work around this vertical, take a different point of the map, but because you hit that hatch on blue so early on, you're not going to be able to get hatch over inside a kitchen. You're not going to be able to clear anything over inside of dirt, and this still does really limit the options that Karn & Co have to go into this execution.
Some info denied as that bulletproof cam goes out, but there's still a mirror to be able to look through. Either way, info is going to be given away because it's a shield coming in from blue, but Logger just plays perfectly off of it. It's a cross played off of it. The distraction from the Monty makes him walk directly into the second Carnage to trade into a 1 versus 1 versus a shield. Ooh. He has his gun down, and Nesta finds the final kill for Invictus to take round 1.
A really small micro play there from Nesta that rewarded him in the round of just being gun up in a situation where Aiden more than likely thought he was going to have to just punch and play aggressive on that Monty, not even thinking that he'd be aiming down his sights. But again, a really difficult round there from Invictus that they were still able to just take away from Karn & Co. Also, a really good execution over inside of there. I don't even know how they got open. Maybe they didn't reinforce it. It was already open before they went for the hit over by blue. But nonetheless, having that Monty be a perfect distraction and then having Logger essentially, or not Logger, but having the Nomad just play perfect spoilers, holding that cross from dirt. Really good team play by Invictus. And that is really what had allowed them to just coast through that GSL phase in phase 2, is the ability to all work together. It doesn't matter what 2 players or players left alive, they're always going to have that capability to shut down a round.
That's also the thing about a double electricity ban, is that best case scenario for the defense, you're just delaying time before the inevitable happens. You can't keep a wall closed for the entirety of the round. You're only just trying to delay for when it eventually does. And especially for a site like this, not on basement, Hard Breach is a lot more impactful here. Now the Ace has been banned out, but there's still something like the Thermite to be able to open up this opposite side, work con side as well. And there's a lot of options for Invictus because of this double electricity ban for them to work the map, and especially in a map where Hard Breach is as important as Clubhouse.
Yeah, you can already see that Invictus are doing a really good job clearing this position over by... No, it's been a tough day. It really has. Logger doing a really good job of just having that confidence, and not second guessing himself, not thinking that somebody's inside of Raptors. You also, oh my gosh, he was just killing himself with the Thermite charge there. But it's Aiden to get the opening kill, get rid of that Grim. Playing really aggressive on the Echo. You really don't see that often. And on top of that, even with a nade and a cross being held by Logger, that red player is able to escape, get away with another one, and almost kill Logger. Deity with an absolute robbery to start off the round for Karn & Co.
And they're maintaining the aggression as well. It's not like they're getting picks and then immediately falling back to site and playing the 5v3. They're keeping the pressure onto Invictus. A lurk out from red stairs. It seems like Deity is unaware of this. Drone to go out, but he doesn't realize that there's one there. Trades from both of the players. Double kill for both sides, but in a man advantage that very much favors the defense. Nesta does trade one onto Karn. It's a great kill to be able to close things out just a little bit more. But as things slow down for the next few seconds, it's a minute left for Invictus and Nesta all on his lonesome to work the entire map. Case is still down outside of Highway, and now the rest of Karn & Co. is just taking their time, just biding their time and waiting for Invictus to strike, and waiting for Nesta to walk into the loving arms of Amira.
Seconds now, Case in his hand. Nesta has to hope that he can get maybe one kill and try and force that plan down to bait out the other, but with one of his smokes going off, they now know exactly where he's playing. It's just up to Karn & Co. to play passive.
And he knew this one was coming out of Foresight in that close corner. Had his crosshair placement absolutely perfect, but it's still a very difficult fight to win. Answer back from Karn & Co. on that Jacuzzi side. We saw the aggression of their defense. It's not only just that first round where Invictus rushed into them, and they had to kind of collapse and go for aggression because of the play of Invictus. Invictus went for a very standard take on that site. A little bit of pressure opposite side, worked in towards Garage, tried to clear out that before they transitioned more over towards Construction and more over towards Jacuzzi. But the second that Invictus walked into the map, Karn & Co. were fighting them at every single point. So even if Invictus decides to slow it down in this basement attack, as we're going back down to basement, I still expect these to be very quick, very pacey rounds because of the playstyle that we've seen from both of these teams.
I was really questioning that Therm pick by Logger. Going into the Blitz, going to the Monty, going into that double shield. But I like this. This is overall a loadout that is a little bit slower. You have a lot more of that execution utility. And I hope that Invictus take their time, because even with that first round win, even with Karn & Co. kind of bottling it in that 2v2, it was a situation that they almost really shut themselves down because they just hit that go button a little bit too early, especially with that extension upstairs in cache for Karn & Co. That's something that they're more than likely going to have to deal with if they want to try to hit that blue position again.
That's crazy. CJ's sound is so good that I can hear people's charms in game. I can hear the little jingling and the jangling. That's totally not your dog in the background. Either way, like you said, Invictus deciding to slow down just a little bit more. We saw them go for a rush the last time they attacked the site, but they're deciding to play it a little bit closer to the chest. Still taking in stock side first, still going for the same avenues that they initially started at. But
what?
Deity just swings directly into Palpatine opening pick because he doesn't count. I mean, I guess he doesn't realize the amount of hits that have already come onto that castle barrier, or he was caught unaware. But either way, a giant misstep for Karn & Co. and an opening for Invictus, but they're looking to fight off the back of that, get that pick back immediately.
Yeah, no better player to do that than Aiden, and his fellow console brother Vic Bands with the answer back. Annie and Carnage B, they go huge, but this push into blue. It's able to result in another one for Lager. Another position with the Monty and the Nomad, and they're going to have to play around these two players on the bomb site.
Still trying to explode through blue, but now they've taken all the space towards A case. Nesta is all alone. He does have case, and he does have a lot of room. The problem is, the second he decides to go for that plant, it is essentially a 1 versus 3 for Lager, and he's all stuck by himself. He does find one, but Aiden for the instant trade makes it that much more difficult for Nesta. He does realize that the flank is on from blue, does realize that someone is coming down from those secret stairs, but Vic Vans just gives himself away, gives his position away, and then drops back for the phantom pressure towards blue. The thing for Vic Vans is, no, instead of going for the full rotate, instead of trusting himself, he swings back through, and he trusts his fighting ability, he trusts his gun skill, and it rewards him in spades. A very, very close round going to Karn & Co.
I am, like... I am baffled that Invictus went for the exact same push down blue again.
It almost worked again.
It almost worked again. But again, I really do think, and this isn't necessarily a shot at Zach, he is a phenomenal player, he has a lot of potential, but with a more sound and consistent fragger like Aiden Tax, if you didn't have him in those situations, there is no confidence behind me that could say that this isn't going to be a Karn & Co. 2-1 lead. It could be a 1-2 position for Karn & Co. because they have explosive players like Aiden Tax, like Vic Vans, that are able to shut down those really aggressive engagements and punish Invictus for not really doing a lot of preparation for that push. That has been the consistent saving factor for Karn & Co. And Invictus are going to have to find a way around this and potentially give us a second kind of push on that basement bomb site.
2 rounds in a row forces Karn & Co. to play a different site. Their third choice is not bar. Would have been kind of fun to see. Something that is usually referred to as the weakest site on this entire map. And for good reason. It's really difficult for defenders to be able to hold down just how wide the site is, but also how many kind of default super easy plants there are, and especially because Invictus are playing a ton of shields, it's kind of just a non-factor. You're kind of just really not going there. So now we're up to CC.
I'm sorry, I almost cut you off. I'm just really excited because I love Karn & Co., their experience. 3 rounds in a row, continuously playing Mira, Invictus banned that out. Throughout those first 3 rounds, nor Aiden or anybody on Karn & Co. played in that clash, essentially not giving Invictus a reason to ban it out. And now, after the ban phase, in a sense, kind of hiding that operator and allowing for it to have additional factor, a new kind of playing field after that ban going out. And I think this is something that potentially Invictus may have missed, and Carnage clearly missing the shot onto that Claymore as he is the first entry kill.
Well, it's harder to get those now, because if you're going for a vault out, instead of being able to ADS, you aren't able to do that anymore, so it's nearly impossible to counter out Claymore in Siege X. Either way, Invictus, with that man advantage, are taking it in full stride. They're doing their default pressure towards Raptors, and the pressure is mounting for the defense. There's 2 players over towards this position, but they're holding it down admirably, and not only just that, but Vic Vans is able to find a pick out of absolutely nowhere. Snecky to be able to trade onto Aiden, though. That's the clash that we were talking about that could have an incredible amount of impact. He had his gun out. He was swinging for the kill towards bottom garage, and he gives himself away. Invictus, in a position that could have really gotten away from them after the pick from Vic Vans, now find themselves back in the driver's seat, continuing to pressure onto Raptors, while also encircling the rest of the map.
The problem here, though, is Invictus doesn't have any control over by that break position. Hanny's going to be playing that, or Foresight rather, and they know that he's there. They know that they can't really fully deep swing, so this line is just waiting for Nesta to have any effect, maybe for Foresight to swing onto him, because they can't directly get anything, but it's actually Foresight to, for now, down that Lion, but Nesta quickly there for the retrade.
Deity in effectively a 1 versus 3 as Lion is down. Ooh, and finds one out of Segi. Hold on. Effectively a 1 versus 2, and also with the Monty that's... Oh, no! He's wants to play a Resing, and it's a 1 versus 1 versus Lager. That is it! Wow! He knows when he's walking up that Raptors position as well. He has exact info onto Logger and makes a swing at the perfect time. Deity! Oh, in a 1 versus 3, you close it out?
Oh my god! That kid is absolutely nasty. I want to make myself sound old here, but DT all the way going back to playing pro league player JJ on JJ & Co. Whatever org he joined on.
Envy.
Yeah, Envy. Well, no, not Envy. I was talking about his T3 org. I don't remember It might have been all the way
Fluffy?
back with Valkyrie.
He played with them.
He played with Fluffy. I don't know if he played all the way back with Valkyrie, but DD's always been a player that for the past year or so, I guess you could say last year, was a little bit inconsistent. That is why he was dropped from the roster. Adding players like Snake, but it's Snake. He has that pro league experience. He played on TSM. He played on a main stage. Don't really need to explain that one. But DD's always been a player where he just needs the right team. He's been on Karn & Co for a little bit of a while now, and he's had a bit of those opportunities, but with just these Karn & Co rosters the past, 6-7 months, not really standing to the task that they've been asked of. Up until the last TPL event, he has really been a player that I've been looking at that I think he's going to really have that jump to be a top 10, top 5 T2, even in the future, maybe T1 aspect. And that round is definitely going to help my agenda.
Yeah, especially on Envy, him and Rival right next to each other. ATK Rival, that is. Him and Rival as the entry duo for a bunch of JJ teams for a really long time. I was kind of shocked to see Deity not play Challenger Series with JJ, especially because of the tenure of those two players together, but also just because Deity himself is so strong. I'm very glad to see that he has found himself on a really good roster. And also for Karn & Co. Again, we talked about their struggles a little bit more recently. So finding a Karn & Co. roster with this many very strong players, Deity, Vic Vans, and Aiden Tax that we have kind of, blazed a little bit throughout this matchup, but also Foresight proving himself to be strong as well. The entire team is just humming right now. If we can see them continue on this form to something like Element, we could see Karn & Co. get back to his Karn the King status.
Yeah. And again, I do think, this is probably one of the better rosters for a young and relatively inexperienced PC player. I guess you can't really say that since he's, one who's played in CS. But to an extent, you still have a little bit of that fanciness, especially, with last round when he was playing gun up inside of Raptors as Clash and was very easily punished for that. Hopefully he can play a little bit more passive this time around. But I think with a player like Carnage B with that experience, also him being much older than a lot of these players, he can really be, father figure. He can be that older figure that really rallies this team, really control a lot of that, I guess, ego individual plays round in and round out. In this round specifically, Invictus, feeling that from the previous round, being a little bit more cautious. They don't want to lose that opening pick. They don't want to be punished for these aggressive plays that Karn & Co. have continued to put onto them and trying their best to get a little bit more info before they push off.
Yeah, they're taking their time and not pushing directly into Karn & Co., but either way they're going to lose their lives. Deity going down is going to be the trade. It's a great pick found by Logger, but unfortunately, it's still going towards Invictus' way as Karn & Co. finds the kill onto Aiden. He was trying to save him, but instead, it is a team kill for Karn & Co. to give the advantage onto Invictus. They have cash side, they have the man advantage, and now things are looking a little bit scary for Karn.
Yeah, that's now 2 rounds in a row where Aiden kind of misplayed this round, just got the, mistimed that retreat into construction, punished for it. Not only do you give Invictus that man advantage, but you remove that main spearhead, the main threat of this round for Karn & Co, that being the Clash, and especially with a Blackbeard and a Blitz on the board, there's so much easy potential for them to just bust their way into this bomb site.
Either way, not doing that just yet. Still sitting outside of Highway and looking for any more freebies before they enter it. Now they have 2 shields, so when they finally decide to hit the go button, and it looks like they will after those smokes go out, it's going to be 2 bulletproof pieces of utility directly in the faces of the attack. But hold on, Foresight finds a kill onto Logger that makes it a 3 versus 3. Forces Nesta to stop the plant as damage goes onto him as well. The pressure's coming in from the defense, and it's just a delay They're not pushing into the shields. They're not doing anything over aggressively to give themselves away. It's just enough pressure to stop Invictus from planting, but not enough to give their lives away. It's a fantastic play by Karn & Co. The Fenrir Mine to go out, adding even more pressure, but Palpatine finds a great shot onto Foresight. Hold on. That's at the exact same time as Plan is going down. Vic Van's able to find one onto Nesta. That's good. Getting it back down into 2 versus 2, but you need to hit the go button. You need to really push into this attack. With a reverse repel, it's going to be really difficult. Vic Van's taking a lot of space into sight, but still, one of those shields up makes it really difficult for this retake. Push down onto the ground as Vic Van's. It's a 1 versus 2, and Arenas to find one. Takes down Vic Van's, and it's a 2 versus 1 effectively for the attack. The Blackbeard takes down Vic Van's, and Carnage B making the slow rotate from the opposite side. Best case scenario, he takes down the Blackbeard, but he's still contending with Palpatine on the windows, who takes him down.
What a phenomenal round from Invictus to punish Karn & Co. at every chance they get, going all the way in that first half of the round, punishing Aiden for overplaying his position, mistiming the fallback over by Khan and Bomb Site, getting rid of the clash so early on, and then still having that Blackbeard and Blitz still up was just phenomenal. Karn & Co, to be fair, with those two shields, having a player on the highway holding that cross onto the bomb, almost got it down, almost killed the player getting down, and played against those shields really well. But then after that, as soon as the bomb went down, Invictus were able to play a lot more passively, forcing Karn & Co to swing into their crossfires, and then that 2v1 on the Blackbeard just completely misplayed. If that Blackbeard's off the board, that is a really easy round for Karn & Co to shut down. But even with all that, still have the potential to shut down a 4-2 half. We get to potentially see if Invictus are going to give us a different look on this push onto the bomb site.
I like the fact that we see Karn & Co not bring the clash in this round. It's something that, you know,
good read.
It is something that they hid and did a good job of keeping up in the ban phase. Something that it seemed like they wanted to play, but also it didn't really fit the way that Aiden was playing. He was trying to play his gun in Rafters and gave his life away on Clash. He was trying to play directly up into the faces of Invictus and didn't really use his shield to either put it down and delay time or just have somebody else play off the back of it either. So for Karn & Co, being able to play 5 guns now, it's probably the right decision, and especially on a site of Basement where you've shut down and face-stuffed Invictus time after time after time as they go for very, very similar rush plays. You know what's coming. Except you might not in this round, because Invictus going for a full 3-floor clear because they know that the pressure is on from Cash, and they're pushing directly off of it with a Blitz. Foresight reading this, dropping back. One of those Kibas to delay out just a little bit of time, but he makes his way away while delaying out time and doesn't give away any damage onto the defense, but also maintains his life, wastes a minute, and has most certainly done his job.
Yeah, huge miss there from the Grim to really cut that off. A phenomenal opening kill. I don't even know where or how that happened.
He hit him with a Grimby?
What? Oh, you know what? I think it was on the rotate. He got hit by the fire, and then the Grimby finished him off. Okay, you know what? That's kind of cool. I like that. But even with that, doesn't matter how you got the kill. You still got Foresight for that opening kill. You also get all that utility with the Azami now, too. And a little bit of a different push. You have Invictus over by that kitchen and bar side. You're going to be able to put pressure and open this hatch. And now, for the very first time in Invictus' entire attacking half, they're going to be able to attack this bomb site from multiple different directions.
With the man advantage as well, that forces aggression out of Karn & Co. Invictus popping the heat canister, they read into the fact that Karn & Co need to aggress and take down Vic Vans as well. In the man disadvantage, Karn & Co needs to swing into Invictus, but with 2 shields in the pocket of Invictus, they are just holding their positions at Karn & Co. Vic Van specifically just giving his life away a little bit. 2-man advantage for Invictus. It's starting to get scary.
You're going to need something to stop the onslaught of Invictus, especially with how passive and far back Karn & Co are playing. This A bomb site is relatively free, and Aiden knows that, so he's going to try and retake some space onto that bomb site.
Invictus still mounting pressure from the hatches. They still know with this 2-man advantage they can take a little bit of time, but Karn finding a great kill onto Logger, traded back by Palpatine, but Deity finds one onto the shield player, onto the Grim. Aiden going down, I think to the fire, unfortunately. But Invictus with a man disadvantage. All that Palpatine needs to do is just disrupt while Snecky puts the plant down on the ground. The castle full flashed out, and he's going to go down. It's a 3-3 with Invictus finding that last round. Finally winning a defense. Or sorry, finally winning an attack onto the basement.
Yeah, throughout that half, 2-1, even with relatively similar things. And I really have to give props to Invictus of continuously shutting down Aiden Tax. I talked about in the pre-show how he is such a phenomenal player, especially in that entry position. First 3 rounds, he had quite an effect in that department. But after then, whether it was misplays back-to-back on Clash from Karnenko, even minusing that, Invictus still continuously shut down Aiden Tax. And aside from that, in that early half of the round, aside from that DT solo hero round, nobody else really did step up, and that's something that Invictus absolutely played into and against.
Once again, the standard bans. Double ranged hard breach ban for the attack, and the Kaid and Clash ban for the defense. Something that we've seen almost across every single map. These are definitely considered to be the strongest operators for either side, and you know, sometimes you ban out a shield for the attack, but also if you were good enough at core siege and you know how to counter out something like a shield play of the attack, then being able to be versatile enough to ban out the double ranged hard breach is something that is going to do you very, very well. Also, with they only have one C4. Palpatine doesn't go for a C4, so it's only the Mira on the defense. I was going to say that you could actually go fishing as well in Kitchen, instead of being able to breach Kitchen hatch with a ranged hard breach. Instead, you're forced to really push forward and put your boots on the ground if you want to open that up, so it makes it a little bit more difficult. But unless the Mira plays directly off of that, something that the defense can't quite do for this round.
Yeah, I really like the impacts in the pockets of Invictus, especially since they're site players. This allows for them to trick that hatch and kitchen, exactly where one of the players is playing. You also have Nesta playing really aggressive on that top floor, understanding that Vic Pans had dropped that hatch. Doesn't fully want to aggress on it because he doesn't know if there's anybody else there. Isn't, but again, you know, it's better to be safe than sorry. And right now, Invictus giving a lot of respect to Karnenko in this early round roam clear. Vic Band's just checking all his boxes, making sure that nobody's on his flank, but luckily for him, the entirety of this defense has somewhat retreated down to that bomb site, hoping that Karnenko can just waste a little bit of time and they can rely on their on-site utility to be the contributing factor.
And you can usually reliably rely on that as well. This is one of the best bunker sites in the entire game. So if you trade a minute and just still have a 5v5 and delay the attackers just a little bit on them being able to work vertical, a lot of times that's enough for the defense to be able to win a round. Either way, for Karnenko, they have plenty of tools to be able to work it. So it's not like they have any shortage of vertical operators. They have not only just the buck, they also have the ram to be able to open up the almost entirety of Kitchen. No C4 to go out for the Mira, so they're going to be able to work it in safety with the Sens to be able to drop those down as well. Foresight can maybe even just set up his hatch drop right now. Damage to go down. I know that somebody's playing on back AKs. But either way, it's a minute left, and Karnenko do have time to set up this execute, or just drop whenever they want. Plenty of options.
It is really just up to whether or not Karn wants to decide throwing these smokes. Gives the idea that he's going to drop. They do see the drop. They don't exactly know where he is, but they get the right shots. Even if they don't know he's down, he still is, and that's also the case on the ground.
Perfect pre-fire through AKs, but the impact grenade doesn't actually secure the kill onto Carnage. Either way, it's still an effective advantage, and with the Invictus able to res Nesta, it is most certainly an advantage. Carnage able to get himself to relative safety, but a drop comes out from Blue, not only just finding one, but finding a lot of damage onto dummies. Nesta for a trade, though. They're finally getting the reds onto Carnage, but it doesn't matter because the kills are coming out for the defense. It's a 1 versus 4, make it a 1 versus 3, but Augur for the immediate trade. An opening round on defense for Invictus.
What a horrible execute. I'm gonna just be blunt, man. That was bad.
Wow.
That was really bad from Karn & Co.
All right,
I mean,
tell me more about that.
I mean, you had nobody inside of Dirt to apply pressure on AKs. You had nobody inside of Blue. Not even a flashbang or a smoke. There was nothing to push those players back deep in sight. And all you really had to cover that plant was a smoke that, sure, hell, you could just shoot right down and spray and hope you get the shield player, that being Carnage B. And that's exactly what they do. It wasn't until Aiden dropped really late, not even fully aware of the player playing really deep by Oil Pit. And it gives me the idea that going into that execution, Karn & Co. relatively had no information, no drones left to gather any bit of information on those last 5 defender positions, and they just had to go for broke and hope for the best, and they did not get the best.
Once again, like the last game that we saw, really bringing it back against Karn & Co. Saw an uncharacteristic swingy game back and forth in the last game of F5 versus Turtle Tactics. I don't know. I think you also expected it to go Turtle Tactics' way, and
yeah,
I most certainly did, but I expected it to be a lot more lopsided than we actually ended up seeing it, and it's a very similar story from this game. Going into this matchup, for Karn & Co., this is a top Tier 2 team, and Invictus, there's a lot of names that are brand new to this Tier 3 scene. So to see them be really close with Karn & Co. and trading advantages and now being up on the defensive side of Clubhouse just speaks to the strength of a team that realistically should not be punching this far above their weight.
And now your main hard breach player, that being Foresight, is just a breath away from dying. And you know, it doesn't sound that bad, but especially with the diffuser in the hand, if you just get one bullet onto him, he's completely shut down. Lucky enough, though, for Karn & Co. Deity is able to find the head of Logger, but Nesta quickly trading back onto Vic Vance, getting a lot of that utility off of the board.
Flash charge to go out, stops the bandit tricking, but can't quite shoot the bandit batteries. Lots of pressure onto that jacuzzi wall, and now that they aren't able to trick it, it finally gets breached open. Karn & Co. doing the good utility work first, but they traded out a lot to be able to get here. Finally opening up those... Okay, a little bit of a missed time on that C4. Unfortunately, instead of being able to put it out onto that balcony, it gets zapped away because of the new electricity changes. Instead of it doing damage and not destroying defender gadgets, it doesn't do damage and it does destroy gadgets. Aiden destroying Snecky as well as he swings out onto that breach, and now Karn & Co. sitting in the driver's seat, sitting in the advantage, but a swing out of Nesta looking for that other pick. Looking to find something back, and now as he's droned out, another trade and another kill for Aiden as he just continues pressuring towards site.
Yet again, they don't really have any on-site info, and because of that, one of the players is going to be punished, and they don't know about Palpatine that's prone. But Aiden, with a triple in the round, and potentially clawing his way back, and a shot onto that gas canister is going to force Nesta to push out. He knows exactly where Aiden is, but Aiden gets the better of the gunfight. A 4K in the round, talked about how they were shutting him down, but in this round, they had no chance of doing that.
Just running around, finding kills for his team. You said not quite any info, and it was a little bit of a mistime because, unfortunately, the scan of the Deimos doesn't give info to the entire team. It is not necessarily a super selfish operator, but it doesn't get perfect info for everyone. So that scan that went out onto the castle prone, that info didn't go out to the Ash. Unfortunately, that caused her to die, but the trade comes out instantaneously, and a quad for Aiden in that round. That's just, I mean, that's just individual excellence for Karn & Co. Unfortunately, besides that, it didn't really look all that smooth. We saw a ton of damage very early on onto Foresight, caused him to play very, very passively on that hard breach. Was facing a ton of pressure from Invictus. Invictus were finding really good kills, and even though the utility work was passable for Karn & Co. and they were able to open up the castle barriers, stop the bandit tricking, things were going Invictus's way besides a 4K from Aiden. That individual play really bailed them out of a round that Invictus were doing very, very well in.
Problem in this round here for Invictus is you don't got a Jaeger. You don't got that Wamai. What does Karn & Co. have? They have 4 flashbangs and Foresight on the Capita. They have all the utility needed. Even bring those flashbangs, somewhat predicting they would bring one of those operators. But without that, this is going to be absolute free. Essentially, you got to win your gunfights after to try and take that Raptors position. It's going to be up to these players from Invictus that are playing down below by top oil pit in lounge to just try and play spoilers. But if Karnako can read into this relatively early on, they can just hold this cutoff, and it's exactly what Aiden's going to be doing, trying to clear this path, allowing for his team to try and take that garage and Raptors position.
Platwall was very effectively and very efficiently mav-tricked as well. 45 seconds off the clock, and now main breach is open, pressure towards Rafters, and already starting to Maverick over towards this bottom garage area as well. And as pressure mounts towards this lounge area, it explodes, and Aiden gets 2. He has the info from his teammate, he has the yellow ping, and he was setting up that explosion the entirety of the beginning of the round. Swing from Logger to be able to find anything back towards the attack, but the timing doesn't quite work out for him. It is still a double man disadvantage for Karnako, and there's still a lot of pressure over towards Lounge. The players disperse. They look for entries elsewhere. They've gotten what they needed, and at this point, with Vic Vans inserted, especially on that buck that can wreak havoc later on, they can start working the rest of the map.
There's the Captail Bolt, another kill from Carnage B himself. It's all up to Logger, but it is a flawless effort from Karnako, shutting it down, and that's exactly what you need. Every single point I laid out in that early round came to fruition, and again, it is a perfect example of Karnako, with that experience, being able to read exactly into what Invictus were doing, and then also exactly and perfectly counter it with the help of Aiden with 2 entry kills, untraded.
That's also why another example and another reason why CC has worked its way out of the kind of traditional first 2 sites that you really want to pick as a defender, because it's really checklist. You know what to do. You get your Mav trick very early on onto main breach, or otherwise ranged hard breach or super safe hard breach that Karnako doesn't have. So they Mav trick, get open the wall, start to pressure in towards another side. The one adaptation that we saw from the checklist for Karnako is to really prioritize Lounge. But that was a really good shot call, especially out of, as we talked about, Aiden actually is a very vocal player. He's going to call a lot of his entries. With that drone coming out from Secret, he inevitably called, hey, there's 2 players over towards Lounge. This is a free entry. So he worked his way in, had most of the team set up based on playing around those entries. One player drone him in, another player of Carnage holding that player in the bottom garage doorway to Lounge, just holding the players in position so that when he bursts through, he knows exactly where those 2 players are. It's an easy 2-piece, and we see a perfect checklist of Karnako, but also a little bit of sporadic creativity, and it just continues from Aiden. Another onto Palpatine. He just continues his individual.
Are you kidding me? Oh my god, dude.
Why are you swinging this guy?
I was literally about to make a point about Aiden Tax too. Somebody who plays entry and can also Shaco, also convincingly playing that Ashe. You know who else plays that exact position? Who also is helping Aiden Tax get a kill, eventually can be traded. You know what other player plays that exact role, Irish? Can you give me a guess?
Is it the King? Is it the
Not
King?
The King?
Is it the King?
Merc, which coincidentally enough was also a previous coach for Aiden Tax. You put 2 and 2 together, you also realize that this mirror is almost dead. Somehow, in some way, he's able to escape with his life, and Snecky is also able to escape with a kill from that C4, is able to draw it down to a 3v2. What could have been a much worse situation, Invictus are able to make their way out of it.
Because Snecky was able to trade out the kill with the C4, it actually makes it a lot more winnable. Instead of looking down the barrel of a double man disadvantage and not being able to find anything, instead he baits his teammate knowing that he's going to go down to the nade directly at his feet, pops that C4 over through the vertical, and now it's a 2 versus 3 instead. And there's still a shield in the pocket of Karnako, but also you can see that as a slight positive for Invictus' defense. There's only really 2 guns at a given time that is Blackbeard, so it's a lot easier for him to actually use his, and he has a full-on rifle, but still. Definitely makes it a little bit easier with a shield. But a drop comes in, putting that shield on his back as he goes in for the plant. It's now definitely a 2 versus 2, but a swing comes in. Hold on.
Oh, no.
He's able to find it. The mirror just swings through, takes down the planter, and with a minute left, Karnico are scrambling on their attack.
The exact same position, the exact same idea of trying to force Carnage with a shield on his back! A nasty shot, a triple kill now! It's all up to Deity in the 1v2.
Can he piece anything together for his team? It's going to be very difficult. In a 1 versus 2 for Invictus, you can kind of just play your advantages. You can knock out the mirror window, but that does give away that he's close. Swing comes in and a gorgeous shot from Deity. He's flicking around everywhere, looking to the wrong side of back church, though. And Invictus cleaning it up. And almost clutch from Deity that gets really out of hand for Invictus, but they're able to drag it across the line and even things out.
And I really do think we could start to make a little bit of a argument that Aiden is dragging Karnico through this second half. Time and time after again, not only does he get the entry pick, but he's able to get 2. Almost untraded until he almost went for the 3rd and then was shot down from below. Just overheating, overplaying his position. And aside from that, again, Karn going for the exact same plan in the exact same position, allowing for Invictus to perfectly read into it. Karnico, even with their very deep bag, all of the experience on that roster, are continuously playing relatively default, doing a lot of these similar takes, similar plans, and that's something that Invictus is reading into. And if Karnico don't start to switch it up, Invictus, they're essentially going to have the playbook for Karnico.
What you see a lot of defensive teams do in CJX and on these new maps with the destructible utility is kind of just pop it early in prep phase. You saw the defense of Invictus on this site pop that gas canister that gives him a little bit of fire over towards Jacuzzi Breach. Actually, for that specific one, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like that definitely benefits the defense.
Yeah.
Most of the teams, or a lot of the teams going onto this new patch, and especially from Reload, kind of just popped everything that they saw and just played out a default game of Siege, like a default game of just regular Siege. But for that one specifically, it's super useful for the defense. It holds the attack from rushing in from Jacuzzi Breach when they open it up, and is something that you can use to gain just precious few seconds for your team to rotate off the info that Jacuzzi is open. It's super useful. So popping it in prep phase is a little bit of a puzzling decision from Invictus.
Yeah, I actually got a chance to talk to a player from Akron, Plexios. We even talked about that exact point. And one thing that he touched on is if you're the attack and you go for a plant and you shoot that fire, that cross in that hallway is gone. The defense can't swing for it, and it makes that plant even that more safer. And, you know, just like you talked about the team in Reload shooting a bunch of them, there are certain pipes, both smoke and fire, that are very useful. Like the one inside of Construction, you notice they didn't shoot that. That one a lot more useful to the defense. You can completely shut down that con take and make it even more difficult. But something that is continuing to be really easy is Aiden with yet another opening, now 3 rounds in a row where he's able to find that first blood.
Has to be nerfed. Carnage throws a flash directly in his face because he can't be fragging out this much. He's doing too well. Deity also neck and neck with him. He's also just a few kills shy, finding yet another entry pick as well. Logger with 1 trade, and hold on, they haven't drawn Palpatine. He's just sitting in gym and finds 2! What onto Deity as well. And it goes from so good for Karnico to so bad. Foresight flashing himself as well, and as Logger is able to pick that kill up onto Vic fans, it's a 1 versus 3. 2 entry kills, and then everything else goes Invictus's way.
A 1v3 now for Invictus, or 3v1 rather. Shield player, one not technically playing on that mirror. It's going to be impossible. Karnico, you have 5 drones. There is no excuse. And this is round after round, and this is actually a problem that has plagued this specific iteration of this Karnico roster, is their inability to use that info in the late round to get an updated idea on the positions. And then you have players playing in very isolated yet pivotal positions on the bomb site that can completely shut down a round simply because Karnico didn't take an extra 10 to 15 seconds to drone out the bomb site and update their info. That's something that is even happened continuously in this game. It happened in the round before the one we just watched. And it is really difficult to not only see it from such an experienced roster like Karnako, but see it happen continuously.
It's also a little bit shocking to see from Karnako on their attack that the early round is spectacular. They're doing fantastic, really efficient utility work on breaches, opening up everything that they need to, and then shot calling perfect entries to be able to walk in, get a freebie, maybe even 2 freebies, and then completely disperse in an untradeable entry. But then once it gets to the mid-round, they just press the advantage with 0 drones, even though they have so many more to be used, and things just fall apart once they need to press that advantage. It's happened in several rounds for Karnako, and it's shocking.
It is really shocking. Fortunately enough for Karnako, they get the ACC in cash. Usually the bomb site they attack is able to win on this bomb site. And you know, a 3-3 half for Karnako on their defense wouldn't be too surprising if it was the exact same for Invictus. But this time around, Invictus bringing that Jaeger to better help and aid that highway player, or Raptors player rather, inside of Garage. You also have that castle to disconnect BD from the rest of his teammates. Even though nobody's playing down here, it forces Karnako to take a little bit more time to clear this, also a little bit more utility to clear this position. It allows for Invictus to play just a little bit more safer on that bomb site. But again, with nobody playing down below, it does seem like a little bit of a waste of utility and pressure.
Yeah, they are spending a lot of time at this exact same point. Again, kind of expecting that they're going to get the same freebies over towards Lounge that Invictus gave for them. But all the players are towards the second floor side, and as they push in and look to deny that bandit trick, it's going to be perfect were it not for the tube round. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite work out for the attack, as even though they're able to push the bandit back and could have gotten that Thermite breach off, it just doesn't work out for them. And it's a minute and a half through this round, and unlike the last time that they attacked the site, they don't have advantage, they don't have breach open, and everything that was going well for them the last time they attacked the site is no longer an advantage, and time continues to tick down.
They're just waiting for this to be open, but it goes off and they're able to actually trick it, and that's something that Karn was not expecting whatsoever, and the wall completely goes back to being tricked. It looks like they're not even going to be able to even open this. Foresight also having some difficulties. They haven't been able to clear Garage or Raptors, and with 50 seconds on the clock, Karnako, they're going to start to scramble.
That forces Foresight into something a little bit more aggressive. They do have that lounge control that they had previously. They do have this Garage control to be able to pressure towards this R2 or this corner Rafters player, but Nesta is able to find a double. Yes, Aiden trades, but it's still looking very bad for the attacking side of Karnako. Aiden over towards bedroom. Even though he was able to find one, it's probably not going to amount to all that much because the rotate is in for Invictus. They realize that this player's there. Nesta picks one up. Lugger gets the down onto Aiden, and Carnage, the namesake player of this team, is the last to go down. He goes down with his ship, and Invictus take an upset victory.
Yeah, max regulation, and out of all things, it came down to the late round and executions. And that is where Karnako continuously fell short. With all of that work down below, they weren't able to get the wall open. They weren't fully aware that the bandit had placed one of his bandits on the wall, eventually completely tricking. By that time in the round, not only did you have 50 seconds, there's no time for you to play that, but you also didn't have utility to open that wall. You didn't have any control inside of construction. Aiden tried his best, but was essentially isolated into a 1v2. And right now, I'm feeling really bad for F5.
Yeah, this is... Yeah, losing to Turtle Tactics and then immediately having to go up against Karnako would... Yeah, that would be... Like, getting like a super like best of 3 victory, just barely scraping by into phase 2, and then getting these two teams. Yeah, I also definitely do not envy them and their position. Either way, for Karnako, things are not looking super smooth for them. And we were kind of saying, hey, this would be really unfortunate for F5, but especially after this loss to Invictus, maybe Karn & Co. aren't the team that we expect them to be.
And I want to preface this, that before TPL, the XGS, whatever the finale you want to call it, before that amazing run, Karn & Co. were struggling to qualify for leagues. And this is a problem that you'd go up against even all the way back to CS, that I was like, this is a favorite team, they should make it. And then they lose somebody you wouldn't completely expect. Karn & Co. lost to 1 HP in the Crucible. And I'm starting to worry that this is going to be yet another problem that doesn't fall down to a player like AD. It doesn't fall down to a player like Franklin or Vic Bands, rather. But the system that Karn & Co., Karn, the man himself, is setting up is starting to wear thin, especially in this really fast-paced adaptive meta with the new ban system.
Either way, congratulations are in order to Invictus, and we have another 2 best of ones coming up. On the other side of the bracket, Unks versus Cincinnati Red, and Core Academy versus Team Sesh. These are once again going to be the invited teams versus the qualifying teams of last stage. Once again, 2 best of ones that I expect to be just as exciting as these. But that is it for us. I'm going to have a quick break before you get those matchups. Stay tuned.
Trying to get what little Verti can done with that DMR. 1 player's down, but 2 falls to a C4. Yes, now we see Twist left all alone in a 1 versus 2 effectively. 1 versus 3 if they can get Kiri up. And now, any and all gaps you can have to get into the fight are, well, they're going to be difficult.
But it's starting to dwindle. Sentry finds 1 onto Schlein. That's a big pick to even things out. Can they even pick up the user safely? They don't know. It's in the way of the breach, and that's going to make things difficult. They have a ping on the Sazami, though. He just needs to find the right pick, but that's such a thin angle. Asami's going to drop off and rotate away, and that's a good move. That's a quad for Duke. Finding 1 of the Sentry. Ying's going to go out, but it doesn't matter because Duke swings the other direction, finds Rival, and picks up the ace on the round.
Directly duelist player inside of Control Hall. But he's gonna try to make it difficult to predict his positioning. He's gonna get that pick on the Kiru, as now it's a 1 versus 2 for JJ inside of the bomb site. Gonna try to make it a 1 versus 1 as soon as he can. He's gonna do it. Only has to kill Rosen, and he's gonna get the map with a 1 versus 2 clutch. Redmine as well. But his teammates, gets that pick. Diffuser is dropped. It's immediately reframed. 10 seconds left. Twix continues to fly out for the boost. Such low HP. Giddy gets another one as well. All the Area finds 1. He's trying to go for this last pick. He's got a Area with the clutch.
Decent spot. They do some damage to Shrady as well. They know about the player that's still inside of security. Seems as though they do, and they're not going to take the fight with him. Space finds the kill. Space finds 2. 3rd kill for Space. Make it a 4th. Space closes out quarter 7-4, and Lycus Empire put themselves 1 map away from the
Full flash though. Chance for more. Goes again, and they still get that kill. Shrady, what? May not matter though. Connection from Shocks. Playing from Pantry, 2 out of their name. The TSW. The run out from the other side. No way they get a 3rd from there. But Swifted just has to wait. Not sure what to angle this. Headshot's good. Just have to hide. 18 seconds. Swifted's calling GG. Knows they have this control, but if the slightest angle could be there for Space. The run out. They know they can't go further. Oh! No chance for it.
Win this round. Now we're going to see Twist make his way up the long haul, and then he's gonna get the first pick. He is off it. He's gonna get 2. If he can get a 3rd here, that's massive. And he almost does. It's all up to Emilio, but no, he can't do it. Or deny the back-to-back championship. Deny JJ another trophy and win Blitz Season 2. 3-2.
And now it's all down to Dead. Dead. 38 seconds on the clock. Phantom Legion do have the time to work with, but they have to get the diffuser down or hunt down this last player remaining. The drone work is coming through. They now know his position. Here comes the clash of Phantom Legion. They're going to make this work happen. Oh, and a great pick there to Rival. That was the star player's shutdown. Dead has 4 HP, but Lena only has 16. And Free Fire comes through and clutch it up. It's a lot for Phantom Legion, but you still have to keep in mind this is
Blue Mine will be stepped in there for Shocks, just trying to be assistant there towards Swifted. Minute has been burned though, and no one's been dusted, but man oh man, Shrey's getting close. They're walking into the loving lines aside of everybody, and there it is, but you're trying to get in at your space. The timing's just not right. You win both! 3! Space! Knocking and humbling everyone on the entry in for Team Brick. What a monstrous!
He lands 2. It's a 5v1. What is up with these guys? And
4-5 Kira bring things back to a 1 versus 2 with that boss G. It's gonna be very dangerous. Especially with that shot on the Kira. It's all left up to Emilio. In this 1 versus 1. He has the angle, but he's the better shot. Emilio closing things out, denying the clutch. With the
nobody were contesting from mid-red, finding a second kill. Finally gonna be cleared there from Jocks on the ram, and here comes the Amaro. It's gonna be met by Poison, but he gets the kill. All of a sudden it's a 3 versus 3. He just clipped it. The all chat immediately. I mean,
about it. They already know where his position is. Fluffy dying.
Much time as he can. He and Packer know they just have to sit still and force Cassia to make this move here. There are only 50 seconds left for him to do it. And no matter where he goes, there is the potential for that pick. He's gonna get the pick on the bean off of the drop. He only has to get this pick on the Packer or get the bomb down. But Packer's gonna be hiding the rat spot, but Cassia wins it. He gets the prediction and ends up clutching out the round for his team as he secures the 2-1 quarter.
Trick it, but they will again have the type.
Still has to wait out to get that frag, and Cheese Boss will pay the price in due time. They're inside this train car, Goose. This is where the Alda can be very dangerous, but no feet visible, no head spotted around that corner. Hear any noise being made? Down with you! And it's a straight out for 2! RNO sends Cincinnati to match in series point.
Talked about spewing data. That's exactly what Cincinnati is doing.
To push him off of Solar, but in doing that,
They don't know where he is anymore. They've lost complete track of him. The Monty is gonna spot him, however, but he's Oryx. He can just down the Monty. And now he's gonna try to get away, but no! The glass overextends. Rival, you're so good! As now everything falls apart. Map in match point. Secured for Fluffy Aimers.
might be playing towards default plant, and does he have the support? It looks like he does. Snake forcing Giddy. He's getting pushed down, pushed back, and he's gonna be traded out. Flurry of kills. It starts to slow down a little bit, but they just can't slow down. 5 seconds remaining. The plant going down. It's one remaining defender to keep themselves in this series. Packer getting the kill, but it's instantly traded out from Snake. And goodbye, Makers.
Deal with them. They're gonna let you get the diffuser down, and he's gonna get out safely. Oh my days, it's a 2v1! A 1v1! Triple kill. Can it be the quad to win? All you gotta do is wait. The C4 is gonna come up from hell. It's a 1v0, and the gate clutches it to end out the round. It was almost there for Ryrai. He just had to land the free fire, but the C4 forces him out the position. 4-1 to Fluffy Aimers. My bad. And we do head on to the next round. Chaka, this is a nightmare. This is a disaster.
Stop this ball from going down. It doesn't look like going to. Plant is fully down from the attackers, but there's going to be a refrag at least. Hitman gets Fenzo before Alex Play gets Rival, and now he's trying to take down this Blitz. Look, Mike W gets one, gets two! Beautiful Blitz play, and gets a third! A triple kill from Mike W onto the shield, and now all this stuff is going to be Cocker on the Legion, and he gets the 4K on the round. Wonderful shield play. Spirits would be proud.
Oh, because that it could be the X factor here. And while the Goyo canisters start going, opening up the boiler wall is going to be the next step. Laundry wall not open. Looking for an execute. Players on hatches. Player trying to go through boilers. They go for a plant on the wine wall. A 3v3. And once again, one player standing up on top of the table, and the shot from behind. There goes one. There goes the second, but the plant is going down. It goes down, and he finds a third Scoob. All three, the 1v3, and suddenly Space Shoes have given themselves an advantageous half.
defenders going up this because they know how important it is to get the vert. Jackal slumps one. Can he slump the second? No, he can't. It's a 2v2. This is where you hold on to your cups, your coffees, your teas. It's a 1v1 situation. 14 seconds left on the clock. What a shot. Hectic left in that 1v1 situation. There's pings on him. All you have to do is...
These defenders slowly being forced off their post, but with just a minute 30, Outlast Black still got to do some work. This is a deceptively small amount of time here on the border. Attack! And even less so when you give up 2 on the flank. There goes Snecky. Doesn't even need the smokes. 2 to lay, and it's a triple.
Oh my god!
You just don't get the angle they just died from.
Toaster dead, and that's a powerful player. While the scoreboard might not show it anymore, Toaster was top fragging, and Toaster was doing it big. Now a big play has to come from Scoop, who spotted one top pro, wins that fight against Inrio, gets a double, might be looking for a triple, and he gets rival. Are you kidding me? There's 15 seconds left. Twist has to get the plant down. He has to get himself inside, making this effectively a 2 versus 1. Daniel has to defend up against both Scary and Scoop, but as that plant goes down, it seems like the dream is coming to an end. It has to be an ace and a clutch for Scoop. Was completely locked off by that air jab, not able to get it, but manages to scoot away and potentially have an opening. He's vaulted now inside of Pro. Has one all the way back admin to deal with, and one coffin as well. Not sure if he's going to be able to do this one. Has plenty of angles against him. There's so little he can do at this point. Gets air jab, naded, and finished off.
As well, although he ends up getting down, the diffuser has still gone down. Like JJ, or Kira rather, he's in a 1 versus 2 now. Even with diffuser down, 1 player on Overwatch, 1 on the counter diffuse! Oh! But he's able to get the both in 1 back!
And now they're going to drop down into the fireplace and hopefully they'll...
2 remaining for Cincinnati. Cheese Boss trapped all the way inside Gold Vault. Arno working from Garage, able to close out Nay on that approach, but you have 2 players on side of the Toxic Babe from Cheese Boss. What? Eviscerates 1, lowers the HP of Wimpy. They're at maybe 10 HP in total.
Are you kidding me?
Cheese Boss! What a round to come out from hiding within the gold bottle. They struck gold!
Towards default plant, and does he have the support? It looks like he does. Snake forcing Giddy. He's getting pushed. Hello everybody and welcome back to BGS with some fresh new faces. We are not Irish nor Goose, even though some people say I look like Irish. We are T-Van and Ali this time around. Hello! Ali, how are you?
Doing well. It's been a minute since I've cast Rainbow Six, and if you're paying attention, I'm in a new house now, so I have a microphone set up. Cast my second favorite video game, so it'll be a good time.
Well, Ali, I think next time we have a tech pause, I'll be asking about the first favorite game, but knowing CJX, I'm gonna wait for a tech pause on that. But we are going to be casting 2 best of 1s here today, Ali. The first one going into right now is Core Academy versus Team Sesh, which I've gotten the pleasure of casting both these teams. Core Academy, obviously, the roster that was previously, M80X, and then a couple roster changes, some shakeups, and now we're here with Core Academy. And Team Sesh has been showing as a very strong team so far in BGS in previous phases, and they're looking for one last chance to get promoted into those playoffs.
Yeah, we are in a pretty important part of the bracket here right now, just because, as you can see, elimination games are a thing, and I mean, you only get one of those if you lose, and for any of these teams, I mean, they've gotten this far, so that is a good step, but you want to push a little bit farther, and these first 2 teams are playing against, or we're seeing play, I think is really interesting dynamic, because Underagers, or now Core Academy, is a fairly new team with a lot of unproven talent. Kind of think like Aerial Rise Academy from back in the day, if you remember that, with all those underage players who are now staples of Pro League, people like Ashen and, for a time, Spiff and Ambi. So they really want to prove themselves here, and this is a great opportunity to do it, whereas Sesh has had a lot of players who've been around for a while, but not had the results they would like. They actually did qualify for Element 3, I believe it was, and they went 0-3 in Element 3. And some of those players are still active on that roster now. And so this is an opportunity for them to come up against an upcoming team and say, no, you know, the old dogs are still learning new tricks, and we've still got what it takes.
Yeah, and I mean, we've been seeing Core Academy have a lot of success in other kind of tier 3-esque stages. Obviously, we haven't seen them debut themselves at all on a tier 2 level because, like you said, brand new roster. As we are going to look at the names that we're kind of inferencing about, it's players like Adept, Epic, Soapy, Lecky, Kaysen, students of the game is a funny little quote for them. But we haven't been able to see them in a tier 2 event because Element hasn't happened for these kids to be able to like even be able to play, even though, you know, they do have like Epic and, you know, they have the experience, you know what I mean, Ali? So I don't know, Core Academy I think is a team that really need to look out for. We've been saying this on things like Twitter and even on the casts, and I'm excited to see them in a best of 1 against Team Sesh.
I certainly am as well, and so we could go ahead and take a look at the aforementioned Team Sesh. There's going to be TK, Valeno, Millie, Badger, and Frozen. And like I said earlier, TK and Badger, they were in Element 3, and unfortunately, they didn't really do very well. Millie was just recently on Turtle Tactics. Valeno was on the SSG Academy roster that it was initially invited to Element back in the day, and Frozen used to be kind of a staple of that like tier 3, tier 2 scene a long time ago. So it is a very interesting mix of players, in my opinion, and one that I do think has been on a little bit of the up and up recently. They've done a little bit better than they have before. They've been getting better results, and again, Core Academy, great opportunity to show that that's going to stick around.
Well, it's all up to a best of 1 today, and we're going to see the map bands here going to see what map we're headed into. Again, best of 1s, like we said, the promotional series and the elimination series, those are best of 3s. For right now, it's just 1 map, and that map is going to be Lair, a map that we don't see a lot. It's the newest map of Rainbow Six Siege and Siege X for that for the same reason, and a map that not a lot of people really know still, just because of its lack of playtime. I think Siege players, especially around tier 3, don't really like to try new things. They like to let the pros figure it out first, and then after a long time of it being open, then they can start to you know, get their toes to adjust for the water. And so I'm excited. We get to see a map that I've probably casted maybe once or twice, but I actually really love playing in solo queue.
Well, this is my first ever time cast, or no, second ever time casting Lair. If you were there for the first time, you might be a little bit worried, and that's justifiable. But that's okay. We're in Siege X now, new video game, new day, new league, new me. Speaking of new, the new bans are coming into effect, as we're seeing first an Ace and a Clash be banned. A hard reach ban is very common nowadays, and as is Clash, you see, it's kind of a menace if the team you're playing against has a solid team play around her and solid mechanical skill, both of which are things that Sesh is going to be very, very good at. And then Maverick as well, again, just getting rid of hard breaches makes a lot of sense. It increases the complexity of the attack that your opponents have to do. But that's also going to coincide with the AK ban, which kind of decreases that complexity just a little bit, although obviously you're missing one of the primary hard breachers, which is Ace, so there's still going to be a lot of tomfoolery that has to go on to get walls open. But actually, from this lineup on Core Academy, it looks like they aren't really gonna mess with wall opening too much.
I think that's really smart, especially when you're attacking ops. It's really it's a little bit difficult to open up those walls when you don't have the throwable breaches for from Ace. It's up to maybe a Habana or a Thermite, but then you're scared below. You have to be able to play the first floor and deny any nitros below. And also you have to fight Frozen on the bandit trick, who's able to just sit in his little pocket of sandwich and just be able to bandit trick both sides of the wall. I think it's going to be interesting to see how Team Sesh's bunker is going to pair against Core Academy's like speedier gameplay, using things like Sense to cut off the bunker and also allow Deimos to play underneath. But it's actually Millie finding Darnelius. There goes that Sense that I was hyping up. And there's no longer going to be those walls to be able to deny the bunker from supporting each other.
It's also just a good way to start the tempo here for Team Sesh. Is that, I mean, it's such an important thing. That's why you hear casters talk about it a lot, but I feel like especially against teams like Core Academy that are very, very mechanically skilled and aggressive, being able to say, no, I am in charge, this is my turf, this early on, is a great thing to do. So the next point of contact is gonna be Valeno. And his job here, sitting inside Storage Hall, is just to waste as much time as he possibly can. Run down that clock, maybe shoot a drone or two, but his job isn't really to try to kill anyone just yet. He's actually just going to try to get the heck out of dodge here before he kills off Kaysen and eventually comes back into his hiding spot.
Stuck between a rock and a hard breach even, but the logic bomb is going to force him out of that position, and he's actually found on the backside as Lecky is able to bring that shield down and shoot some bullets towards him. So still a man disadvantage though for Core Academy, but they get a decent amount of space of storage. Gonna be Lecky and Adept. Still close together. They just need to wait for contact from Epic, or maybe they're just trying to be a red herring so that Epic can be a backstab. But is it going to be successful? Is Team Sesh going to be aware? They're still playing slow, still allowing Epic to be set up. Just slowing it down, Ali. Just allowing the Demos to get the pings, and they have all the time in the world to do it.
Yeah, right now they just kind of want to work the site, see where people are, maybe dislocate a player or two, or get a one-tap like that onto Badger, which evens up the odds, which massively increases their chances of winning this round. Is now just figure out where people are, move bodies around, and then when you go for that execute, there's more of a coherent plan, and the defenders aren't as easy able to gang up on you.
I don't have a lot of utility to really work with, so like you said, it's just what space do you have to work with, and where can you put your body itself to just increase that space. And Millie is going to plug a hole that Epic thought he found, and Lecky and Adept are going to be the next victims of Frozen. Just firing down the hallway and shutting down the two opponents that spent way too long in that storage hallway.
I really like the game plan from Sesh there. They started off very aggressive, and they got rid of that Sens, which, like you highlighted, was such an important piece of that attack. Sens is very good at cutting off lines of sight. And because there's more control of that gadget now, because you can toggle it on and off, it is so much easier to kind of set up a series of dominoes and then let them fall in the order in which you want them to. With that being gone, Sesh just sticks together. They played that round very, very close to the chest, because they know that there isn't really much for hard breach utility that Core Academy has, and there isn't really anything to do vertical play either, so they just play these power positions the entire round, and even when things do get equalized, Sesh just remain calm. They don't panic. They wait for the opportunity to present itself to get a refrag, and then once they have that, then again, they play things close to the chest. They hold that crossfire and run down that timer. So by the time Core Academy is actually inside of the site, they're in a man disadvantage yet again, and that clock is so low that there's no time to cross their T's and dot their I's.
I think something that you pointed out early in the round when Sens did die, that Core Academy kind of showcased in the late round and the mid round, is the fact that this is a really young roster that relies a decent amount on just mechanical play and just their gunplay, right? If you could shut down in your initial game plan of, okay, we're going to play a Sens execute, we're going to, whatever that set plan and play was, when that's immediately off the rails, a team that's so fresh and new like Core Academy is not going to really know how to audible out of that position. They don't really know how to solve a problem, and you could see it. They were stuck. It was just, Lecky and Adept, and even Epic later on, just sitting in storage, trying to find a freebie that Team Sesh gave them. Now as they're fighting the basement here, they have to find freebies like Team Sesh found early in the round like Darnelius. So far, though, Darnelius has yet to die, and Epic found Millie in the first floor and pushed him off to really low HP. It'll allow a demo scan to happen to be able to increase the pressure and tempo on a Team Sesh. And they have a lot of pressure on that first floor.
I mean, first floor on the site is fairly important, I would say, as there is a lot that can be done if you have vertical control of it, which is why Sesh is fighting for it so much. I think after the last round, they've also kind of realized that Core is gonna be susceptible to the clock being run down. And so that is going to be a lot of the plan here. Just play things starting off very aggressive, but then kind of bring things closer to the chest. A little bit like we're sort of seeing, although Badger's getting quite adventurous, as they want to still maintain an escape route back to the site, but make Core uncomfortable in the ground they're taking.
Oh my god, and uncomfortable they're going to feel as Badger's taking out Adept. There goes that Striker. But he's going to look for more, and that Hubris is going to shut him down as it's Lecky exploring further into those blue stairs. He already has Kaysen to link up with, who snuck his way into Garage as well. They do have to worry about Frozen and Millie, though. I don't know how aware they are of that security side of the first floor and how they are taking up that space and maintaining that space. Could be a really great spoiler, especially as they continue to really commit to this vertical. It's going to be Epic actually left up there. In case
again, they're...
Go ahead, Ali. That's you. You take it.
Yet again, there is no hard breach here, so the entryways into the site are going to be quite narrow, which is going to play right into Sesh's hands with that smoke and Melusi.
Well, TK finds a freebie of Darnelius, who set up the vert and then rotated to make a pinch. It's Epic now, left alone on the vert and can't really find anything, so he's going to have to flood down some stairs or maybe drop down a hatch. He's actually going outside to link up with his teammates of Lecky and Kaysen. Flashbang's going through and allowing Epic to rush in, but it's Frozen holding the swing for TK. TK and Frozen, like Shaq and Kobe in stock, now forced to push back against Kaysen and Lecky. It's going to be successful as Millie finds Kaysen, and there's TK finding Lecky as well. Court Academy still struggling on the attack, and struggling to keep themselves in the lobby, as we are going to go to another pause from them.
Now, you made a point earlier that I really liked, which is that because Core Academy is a younger team, both literally in the sense that, I mean, they were called underages before this, none of them are 18 years old yet, but also just in the fact that it's a newer team, there is going to be some tomfoolery in the way they conduct themselves strategically, which is not a dig, that's just how teams work if you've ever been on one to kind of understand that. But that is an interesting contrast, I think, to Team Sesh, which has TK, who has been an IGL for a very long period of time, and then Frozen, who back in the day was a very prominent IGL, but kind of disappeared for a little bit until he came back recently. And so that is a kind of contrast of a lot of experience versus quite a bit of inexperience, and I think that's kind of manifesting in the way that we're seeing the two teams play here. You see that even though it's a new map, the game plan that Team Sesh has is very, very refined. They're playing aggressive early rounds so they can get some picks and catch Core Academy off guard, but once they have that, once they've run down the clock a decent bit, they're playing things close to the chest, where there are crossfires and utility they can fall back on. And because Core Academy isn't even trying to do hard breach, which is understandable because both Ace and Maverick are gone and there's the potential for even Thermite to be gone next round, that's kind of playing into the hands of Team Sesh, because instead of opening up a wall, which creates a new avenue into the site, they're trying to walk in a doorway, which if there is a Melusi jammer on it, or an Ela concussive mine, or a smoke grenade thrown at it, that is very, very difficult to get through, especially if you're late into the round and all that utility still exists, because Team Sesh hasn't let you touch it yet.
You know, I just really want to go back to the young point of this team, but, you know, not to beat a dead horse, but as I was, like, researching this team, and I was looking back at one of the players on their Liquipedia, just because I was curious how young they really are, and seeing Born in 2007 made me wrinkle. Like, that one hurt. Ali, I'm old.
You can't be
2007? That's right. They were 1 year old when Iron Man came out.
10 seconds to go.
I mean, yeah.
Now they're playing Rainbow Six Siege. Oh, man. I just had to That was like a reality check for me. You know?
You ready for the day when someone born in 2007 plays against Canadian in Pro League?
Oh my god, dude. Well, I mean, that's gonna be stomping, right? like what
the
year
king!
was Stomping born? Like when did King get born? Let me look something up really quick. Let me do my research of. Yeah, 2007. He's an 07 too. Oh my god.
Back in my day. I remember though.
They were born when Rainbow Six Vegas first came out.
Oh my god.
And that's how I got introduced to this series. Wow. It really puts things into perspective.
Yeah. We're both in the retirement home. That's why we're on the casting bench, but this player's doing their best to stay off of it, trying to get in towards this master office here, gonna get Frozen out of his position. Then see if they can take some more space up and around that area. Yet again, this is a site where vertical play is very important. And so Core Academy is going to fight tooth and nail to see how much of it they can take. But there's a ton of damage being done to players on both sides that really can come back and bite people.
It's a great entry from Epic that might be able to piece together this round. Like you said, Core Academy fighting tooth and nail, but so are Team Sesh, not willing to give up the space of our 6 room at all. They have the mirror setups, obviously, and here goes the first Toxic Dave to play off of Frozen, trying to find an open play here on one of the isolated members of Core Academy as the main group is closer around Lecky, who did take a lot of damage and is going to be susceptible to the Nitro Frozen if they rotate that man over. So far, it's just a stall as Darnelius opens up the round more, and so does Adept. TK is going to be able to get that freebie of Lucky and fall off immediately, but falling into the hands of Kaysen, who is ready for the alley-oop. And now it's Felino all alone, and Kaysen is there to pick up the second freebie of the round. Core Academy finding the tertiary site against Team Sesh.
I think some of the cracks in that game plan from Sesh are starting to show. Is before I praised their ability to play aggressive early and then fall back. But the thing with that slide is that I think it just kind of inherently requires a little bit more commitment to that top floor. And that means that Sesh isn't able to as easily just create a trap that can be fallen back into. As you need a good bit of utility on both that site and the upstairs area. And the upstairs on there isn't just, I mean, it's just not very easy to fall back from, which limits those options. That being said, though, do want to highlight the bans a little bit here.
Locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
As we're seeing on the side of Core Academy, Bandit is being banned, which is a decision that I think kind of makes sense. As obviously, if there are very few hard breachers left, you want the hard breach you have to count, but there hasn't really been a ton of attempts from Core Academy to do hard breaching. Although, as I say, that Epic does switch onto a Thermite, so that is going to be much easier to open now. And then we're seeing Deimos banned out on the side of Team Sesh, which is a very potent fragger, which has allowed for a lot of information gathering from Core Academy. And so the hopes there is that you ban that, take away someone who's good at killing people, and then late round there isn't as much information easily flowing into the comms of Core Academy.
I wonder if Core Academy just was so afraid of the fact that bandit tricking is a thing that they just didn't even try. I feel like that's the only real reason, but I guess like as you're making that point, they also were like, yeah, you know, hard breach is for the weak. Not even a can opener in their pockets either. No Thermite from Epic as he swapped off. Was originally the Sledge, but because this player, you know, he's pretty good, you know, might be like PL or something, is now on the Bucks, something that can entry a little bit better. Almost got the head of Felino. Felino in the power position that he held onto for his life earlier in the first round of this game, actually. And it's actually Millie the support to find Lecky. There goes what was the BB player of Core. This time it's Darnelius, though. So they do have that shield available still, Ali, but that is really going to stump their push.
Does a great job setting that tempo early on. Veleno's going to look to see if he can get a little bit adventurous as well. He just ends up picking off a drone, but that is information gone. Is there's only 3 drones left on the side of Core Academy here. which means those Dokkaebi calls and that Blackbeard are going to be their best sources of figuring out where people are. And that also means that flank drones are really going to be quite expensive now in this late round, as we're seeing a couple things start to be executed upon as they want to dislodge this player who is over towards bathroom, but Millie just gets a double kill instead, actually. Frozen tags on for one as well.
Well, Depth finally enters the round, finding Frozen and shutting down the player that just absolutely massacred the rest of his team. Now to him and Darnelius, who are on opposite sides of the hit. I'd have to rejoin each other, but some heroics are necessary from both of these members. The Logic Bomb is going to support Darnelius to maybe get TK, but it's TK. He's going to take the head of Darnelius off immediately. It's a 1v4, near impossible situation. Oh my god, a beautiful shot from onto TK. Getting the vengeance against Darnelius. But, yeah, well, he said it. We didn't say, we weren't, hey, I wasn't gonna say it, but he said it for us. And he gets a third. He needs an ace to be able to get this round possible. And it might actually just be possible, Ali. I was making fun of it. It was a 1v4. I thought it was impossible, but now it's a 1v1. Info from Badger on the knees, able to give to Millie. Millie has been huge in these rounds. It's an SMG-12 at an awkward distance against the MPX. Has a Logic Bomb still in his pocket and some EMPs if he faces a Mute Jammer. Nothing really else. The time is ticking away from him. He has the briefcase, but he's actually going for the kill. Millie is running out. The barbed wire is going to expose the position. It's an awkward gunfight. 1 more second remaining, but it's Millie to find Adept. And Team Sesh narrowly lose the round, but they bring it back. Thank God, because that would be you're getting clowned at school for that.
That was an odd one. That was an odd one. It was really good from Sesh until they had basically won the round. And then there was, I don't think of a synonym. I need to look up synonyms for tomfoolery on board one day. That's besides the point. There was just a lot of craziness happening there. We see a lot of players from Team Sesh were kind of abandoning that like web structure I talked about earlier, where they're all put together, there are crossfires everywhere, there's utility they're falling into. Adept was able to find several gunfights all in a row that were isolated from one another, completely isolated from one another, which very nearly gave him the round. I mean, thank goodness for Sesh. Millie is a fantastic player, but he also shouldn't have had to be in that 1 versus 1, especially with how well that early round went.
I'm gonna give you some synonyms actually for tomfoolery. Consider next round buffoonery, monkey, horseplay, hijinks. One of my favorites, because the website I'm using says it's explicitly British. Rumbustiousness. As in boisterousness. So I'm gonna make sure that both of us use those words in this next call, as round 5 is going to be the play here. We saw previously Core Academy were struggling to find or convert their vert pressure into the basement. It was a stock hold from Team Sesh that really shut Core Academy down. And I'm excited to see maybe this Nook is going to be the secret that they need. Well, not actually. Badger just finds Darnelius once again. There goes the vert. Well, they got 1 boogie drawn out.
Fortunately, not on a soft floor, as Badger is going to be taken down by Lucky, who's going to try to find another one on this back staircase, but that player's going to fall back instead. As there has been a much quicker turnaround with that refrag than I think there was before on the site, but don't quote me on that. It's been a minute. It's now TK. Might be the first contact to this Nook. He is going to be, but Epic is the one who gets that kill. And now, for the first time in a while, Core Academy are in the advantage in a pretty solid position in the round.
Question marks from them as well. Even Adept, who wasn't even a part of the play, hit him with a question mark. I love reading all chat, man. Anyway, Adept is gonna he's gonna join with his teammate of Kason that is playing Infiltration Garage. Epic is gonna eat a goo mine, or excuse me, a grommet mine, and yeah, they're just gonna stall the hit a little bit. They're gonna try their best to clear out the utility of Team Sesh and cross their T's and dot their I's, as you might say, as they, you know, don't want to fall into the arms that Team Sesh have wide open for them previously. It's Epic maybe to be the first one, as the drones are going to scout out the site itself. It's Millie playing towards Toxin. That might be actually the first hit. Epic knows and is going to get the kill. That's a huge shot there, and going to be able to instruct the rest of his team to flood in. Epic finding a second, but it's going to be shut down by Belina with a quick flick, but it's Adept from above to clear him out. Core finally finding a secondary site against Team Sesh.
Yeah, they did it without that tertiary being burned as well, so it's very, very good for them, although probably just going to see that same site be repeated yet again. Is that time... I mean, I think Sesh are getting a little bit overzealous, maybe, is we saw there quite a few people were in... I mean, just kind of odd positions, in my opinion. DK, especially in that position where he was cut out by Epic, was completely isolated from any hope of... I mean, really anything that's been making Team Sesh tick up to this point. Because that structure that I've been talking about a lot in this game, that ability to play aggressive early round kind of off of each other and a little bit of extension from the primary setup, and then fall back into that setup late round so that your opponents are walking into a crossfire and 3 different pieces of utility that are keeping them out. That works really well for Sesh, but they haven't been playing into that, I think, nearly as much as they should. Because round 4 proved that it still works if Sesh play into it.
Final round now for Team Sesh's defense and for Academy's attack. We'll be exploring the basement once again, but it seems this time very extended into first floor, which is where Core Academy really has been focusing. Core Academy actually just showing the exact same comp. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, I guess. They are going to identify that Team Sesh is a lot more extended towards the first floor this time. So I'm curious what the shot calling is from a player like Epic on the Nook to try to backstab. Probably rotating to something more of a second floor hit to maybe play above and pincer onto these first floor players. That's my idea if I was the IGL, but also I was born not 2007, so what do I know, Ali?
Yeah, let the people without a mortgage, IGL, buddy. I'm actually going to go directly for the site here, which is, I think, an interesting move. Or not even going for the site, it's just walking behind enemy lines and then using that to try to poke at the roamers. He's taking up a position that they'd normally take to pinch someone out. Which, I mean, it's a play I like a lot. He can just play this position so when a roamer tries to fall back, then they get shot in the back by a Nook, and they're like, why is a teammate not there? A teammate should be there. Though, instead it's actually going to be Billy who's killed off first.
Oh, yeah, TK finding Kason, an exploration with Rosen, but Millie is knocked to the floor. It's going to be a tomfoolery, or even, dare I say, a buffoonery of kills as they're able to take away those first 4 players, and that extension up there is just ripped away within only using half of the round. So now Core Academy are up a man compared to last round for the attack, and they have all the utility in the world to be able to continue the assault. They have the vertical, and they have the horizontal control set up right now.
1 minute left for Core Academy to work this. They still have that Nook who's in that same position as they were undetected earlier, but the Fenrir is going to make sure that doesn't last for too long. So the rest of Team Sesh need to find any 1v1s they can take and hope they can whittle down Core's man count just a bit.
1v1 onto Epic might be the one that they need. Badger is exploring that kill. Epic was found on a beeper with his gadget off. Badger did hear it. He's exploring from Missile. Knows that he's somewhere near lockers. It's all about the timing. It's the Fenrir that's going to expose it again. That position is going to be absolutely desperate for Team Sesh to be able to take away, as Epic is going to be that spoiler. But the first contact is going to be Epic, but onto TK instead. The prey becomes the predator, as Darnelius and Adept just clinch their claws around the defense of Team Sesh as well. And Ali, somehow, this is a 3-3 half.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of trying to reinforce that second floor a little bit more, but it ends up kind of biting them as that commitment, again, really doesn't work out very well, and it allows Core Academy to really get back into the round, as when they've had that man advantage going into the execute, they've won. Just hands down, they've won. Those executes have looked beautiful, but the thing that's worked against them was to deny space and then deny time for as long as possible while maintaining that man count. That being said, though, again, new ban system coming out. It's a new set of bans. Flash being banned as the defensive operator makes perfect sense. Sesh are also going to take out the Cade as, I mean, he helps to keep walls closed. It's good to get rid of him. And then the Blackbeard being banned out just, I mean, it makes perfect sense. You have seen Blackbeard if you've seen competitive play recently. He is very, very good, especially for a team like Sesh, who is going to be good at coordinating and enabling that player. And then the Ying is
Attackers need to locate
in a similar boat, but I mean quite different, really. As one of the things she's very good at is just execute utility, whether that is on the site directly or in a power position off the site. Those Candelas and those smoke grenades are very, very good at either setting people up to be fried or getting them to move around against their own will. Both of which are extremely powerful possibilities.
Another PowerPoint that not a lot of people in R6 talk about with Ying, but I talk about a lot as my expertise is in a different video game that has this Q word used a lot, is it being a go button. It's a very obvious, hey, the execute is happening, for your team to be able to make that execute happen. I feel like sometimes with Siege, there's a lot of miscommunication of when you're actually supposed to start going. Because there's no mini-map, you don't really see your other teammates that often on your own screen because of how closed-in and claustrophobic this game can be in your own perspective. Being able to just hear the Candelas pop and hear your teammate go, I'm going in, especially with something like an Amaru, it just kind of makes things very one-dimensional, but easy one-dimensional, if that makes sense, Ali. You know, that's off the board, so I'm not going to yap too much about it. It's no longer an operator that Team Sesh can play. They are going to be playing the Monty this go-around, and they do have the Ace in their pocket, as that was banned away from Core Academy previously, so they're able to make an ops hit a lot more easily accessible.
I mean, obviously, I'm a fan of Hard Breach, as it just, I mean, it opens up new avenues into the site, which was something that we saw Core Academy really struggle with in the previous half, was actually physically getting in. Team Sesh want to circumvent that a little bit, but there are still some other power positions around the site that need to be cleared out, and that's where the Monty is going to come into play. As he is another operator that's very good at both gathering information so you can relay it to your teammates so that he can kill people, and also at getting people to move around. Millie's going to be assisting with that as well, but he's dropped on by Darnelius. Adept tags on for one as well. And then all that goes out the window. So your Hard Breach and your Buck are both dead.
Well, Frozen is able to pick up one. But with TK out, without a support of Badger, it's Frozen now to take that spot. TK, though, while he was on his drone, watched his teammate Badger die, so that makes this push a lot slower, especially with these Toxic Babes just slowing them down even further. That's the last Toxic Babe, however. So Team Sesh is going to have this timer to be able to hit. 50 seconds remaining. They do still have Grimbees in full Capitao utility to use, as well as Monty to be that tip of the spear for this attack. Adept did reinforce fully away from storage, so that's no longer a breach option. They do have the time to rotate around and maybe make it an R6 side hit, which I believe is what they're going, as Lino is already there. They're going to continue. It's actually Frozen to play the flank towards Ops, is what I was trying to say earlier. But a big over-under is going to be exposed here. C4 rip from Lecky to be able to deny Frozen the play, but that play is not going to be found. Adept is actually fighting TK. Lino, though, the backside is going to pick up one. I'm going to try to pick up a second. He gets the trade, but he needs more. He needs heroics to win this round, and the Bailiff is going to be the heroics that he needs absolutely. Frozen, though, on the backside being found. Lecky being killed, and now it's a 1v1. Kaysen with the super shorty gets Kaysen gets Valina to 1 HP, and the rush around the corner is going to allow Kaysen to get the freebie. Core Academy with a beautiful first round of their defense.
Much like with Team Sesh, there was an excellent knowledge of what the power positions were and what the win condition for Team Sesh was as well. As we kind of saw there, they wanted to go for, looking at a call-out sheet, it's a basement call-out sheet. They wanted to go for, I believe it's an,
Attackers need to locate and
I'm going to say R6 room execute there, but that was being very, very heavily denied from multiple positions, both in, I'm just going to call that display, as well as, it's probably Zulu, I think. Just those positions all kind of focus on keeping Sesh out of those areas. And as well, that buck that was supposed to go down below and get a lot of players to move into the crosshairs of the more prepared players, that was the opening kill. That was dead before anything else had a chance to happen, so Sesh's game plan fell apart in several ways before it really had a chance to happen.
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Zulu has been seeing a lot of horseplay throughout this series. As we've been watching them, that's just been the attack from both sides. It just seems everyone only hits our 6 side. No one cares about ops. I guess maybe as labs gets more figured out and more solved, I guess that's the beneficial side to play. And also what everyone does in like CL and PL. Makes sense. You know, might as well. Team Sesh though, now having to face the basement this go around. This is the site that Core Academy found a decent amount of success on the second half of their attack. Team Sesh is looking to be as successful as Core Academy, obviously, because they need these rounds to be able to win. You know, that's just how math works. This is how Rainbow Six works, so. Ali, that's my color.
And winning rounds is better than losing them. I think that might be the coldest take I've ever heard, but that's okay. We can put that in the microwave for a little bit and reheat it like a nice pizza.
Or for the air fryer.
Honestly,
well, I was gonna make a joke about. Yeah, I was gonna make a joke about that C4 saying that, oh, Lecky's about to make them an air fryer, or like treat them like an air fryer with that C4, but did 0 damage to the attackers. So, yeah. Oh, really? Oh my god.
What a lurkin from Valeno.
Epic was tying his shoes, I think.
I think so as well. It's a great player to get off the board as well, and it also just kind of threatens that Valeno could be lurking in an uncomfortable spot, which is going to make these defenders' lives much more difficult. Millie as well gonna do some damage, kill off Kaysen. Gonna run up to try to kill another as well, but Lecky doing his best to hold on! He's gotten 3 kills! There's a potential for a 4th before he gets killed off! But Badger, the hero of the round, salvages things. His Team Sesh tied things up, 4-4.
Core Academy was defending basement but held on and lost the round in first floor. They had a great roam from Epic, but then Epic was found with his pants down from the roamer of Valeno. With that off the board, then their whole first floor plan fell into pieces, but they didn't want to give up that space. They continued to stay there like a rock, and that rock was pushed from 4 different angles, and it was especially TK and Badger that really pieced it together. Lecky, yeah, made some heroics happen with a prone and able to get 3 there. But when you just have all the frag potential of Team Sesh there and ready to go, I mean, you're just going to get traded out immediately. Core Academy, unable and unwilling to give up the first floor so much to a point, Ali, where they're now going to choose first floor to defend.
And I think it makes... There are a couple philosophies when it comes to, like, the site rotations. And I don't think either one's wrong. It just kind of depends on what your vision for the game is. I do tend to like the idea of not beating a dead horse if you just lost that site really bad. No reason to give the other team the comfortability of going back there right away, especially if you are going to run something fairly similar. And they're hoping that maybe the roam is something that Team Sesh aren't going to be very good at dealing with. Which, I mean, it is entirely the case, although this was also the first... This site was the first time that Core Academy were able to get on the board, so... Might be a good luck charm for the attack, who knows. As this Twitch from Valeno, getting rid of these mirror windows is going to be absolutely huge, as those power positions on round 1 were so much of what kept Sesh from getting comfortable.
Well, the uncomfortability might come from this Maverick Badger that's going to completely ignore the electricity. Oh my god, Millie with quite the angle. Almost finding a depth. A couple shots are going to be exchanged. The Badger is also going to... Oh. Did you see what I saw? I saw a world where Badger just gets absolutely fried by Millie there. Able to escape. Thank god for limb damage. They are going to open up the wall, though. Finally, as the Maverick trick is completed here, Ali. It seems Team Sesh has a lot of space that they, honestly, didn't really have to fight for.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of trying to take what they can for free here, open things up a little bit, and just limit the options that Core Academy have as much as possible. As they do need some second floor control to make this work. But if they can threaten that first floor enough, that does also mean that the top floor players might start getting a little bit antsy. They have to move around a little bit, and that'll just play right into Sesh's hands.
Well, Frozen is going to drop a depth from his hands, and it's actually going to be traded immediately from Kaysen. No follow-up from either side. Kaysen, though, is able to get a second. This may be the follow-up that Valeno was trying to find, but it's going to be shut down quite immediately. That was the secondary side of Team Sesh's attack, and now it's up to the primary side of Badger, Millie, and TK working together. The Grimby is all gone, and TK finding Darnelius, so it's now a 3v3. Epic is fighting some demons with a shotgun, but it's all like flies being swatted away by Badger and TK. Lecky now left in a very winnable situation, as the low HP bars of Team Sesh might allow this Vector to make some spray and pray happen. The C4 is not going to land, however, but Badger is going to land to his belly, as he's going to go down, but not out. TK and Millie now at the same HP as Lecky, all one bullet away from being dead. Gonna expose his position as he executes Badger on the floor. He's aware that someone's probably outside. It is TK, but TK from the other side finds Lecky through the breach, through the single door, and a great execute from Team Sesh.
I mean, when it comes to, what I find interesting about this attack is, like, when there's been team fights, like fights where you have multiple people from each team duking it out, trying to take over space, Sesh has come on top of that pretty overwhelmingly so far. So I think the first round was kind of Sesh being outclassed strategically a little bit, but these past couple rounds, Sesh have had a very good ability to, even when things are getting weird, just remaining cool and sticking to the plan. And then when they have to take those large fights, the coordination they have has really shown through. Yet again, should highlight the bans, I think. We're seeing Grim get banned, which is something that isn't super common, or at least wasn't super common, but I do think it is a good ban, as Sesh have been using that one. It's a good gun. And all the players on Sesh are absolutely capable of throwing down if they have to. But I think more importantly, they've been using it as a source of EMPs and secondary hard breach gadgets, and also information and displacement, which are things that really benefit the way Sesh is trying to play. And then Sesh has gotten rid of that Mira, which is going to make a lot of the power positions that Core have really been trying to play into much less potent without that information and cover.
Objective is to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, I like that Grim ban. I love that as a tertiary ban. I always feel like teams really, especially a team like Core Academy, who seem to be very stationary and like to just, you know, like yell, "This is my position, and I'm gonna stay here, and I'm gonna die here." I don't remember like the who is it? The guy that's like, "This is my perimeter, and the perimeter is me," or whatever. I don't know. It's. Whatever Gen Z Siege streamer, or Gen A, oh god, I'm showing my age again. I'm cooked. Anyway, that's very much Core Academy's defensive style, and Grim has really been tearing them away from those positions and allowing Team Sesh to get very easy picks and be able to get an onslaught towards the site. So I do really like that ban, and it's going to force Team Sesh to actually show a different strat that they haven't showed so far. It's going to be a glass play with things like, you know, a little Finka, but also the Capitao smokes to play off of it. Curious, it's going to be an opside take, it seems, as they did already ace open the ops wall and want to be able to get into the site from there. Maybe do a QB sneak hit of the plant. Just have to find Lecky on Mez. That's going to be a very power position for them to be able to root up.
Adept on the roam here also could deal quite a bit of damage, especially, yep, Frozen, who is going to be part of that execute.
One. Badger's going to eat some Goyo Flames, and they're going to continue the assault, actually. They're going to try their hardest, but these fires of the Vulcan canisters are really pushing them back. Adept is going to find a second one as well, and Lecky is going to rebuild his position towards Mez. It's Lecky and it's Epic, shutting them down. It's all up to Velino now. 1v4. We saw one of his teammates almost win a 1v4, or actually win, or almost lose a 1v4. Excuse me. I was trying to remember the round. And now maybe it's his time to shine. Show for the Core Academy guys what it's like to win a 1v4. Baiting a little bit though, as Epic says in all chat. Has a couple Capitao bullets as well to play off of. If he chooses to use them properly. Gonna fire out Mez, but it really is just Epic that's gonna be the killer of Velino, I believe. This Vector is gonna be deadly. Has the head holes of Lecky. Oh my god, he finds Epic. That's a perfect shot, but Lecky from behind. Great timing from both of them as well. And Core Academy, they're really good at defending second floor, but let's see what they can do on the first floor.
Yeah, it's been the other areas where they haven't been able to play as adjacents to the site that have really been kind of the downfall of Core on this defense. Because that's a really big difference between the top floor site and the rest of them, is with top floor, unless you have a roamer off site, you typically are playing very, very close to the actual site itself. You're not spreading out too much. Whereas both of these other sites necessitate a good, solid roam. And that's been something that, even if it was very difficult, and even if it was close to the wire, that Team Sesh have been good at picking apart on these attacks. And so what I'm interested to see is, what is the response like that going to be from Core? Because like I said, you can't just give up that roam. It is necessary on this side. But clearly something needs to be fixed with the philosophy they're using when they're playing off-site.
Well, it seems the idea from Team Sesh is just going to be finding the isolated roamer and pushing him out of Timbuktu, as the Blitz is going to be locked in from Frozen. And that's what I can really only see that Blitz wanting to do. Is just push in, isolate these members on the roam, especially with the Deimos scanner, being able to get that info, and the Doki Logic Bomb helping them out as well. And then once that's clear, Badger Millie's job is up to be able to open up the vert and open up the horizontal sites. That's up to Epic, it's up to Darnelius, and it's up to Adept, all playing on that first floor. And Lecky was also looking to play up there as well. Low-key could be a direct hit play if they really wanted to, but I mean, I think clearing out these roamers is a very good idea for these guys.
I think so as well, especially with how proficient they've been at it previously. Millie's in a solid position. Frozen might be in a good one as well, but that crossfire that comes from that staircase, it's going to be a little bit of disincentive for that Blitz to really go for that idea. They're worried about top floor as well, which I'd say is justified. Although this position from Darnelius, if it's not accounted for, really if any of these positions are accounted for, it could be deadly.
Frozen doesn't even really know where he's being shot from. Half HP, but Darnelius doesn't know where he's shot from. It's Millie picking up that kill. Frozen able to meet up with Badger as they continue their heist against these first floor players. It's Epic towards bunks, left all alone as Adept fled back downstairs into Missile. They find the Vigil, it's going to be the full vert for them, but they're going to just continue the vert, because they don't really care about this Vigil. They're going to ignore him. The Logic Bomb is going to help him out a little bit, but he's going to hang up that phone immediately. So, silence from the side of Core Academy around. 5v4 man advantage is quite nice to play off of.
It'll be very beneficial for Sesh. They can start working off of things, especially that other kill from Veleno. They have complete vert control. They do have the potential to open up any walls in the site they want to. That is a very good position to be in. But Epic is going to try to play spoiler here, and as people start to move around for that execute, he's going to look to strike. Ooh.
Korean operator taking down the other Korean operator. Now Epic and Lecky are going to be finding a lot more success, as well as Kaysen finding 2. Millie able to finally trade out 1, but he's got 2 more. It's an awful timing from Siege there as Lecky swings out, and they successfully defend a site that is not second floor. Core Academy now facing map point. And again, guys, this is a BO1, so Team Sesh, if they lose this next round, they're looking at elimination.
It was a really weird execute. Understatement of the year, I know, but like there's a 5 versus 3 there. You have the diffuser on the ground. You have all the vertical play in the world you could want. What the hell happens?
Defenders protect
Like
your bombs from being
the vigil's upstairs, like sure, he's kind of playing spoiler purposefully, but like where's the information on the site to know what people are doing? Where is the cover on that plant so the Melusi can't get that close and and challenge the planter like that? Where's the rebound when they know the vigil is on top floor? Like there were so many steps from Team Sesh that just weren't ever done properly in that execute, which all add up to be a really fun set of dominoes if you like Core Academy.
5 seconds
But a very unpleasant set if you are rooting for Team Sesh.
Would you say that Team Sesh during the execute was monkeying around? Perhaps?
We're getting
Rumbustiousness.
They were executing on rumbustiousness.
I have to have... Next time you do a call, I'm gonna look up on Google how to actually say the word. Like Goose right now, I can't read it. It's such a weird word. Like, oh my god.
He's not even here. He can't catch strays.
He can. He throws strays at me all the time, so I can give him a couple.
He manages the talent, so you're done now. We're never gonna see you again.
Dude, Goose compared me to Nomical during a cast, and I wasn't even in the call. A retired caster. Wow, I'm really just going after both people that are our bosses.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of going after people above us, Badger is going after the reinforcement above them and in front of them, and it's going to be successful. A little bit more successful compared to previous, as there was a lot of damage being thrown at them last time they went for it. So Team Sesh off to a better start than previous.
Yeah, just getting that up very quickly is a very good thing. That just kind of threatens the site continuously. Frozen's in a solid position up here. Then you get a player off of Mezzanine. Cornelius and TK are going to trade out for that opening kill, which I would say probably goes in the favor of Core Academy, is a Melusi for an ace. It's one hell of a trade, and it's going to put pressure on the rest of Team Sesh to get into areas that might be a lot more awkward because of that lack of hard breach.
Well, it's this rumbustiousness that Team Sesh really wants to play off of and allow Core Academy to be rooted out of these pillar positions that they love to play on. These power positions that they don't move from. They need to start squeezing them away, but it's Adept to push back. It's Frozen being found. That's just a gun, though. IQ isn't really an operator that you care that much about, but it's Millie. That's going to be a massive kill onto Epic. That's a huge frag to be able to push this forward, but with Valina being found towards the second floor, they need to root out Adept, and they need to root out Lecky if they do want to secure this bomb plant, especially when the bomb is on the other side, closer to R6. Millie is going to be the spearhead, but is found by Adept, holding down the fort, and we might just be seeing the curtain call of Team Sesh. They might have to see the elimination bracket. It's all up to Badger to 1v3 the support player of Team Sesh to make a miracle happen, but Core Academy, they're too young to have even seen a miracle happen. It's all up to this first frag though, but it's the Mossberg of Adept, the player that shut them down earlier in the second floor to fully shut them down and send them home. A 7-5 victory from Core Academy on Lair.
Very well done to Core Academy, and condolences to Team Sesh. Is that... I mean, the offensive half on that map is brutal, really, is I think the main thing that we kind of saw there. But even in spite of that, Core Academy, they managed to do very well on their offensive rounds, taking 3 rounds, whereas Sesh only managed to get 2 rounds on their attack. That really is, I mean, very, very impressive from Core Academy. And like we're actually seeing on screen now, I think there were a lot of really weird things that just kind of happened on Team Sesh's attacks that really just allowed Core to get footholds where they shouldn't have, especially on that penultimate round with that failed execute. It's just not something they could be doing in this stage of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of just the win condition of Core Academy, and a lot of people already know that, is these players love mechanics, love to just make those gunfights happen and make those miracles happen from there. But when, you know, you allow them to do that and you kind of lose the mental game against a roster like them, you're gonna see lights out. You're gonna be in the coffin, and it's just one more round after the other for them to nail you into that coffin and send you 6 feet under. They aren't completely out, though. They still have another chance of redemption, but it is Core Academy going to that promotional side of the bracket, as Team Sesh is going to go closer to that elimination side of the bracket. We do have one more best of 1 for the night, so we're going to take a quick break before then. We'll see you guys soon. Defender to keep themselves in this series. Packer getting the kill, but it's instantly turned out from Snake. And goodbye, Makers. And Ariel, welcome to the Grand Final.
The second player. The second player of Amazing has already wrapped back into Church as well, but he's gone from the other side. Wrapped and found Amazing. He knows that the second is playing behind this half wall, but he doesn't realize that now he's close on bomb. Perseus, who said is very low HP, but now he realizes, oh, us is in Church. I have case. All I need to do is put it down to the ground, and I have 25 seconds left at this point to do just that. We hit out of Perseus, goes through the rotate, but he's...
2 minutes remaining for Phantom Legion. They've got a lion scan. They're freezing them in place. Here comes out with the swing. He still has some presence over to this side of the map. He's gonna might be able to cause some damage. There's one. He's gonna swing. He's feeling the heat, and now decides to kind of switch. Epic now controls the outer area as the offense is now inside. We just gonna completely go back to their spawn. What's going on?
It's gonna be a 3v3, beautifully done. 40 seconds, and hold on, 86% of disadvantage for nearly the entire round. Now pushing himself in a man advantage. Not only that, but Ash is gonna be TK'd out. There's not gonna be a dodge to be able to res it. However, don't count J-Hitman out just yet. Making it a 1v1, a Bronco, not making an ace. The C4 narrowly misses J-Pistol, but in a situation where he's probably got his heart in check. J-Hitman with the ace.
Oh, the timing! 3v2 post plant. They have Fuser down, but they need the kills. Rhyonix now is upstairs alone. Nobody is on the second floor of Rhyonix. Can watch it from above, but he drops down. Logger dies. Rhyonix now in a 1v1
No way.
against Huzgetter. Inside of Teller's shotgun. It's going to be preferable here for Rhyonix. Needs to get this goal on the castle. Looking the wrong way. They're both so close together, both on full health. Let's get her around the side. Rhyonix now holding behind the shower stall. They are
This is
just running in
insane.
circles. He has to get on this diffuser. Rhyonix needs to kill. He'll get it. Invictus comes.
Range is between 0% and 5%. Blacking up sectors. What's going on here? Now,
Player down, but they do manage to at least find one on the Lunar. It's gonna have to Toast who found one and finds 2. He could make this happen. One of them is down. Both are down. Actually, if you look so down there, he can just find the playmaster. What happened?
Hitting bullets or something that could really easily force them out of this position, and he's going to leave at the first sign of danger, not even getting to the asphyxiating bullets himself yet, which now can be used instead to cinch down on the objective and close the site off. Gold good for 2 now with Deep Minds and Crossfire on the head of Rival, and the Clash is still holding strong as well. The asphyxiating bolt goes out, but it's going to have no impact, as Gold is good for 4. He wants the 50, he's going to go down instead, but his teammates should have his back. Gold with the Midas touch on this round. It should be easy for them.
Yeah, you said he had the Midas touch. Yeah, I think...
My God, the 2 players. The man count's been reversed. 15 seconds left is all that we have, and it's all left up to Twist. He gets 2. He almost gets the 3rd. All he has to get is one more gunfight, and he's gonna get it. Twist with the 1 versus 3. Didn't denying match point to Fluffy Amers.
And Donkey's the one to win one, win two. And are we gonna see a flawless round? No. JJ's there to avoid.
Point where the clock is here, and all he has to do is shut down the plant. It's gonna be Jetcon going for it. Bill is gonna be down. Poison finds one, he finds the second one. Poison can do this. This is possible. The damage.
What?
Smoke kills Finn. They have to stick the plant, and all of a sudden Poison can just walk over and shoot him. What a clutch!
Dami easily get back up, so the 1 versus 2. Dami trying to find the bomb down with the time that he has. Poison the only one on the second floor, potentially able to give him the 1v1 that he needs so desperately, and he finds it. We find ourselves in 1 versus 1. One Toxic Babe still available for the smoke of Aerial Arise, but the time is not in his favor. A couple claymores. Dami with the verticality finds some feet, but isn't able to find the kill just yet. That we need to be wondering, where are you going to go? You have so little time. The little HPs, and Dami secures it with the AK-12.
Multiple long-range engagements that are going to have to come out. Smithy's going to swing forward first. Has an idea that there's a player here, but he's not ready for the swing by Geek, and now it's all left up to the Jackal in a 1v3 whose hopes and dreams are literally being blown away, but maybe not just yet. Despite the fact that Z-Man was on 1 HP, he finds 2 monstrous frags, and now it's all left up to Shrady. With 10 seconds to go, Z-Man is going to have to attempt this plant or get aggressive. It looks as though he's going to choose the aggression. He might have waited too long, is now on 0 seconds left. He's going to have to commit to this plant. Is he going to be able to pop up in time? He is, but Shrady has the intel and Shrady has the diffuser. And like his Empire have booked their ticket to the Blitz.
Control, but he can just walk up behind any of them, getting us the first pick and the second pick that he needs to reverse the man counts. And now his team, they sit in the advantage. They sit in the majority. And Didi and Emilio, they have to go for this big rotate because the wall's not open. C4 sits in the hands of Rival. They try to pick him off from control room. They're gonna try to isolate him now, but that low HP comes back to bite Didi. As Rival almost single-handedly Supermans this round. Has to try to commit to something here. But no matter where he goes, there's no real good option here for any sort of gunfight. He gets rid of one Kiva barrier, but that's just wasting time, and Core are more than willing to let him waste it. As he's just maneuvering around and trying to find any little gap that he can, and he gets the first one he uses.
Heisen has been dealt with. That's the bakery player now dead. And a flank down to white stairs catches in Rio. Poison does well to find 1 kill, but he's now in a 1v4 against 4 others. He does well to isolate his second though. What are 1 HP doing? They've lost the fuser in the middle of bakery, and they have no idea what Poison is. They have no more eye track scanners, and Aerial Rise just have all the information working for them. A nice shot from Poison, and a team kill from Escape wins the round and the game for Aerial Rise. What the heck?
Some chaos above. Look at it. The wood floor is just getting carved open right now. Come out, wherever he wants. It's Enrio and Snake. Poison's just kind of watching, and he might be able to stop in there. It's now 3v3. Deity dropped. Look at the timer, folks. 20 seconds remain, so they're gonna have to also get in towards site if they can't find these kills. Whoa, hop in through the window, and you're gonna get shut down, Poison. See you later, Alligator. JJ the captain. It's 5-1. It's halftime. And JJ, the man of the hour.
Slight damage, or they do some slight pressure, but so Unstoppable is still completely full HP. But now you've given up where your full run of your execute is coming from, and Hush have repositioned just to meet you there.
Here comes Delaire swings, puts some damage down, leveled up to 17 HP. The big window's hot. He just walked out through and says, "Hey, how you doing? I live here, by the way." There comes the skeleton key. It's now a 1v2. Phantom Legion say not just yet. Rival with 2 kills. And now it's 6-5. This Phantom Legion.
V3 technically, but the Wamai is going to be down. He's not out just yet, but it doesn't matter. A 2v3 comes out. Never mind. And making a 2v1, that Wamai does get finished off. It is going to be Mr. Ions, who I've seen play a bunch of times. Ions is an amazing player. He's going to swing out from the closet. And oh my God! Let him know, Ions. Holy crap.
The gut side, Didi's going to drop the diffuser. 3v2 now for Aerial Rise. It's all down to Snake. Can he show the moves with the charge? He's got to make a lot happen here. He's got to get the diffuser as well. He's kind of holding right now. He's trying to bait this think he's actually aware of what's happening here. 24 seconds now for Snake. Swings. That's one. It's now 1v1. Snake versus Rival. 14 HP. The defuse begins. Does he get Sankey? Yes, he does. Here comes the Chow. Doesn't see him. He's gotta go. He's gotta go. He's safe. He's gotta go. No!
The hollow gives you a bigger advantage, and it gives him the advantage in the back. We're getting a little top pick, and we might see Thermite go down to a legion, but it does get finished off.
Him. And Swift is also just trying to get what little he can done with that DMR. One player's down, but two fall to a C4. And now we see Twist left all alone in a 1 versus 2 effectively, 1 versus 3 if they can get Kiru up. And now, any and all gaps you can have to get into the site are only going to be difficult.
But it's starting to dwindle. Sentier finds one on to Schlein. That's a big pick to even things out. Can they even pick up the future safely? They don't know. It's in the way of the breach, and that's going to make things difficult. They have a ping on the Sazami, though. He just needs to find the right pick, but that's such a thin angle. Sazami's going to drop off and rotate away, and that's a good move. That's a quad for Duke. Finding 1% here. The Ying's going to go out, but it doesn't matter because Duke swings the other direction, finds Rival, and picks up the ace on the round.
Directed duel with players in front of Control Hall. He's gonna try to make it difficult to predict his positioning. He's gonna get that pit on to Kiru. And now it's a 1 versus 2 for JJ inside of the bomb site. Gonna try to make it a 1 versus 1 as soon as he can, and he's gonna do it. Only has to kill Moses! And he's gonna get the map with a 1 versus 2 clutch! Redmine as well. Wasn't playing his demons. Gets that pick. Diffuser is dropped. Makes him get 3 for 10 seconds left. Specs continue to fly out. Such low HP. Another one as well. All the area finds one. Go for the side pick. He's got Area with the clutch.
Decent spot. They do some damage to Shrady as well. They know about the player that's still inside of security. Seems as though they do, and they're not going to take the fight with him. Space finds the kill. Space finds 2. Third kill for Space. Make it a 4th. Space closes out quarter 7-4, and Lycus Empire put themselves 1 map away from the
Full flash though. Chance for more. Goes again, and they still get that kill. Trady, what? May not matter though. Connection from Shocked. Playing from Pantry, 2 out of their name, the TSW. The run out from the other side. No way, they get a 3rd from there. But Swifted just has to wait. Not sure what angle this. Headshot's good. Just have to hide. 18 seconds. Swifted calling GG. Knows they have this control, but the slightest angle could be there for Space. The run out. They know they can't go further. Oh! No chance for it.
Win this round. Now we're going to see Twist make his way up the long haul, and he's gonna get the first pick. He needs off of it. He's gonna get 2. If he can get a 3rd here, that's massive. And he almost does. It's all up to Emilio, but no, he can't do it. Core deny the back-to-back championship. Deny JJ another trophy, and win Blitz Season 2. 3-2.
And now it's all down to Dead. In a 1v2, 13 seconds on the clock. Phantom Legion do have the time to work with, but they have to get the UV down or hunt down this last player. The drone work is coming through. They now know his position. Here comes the collapse of Phantom Legion. They're going to make this work happen. Oh, a great pick there to Rival. That was the start playing shutdown. Dead has full HP. Bolena only has 16. And the Free Fire comes through and Clutch clutched it up. It is a collapse for Phantom Legion, but he still has 9. This is
Mine will be stepped in there for Shocks, just trying to be assistant there towards Swifted. Minute has been burned though, and no one's been dusted, but man oh man, Trady's getting close. They're walking into the loving lines aside of everybody, and there it is, but you're trying to get in at your Space. The timing's just not right. You win both! 3! Space! Knocking and humbling everyone on the entry in for Team Brick. What a monstrous!
He lands 2. It's a 5v1. What is up with these guys? And
Revive Kiru bring things back to a 1 versus 2, but that Boss G is gonna be very dangerous. Ooh. Especially with that shot on the Kiru. It's all left up to Emilio in this 1 versus 1. He has the angle, but he's the better shot. Emilio closing things out, denying the clutch. with a
window, and no way we're contesting from mid-red. Finding a second kill. Finally gonna be cleared there from Jox on the Ram, and here comes the Amaru. It's gonna be met by Poison, but he gets the kill. All of a sudden it's a 3 versus 3. He just clipped it. The ultra immediately. I mean,
Bad. They already know where his position is. But they dying.
time as he can. He and Packer know they just have to sit still and force Cassia to make this move. There are only 50 seconds left for him to do it. And no matter where he goes, there is the potential for that pick. He's going to get pick on the beat off of the drop. He only has to get this pick on the Packer. Get the bomb down. The Packer's going to be hiding the rat bomb, but Cassia wins it. He forgets the prediction and ends up clutching out the round for his team. He secures the 2-1 quarter.
But they will again have the fight.
Still has to wait out to get that frag, and Cheese Boss will pay the price in due time. We're inside this train, Color Goose. Where the Alda can be very dangerous, but no feet visible. No head spotted around that corner. Hear any noise being made? Down with you! And it's a 3-out for 2! RNO sends Cincinnati to match in series point.
Talked about skewing data. That's exactly what Cincinnati is doing.
Castle to push him off of Solar, but in doing that,
I don't know where he is anymore. They've lost complete track of him. Monty is going to spot him, but he's Oryx. He can just down the Monty, and now he's going to try to get away, but no! The glass overextends. Rival, you're so good! As now everything falls apart. Map in match point. Secured for Fluffy Aimers.
Might be playing for his default plan, and does he have the support? It looks like he does. Snake forcing Giddy. He's getting pushed down, pushed back, and he's going to be traded out. Flurry of kills. It starts to slow down a little bit, but they just can't slow down. 5 seconds remaining. The plan going down is one remaining defender to keep themselves in this series. Packer getting the kill, but instantly traded out from Snake, and goodbye Maker.
Deal with them. They're gonna let you get the diffuser down, and he's gonna get out safely. Oh my days, it's a 2v1! A 1v1! Triple kill, can it be the quad to win? All you gotta do is wait, the C4 is gonna come up from hell. It's a 1v0, and the Cade clutches it to end out the round. It was almost there for Rai. He just had to land the pre-fire, but the C4 forces him out the position. 4-1 to Fluffy Aimers, my bad. And we do head on to the next round. Chakra, this is a nightmare. This is a disaster.
Stop this ball from going down. It doesn't look like they're going to. Plant is fully down from the attackers, but it's going to be a refrag at least. Hitman gets Fenzo before Alex Play gets Rival, and now he's trying to take down this Blitz. Look, my W gets one, gets two! Beautiful Blitz play, and gets a third! A triple kill from Mike W onto the shield, and now all the stuff is going to be Cotter on the Legion, and he gets the 4K on the round. Wonderful shield play. Spirits would be proud.
Oh, that it could be the X factor here. And while the Goyo canisters start going, opening up the boiler wall is going to be the next step. Laundry wall not opened. Looking for an execute. Players on hatches. Players trying to go through boilers. They go for a plant on the wine wall. 3v3. And once again, one player standing up on top of the table, and the shot from behind. There goes one. There goes the second, but the plant is going down. It goes down, and he finds a third Scoob. All three, the 1v3, and suddenly Space Shoes have given themselves an advantageous half.
Defenders going upstairs because they know how important it is to get the vert. Jackal slumps one. Can he slump the second? No, he can't. It's a 2v2. This is where you hold on to your cups, your coffees, your teas. It's a 1v1 situation. 14 seconds left on the clock. What a shot. Hectic left in that 1v1 situation. There's pings on him. All you have to do is...
These defenders slowly being forced off their post, but with just 1:30, Outlast Black still got to do some work. This is a deceptively small amount of time here on the quarter. Attack! And even less so when you give up 2 on the flank. There goes Snecky. Doesn't even need the smokes. 2 to lay, and it's a triple.
Oh my god!
Just check the angle they just died from.
Toaster dead, and that's a powerful player. While the scoreboard might not show it anymore, Toaster was top fragging, and Toaster was doing it big. Now a big play has to come from Scoop, who spotted one top row, wins that fight against Inrio, gets a double, might be looking for a triple, and he gets X5, are you kidding me? There's 15 seconds left. Blitz has to get the plant down. He has to get himself inside, making this effectively a 2 versus 1. Kendall has to defend up against both Scary and Scoob. But as that plant goes down, it seems like the dream is coming to an end. It has to be an ace and a clutch for Scoob. Was completely locked up by that air jab, not able to get it, but manages to scoot away. Potentially have an opening. He's vaulted now inside of Pro. Has one all the way back admin to deal with.
Oh my god, we're in.
Wow, we're just in.
Wow, we are just in, Ali. Hey guys, it's T-Man and Ali again. You guys may not have gotten a countdown on stream as it was starting soon for about 15 minutes. We didn't even get a countdown. We didn't even get to introduce. It's the Unks versus Cincinnati. It's old people versus less old people, but still old compared to the previous teams that we saw just barely, as those were prepubescent children. This time, old men. I believe geriatric people on the attacking side here. Oh my god, we're speedrunning rosters.
We're speedrunning rosters right now.
Oh my god. It's Bless, it's Dead, it's Engage, it's Ion's my king, and it's Alaris for the Unks. And then on the other side, it's Highest, it's Cheese Boss, it's Pup, it's Duck Duck, and it's Rena on the side of Cincinnati. And oh, we don't need the map ban, man. Hey man, we already know it's Cafe.
Can we get the graphic for the Unks back up? It said like if you beat us, it's not an accomplishment because something. Well, if you beat us, it's not an accomplishment because we're terrible.
Okay, I will say, like, we were making fun of how, like, we're the casters, not the players anymore. I did kill Ions once in a ranked game. So, and I did beat him. It was on Clubhouse. He may have dropped a hatch in a 1v4, so it was a free kill for me. But, you know,
10 seconds to go.
a win's a win. So,
5 seconds left.
I just really want to make that point. I just
Who
really want
wins
to
in
say
a
it.
fight, Ions or
Attackers are
Cheese
heading out
Boss?
to defuse a bomb.
I have no clue. Or we're about to find out who wins a Pup versus anyone that is spawning in Christmas Park, which in the Big 2-5, no one spawns here anymore. As people have learned. The people have learned. Not a great site, or it's not a great spot. The people know you spawn docks. Am I right, Ali?
I do spawn docks.
I'm a docks fan.
Everyone on my team spawns Christmas though, so I must be missing something.
Missing getting killed by a spawn peak, maybe.
I guess.
Well, Zolaris is gonna narrowly miss the lethal shot of a spawn peak. But now they have an understanding that Pup is towards the 3rd floor. He is not by himself, as Highest. He is exploring Cocktail with him. So he's got some support. Which is nice. It's nice to have support, Ali.
I agree. Certainly do agree, although player on White Window as well, it's going to be kind of the opposite of support. So now there are players on both sides of them. Another one's going to be trying to walk up on Stacks to get that kill, but the initiative still goes to Blitz. And that's going to leave the Unks up 2 bodies going into these last 90 seconds.
Somehow Highest did not get that kill. On my screen, that hollow sight was definitely on Bless's head, but I guess it was the shoulders, maybe the knees or toes.
He was blessed.
Anyway, Duck Duck exploring wide stairs. Just gonna disregard that one. Bad comms from my co-caster there. And the thuds of the skeleton key of Bless, who is hashtag blessed. Staying alive against Highest's Vector. You'll just be able to make a lot of space. Yeah, the Unks are just slowing down. They're old.
Yeah, they gotta sit down for a second, maybe yell at the neighbors with a beer can in their hand to recharge some of that energy so they can go into this final execute. Which, the main obstacles for that are going to be the fact that the Echo and Smoke are still alive, although Smoke has expended some of his utility, most of it now, and those Echo drones are in an indeterminate location. If those can be used effectively, the Unks can be staved off.
A couple Candelas being thrown from Hectic, and they're shut down. It's Reno actually shutting down Zolaris, but it's Duck on the receiving end of the Candelas. Ions is able to find Duck, so it's a 1v4 now of Cheese Boss. You said who wins, Ions versus Cheese Boss? Well, we might be able to find out here soon as the flashbang goes in. Another Candela is going to make his screen quite dark, and now he's going to be targeted by Deimos. It's actually Cheese Boss finding Matt, but it's Hectic to swiftly take him away. We won't see the Ions Cheese Boss 1v1 just yet, but we still got plenty of cafe to watch.
That roam was really interesting to me, the one that Cincinnati did. Because normally I would say that, I think roaming on the site is good, but I think the way they did it was a little bit weird, because you just kind of had two bodies upstairs who didn't really have a ton of utility that aided in mobility or obfuscation. So, once the Unks knew where those players were, they kept the player on the white window who stayed hidden until the moment came where he got the down onto the Mozzie, and then by that point, the other roamer, I believe he was highest, he knows that there's a player coming at him from both white side and one watching his fall off from white stairs who can also watch the cocktail windows because of the new repelling. And it just puts him in a really bad spot that ends up with the Unks getting 2 kills pretty early on. And then they have the wherewithal to know how to dislocate Duck, and then from that point on, it's just a cascade of events that lead to the Unks taking their first round.
Something that I'm going to show off or say that maybe only a few of the audience members may appreciate, but is something that I appreciate, is the fact that Cincinnati is playing, and immediately Botanic is in the prod channel. Botanic being of Cincinnati fame, previously a player, a caster now for CR6, and a big Cincinnati fan, as that is his school that he goes to. I was about to say alma mater, but not yet. Cheering his boys on from the sidelines, but I don't know if that blessing is yet to be found, as the Youngs already have 1 round up, and they might just be doing a very similar hit. They really love this Ying, especially with Hectic. It's going to be towards Cigar though. CS is going to be the first spot, as Big Matt is already clearing that spot. C3 is going to be the next location for him to continue to scout out. The rest of his team is still outside, so they don't really know this timing. It's going to be a trade between the two, however. And there goes that. Just a stalemate.
It's a Doc off the board, which is not an awful pick, but seeing as he hasn't really had time to use a ton of his utility, that is still a body that his team's going to miss. Especially if there are flanks that come out that are super effective, but Duck with that C4 is gonna take Ions off of the board, which that's a very good pick to get. As we saw the previous map, Duck can be quite good, as can Hectic, who is also dead. The Ying Candelas are in the grave. And that's left Zolaris and Bless in a 2 versus 4.
Logic Bomb is going to allow them to understand what space that they have to work with as they try to reconnect with the bomb briefcase. But it's actually going to be a connection of a flashbang to Bless's face and another one to the Womai Magnet. So, it's going to allow them to maybe get a little bit of space, but they still have to fight the battle that is going to be these white stairs. Crossing into Yazami, but is going to be found by Pup, who's still locked on to playing this 3rd floor bar. It's going to be dropped, though, from Bless as he's shut down from Cheese Boss. And one last shot from the MP5 SK. It's going to allow him to get the kill. Now it's all up to Zolaris. So 1v4. We've seen miracles almost happen in the previous map. Maybe Zolaris is that guy. No, he's not. Revolver from Cheese Boss to shut him down. And Cincinnati even it up to a 1-1.
Very individualistic round from Unks there, I would say. We're kind of playing a lot into the setup that Cincinnati wanted them to. Big Matt or Engage takes a 1v1 right off the bat. Then you have Ions dying to a C4 before he has any proper impact. And then there was another player who died, I think also trying to take a 1v1. And just all that in a row leaves the Unks in a very awkward position from which there really is no not no recovery, but certainly no comfortable recovery. As every gunfight that you take is more crucial than it would normally be, because you have to get that pick to get bodies back. But also a lot scarier, because now if you die in that situation, you're leaving your teammate in a 1 versus 3 or 1 versus 4, neither of which are good situations. And it's just a lot of pressure that the Unks aren't able to properly vent.
5 seconds to go.
You'd think they'd be able to properly vent as they have older mental space, right? Like maybe they've gone around the corner or like that, know that they need to vent to their teammates and to their loved ones and, you know, get that steam off. But speaking of steam off, Duck is bringing the steam to them, the fellow Docs enjoyers, but it's actually him that is on the receiving end of the bullets. Yeah, this is why we love spawning Docs. Now, top red player. Oh, well. And Chalk Duck. He's gone. Zolaris finds that opening frag, and that's going to be Cincinnati kind of already at a very large disadvantage.
Yeah, with Duck being as, well, dead as his ancestors, the dinosaurs, he's going to leave a lot on the shoulders of his team. Now, there are good operators to get some work done this round. That Azami and that Pulse, and the Lamai actually, are going to continue to accrue utility throughout the round, or in Pulse's case, he just has it, and they can use that to gather information or deny utility or deny space in a way that can sort of make up for that Legion being gone. But if the first round is anything to go by, when the Unks get a route in, they're gonna take it.
Reno's gonna shut down one of those routes as it's Deimos being found. One of those secret routes of being able to play a backstab or even play underneath them and take away players' power positions from underneath. With that no longer an option, it's going to be Ion's going to be the first step in. Going into small bake, but Pup is finding Hectic. Followed behind Matt, who might be able to have a timing on to Pup, but he drops down to Pillar. He's found. It's actually Highest being found. There's one more of Pup being knocked to his knees, so essentially a 3v2 now. Zolaris is able to finish off Pup, and Highest is still bleeding towards Brown Stairs, and now the assault is towards Train. We see Zolaris being found by Reno. Great shot from him in a 2v2, and the Logic Bomb is going to scout out where Reno and Cheese Boss lie. And they're lying exactly where they need to find the rest of the Unks, as Matt is being found, and it's all up to Ions. Potentially the 1v1 that we've been trying to find here, Allie. Cheese Boss versus Ions. Hopefully we get the 1v1, but Reno might be a little bit of a silly goose until we take away that potential. Does have a couple impacts, Reno does, and Ions is just trying to get a phone to hack. Finally gets one. I believe that is Highest's phone. So, check out his town hall, see what level it is. It has a couple flashes to be able to play off of. No briefcase though, that was Zolaris that delivered it to Cincinnati. One flash towards red is going to allow him to sneak into Train. He needs to isolate these members, but with both of them doubled up, it's a little awkward. SMG-12 pushing towards Reno, but it's Cheese Boss in the corner. Ready for him to push up. And we got kind of the 1v1, but a little unfair, if you ask me.
It was a really good crossfire, if it wasn't exactly the duel of the fates inspiring fight we were looking for. So that round, there was a lot of good early play from the Unks, I would say, but in those mid-round areas, they're very susceptible to Cincinnati just kind of getting under their skin, finding those little gaps in the armor, which they then look to exploit. And we're going to see here, Azami is going to be banned out by the attackers, which, it's Cafe. I think I can pretty uncontroversially say this is one of her better maps. And it's one of her better maps that has the secret ingredients that Ubisoft has been talking about. And then we're also going to see Twitch be banned out, which is... I mean, it's a ban that I like quite a bit, especially with a lot of the things that are being played by Cincinnati. Goyo, Echo, Mozzie as well, even Mute Jammers, if you can get the right angle on them. Just kind of allows for more freedom of utility expression on the side of Cincinnati.
They're also playing a lot of Legion, even the Maestro. So, yeah, I completely agree with that Twitch ban. I think it's really smart.
10 seconds to go.
And I also, just because, we, sped right into this map, I didn't really get my bearings of the bans either. Them banning Brava. I do really enjoy But something that they didn't ban that has been a little bit of a maybe a crutch for the Unks to be using is this Ying that Hectic keeps finding himself playing each and every round. And you know, I think that would have been a good ban too. In Cincinnati, because they didn't ban it, they are gonna have to face the Candelas once again. And I'm now realizing I said crutch, and that could be an old person joke, and I didn't even try it. It just gets better and better.
Hey, you miss all the shots you don't take.
And it's got layers. Okay. You know.
You don't gotta take
double
all
entendre.
of them. I mean, we're not on Lair anymore. Thank God. So I know the cause.
Oh.
But we're well, this map does have a lot of layers. It's got like a really complicated and made of concrete cake.
Do they make that in small bakery or in prep, you think? Well, I'm actually gonna not let you answer that question, as it's gonna be a rush from small bake. I'm gonna be attacking the big bake player of Cheese Boss, but it's Duck T. Oliver.
What?
Being able to find Ions as he was flashed, and it's gonna be the Mossberg on the floor from Cheese Boss. And Zolaris is gonna knock him to his knees and get the hell out of there. Hectic is able to pick up that kill, and Bless from the backside is able to find Reno. So no more drones from the Echo to be able to deny any sort of plant, but as they reset, no more push from Blitz. Go back onto their drones here, Ali.
I mean, they've taken some space inside of, I mean, the main bakery area, but I mean, there's still a player inside of prep that they're going to have to be quite worried about. And that's quite a precarious position to dislodge, especially with the way this is set up, is with that big gaping hole in the wall. There's not a ton of mobility that you have inside of this room that the defense can't counter, but Gage getting that kill makes that position a little bit less powerful, as does the fact that he is dead.
Well, and there's Bless from the backside. He was able to pick up a couple kills earlier towards that brown stair position, and now he just lurks into main as the fire and flames were happening closer to the bakery. That's a good kill from him. Yeah. I thought Duck was gonna have like 2 there. I thought he was gonna just like play his time, but he swung out, which allowed Zolaris to be able to, or excuse me, Hectic to be able to kill him through the soft wall to the right of Duck Tolliver.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, it's unlucky. Siege timing, whatever. It was like he literally swung as Zolaris like looked over to the breach too. Like you hate to see it, unless you're if you're an Unks fan, you're happy to see your team winning. However, 2-2 now, even. Here, Ali. It is Cafe, so, it's pretty solved at this point, I would say. So, getting pretty back and forth. Would you agree? What are your thoughts? What are your color points here?
Well, I like games that are back and forth. It's much more fun than a blowout, I think. Unless, of course, I was watching Team Bolo made blowout other teams back in the day, because I had terrible taste in I'm a big DZ fan, I can't say I had. But I get to see a lot of losses that shouldn't happen. That's besides the point.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Sound like you're talking about my baseball team.
I haven't gotten into traditional sports, thank God. I don't think my mental could take it.
Don't go into baseball. You're gonna watch 100 losses.
If I had to clock out of watching DZ lose to clock into watching the Florida Panthers use them, although they won, actually. Well, the real loser here is Ions, who yet again is on that blitz. And he's been killed off so quickly. That's your spearhead. That's the guy who's supposed to make people move around, and he's dead before he can do anything.
My glorious king has been found. Bless, though, is able to pick up another one. But low-key, that might be a bad kill to find, because that's the Valve dead. And now you're just going to be able to go on to cam duty and look at the cams that you placed so beautifully. That's Pup's job now, as the Unks continue to swarm the site of Cafe. Again, it's Cafe. It gets a little difficult to enter the building itself. Ions definitely learned that lesson. But it's going to help with Big Matt this time on the Ying instead of Hectic. Hectic being saved of that support role. And it's trying to get that top white stairs and support Bless. But Bless is actually going to lose that gunfight against Reno. So now they have to reset and find a new entry into the reading.
It's going to be on the shoulders of Big Matt here, but Legion's going to make that a little bit more difficult. Hectic, however, is working his own job on that, I'm going to call Ego Farm Repel. So now we see Zolaris. He's actually gotten a pretty solid position up top. That's a lot of good vertical control that his team has now, which could potentially aid in getting a plant down if they're brave enough to attempt it, or if Cincinnati let them get away with it. But there is still probably a little bit to go before that is an option that is truly viable.
Something that would also aid them are little balls that could be thrown that would like shoot off a lot of flashbangs to be able to isolate members and make gun. Oh my god, wait, Candelas are still in the pocket of Big Matt. 2 of them to be precise. But do they know about Cheese Boss above them? That drone shot is going to maybe be heard, but maybe not fully understood from Zolaris. So the audio is still being figured out from these players. Cheese Boss looking to maybe drop into Pillar, but he actually drops his own enemy at Pillar. Big Matt on the receiving end of those kills, and he does drop to the second floor to try to thirst. Oh my god, a shot on a Zolaris is going to give him a double, and now it's all up to Hectic. A 1v3, he drops highest, but now he drops a goo mine into his own foot. Almost gets the clutch kill on a Cheese Boss, but it's traded back and forth. It would have been leaving him into a 1v1 of Reno. Could have been winnable, but Cincinnati are now up a 3-2.
I mean, before I was saying that Unks are playing very well early round, but kind of faltering in the mid round, but I feel like it's been the opposite these past couple rounds, where you've seen, I like the idea of the Blitz and the Ying combination. And I also like that they had the Gridlock on top of that, because Gridlock can deny the space from being retaken once the Blitz and Ying have done that. But they're not careful with that Blitz, who is a very valuable operator in those types of situations. And so he is killed off early, which, like I was saying, that is your spearhead for that attack. That's the guy that goes in first and makes people move around, or at least threatens their position so they can't play it full of efficacy. And then the refrag that you get is the Valkyrie, which, sure, that's a body that's no longer on the board. But, like you said, all that utility is already down, and he's just watching the cams that he placed down in the prep phase.
Do you think Valkyrie players enjoy the Five Nights at Freddy's gameplay of just swapping to their own cameras when they die on a spawn peak? Like, do you think they just, like, love it?
I mean, this is a new one out, so they're probably eating good.
Well, Pup is gonna play Five Nights at Freddy's now, thanks to Zolaris. They with the red dot on the AR-55 too. That's a crisp little kill there. And he finds a second.
He's gonna get another
Why
one.
not? Yeah, he gets
the
the
pulse
pulse as well.
Pulse too. That's a great kill for this site.
Yeah, that's a pretty good kill.
A little reminiscent of that first round where we saw the Ungs get a lot of grounds taken in that man count very, very early on, which previously we saw them leverage very effectively. It's when they saw those power positions that Cincinnati were playing, having that man advantage enabled them to really properly gang up on and bully those players in those power positions so they could dislodge them, further continue the man count, and then have that control that they wanted for the execute.
Ali, I think the members of Cincinnati need to stop bullying campaign, because they're going to continue to be bullied. It's Bless sneaking in from red stairs to find Duck Duck. And it's up to Reno now on an off angle from Reading. Into that reading single. The Logic Bomb is going to... Oh my god, the timing is terrible. Big Matt hearing the Logic Bomb, and it's up to Cheese Boss now. 1v5. I'm going to say it. An impossible round. Pops the fire hydrant. Is able to maybe fight Ions, but it's Big Matt BTB from downtown taking him down.
Yeah, I mean, I think I just kind of predicted what was going to happen there. I'm not going to lie. I mean, they got that man advantage. They got the players in the positions they wanted them in. And then they gathered that information. They figured out where the defense was trying to run around to. And then they executed on those positions very, very effectively. And because they had such overwhelming odds by the time they'd gotten that third kill, that just kind of means that they can send bodies at players, and provided they do not have generational whiffs, they're able to beat down that defense before there can really be proper retaliation.
We
Well,
haven't seen any generational whiffs just yet, Ali.
I don't think so.
Like,
I mean, at least none that our observers
Nothing
caught.
like disgustingly like that was terrible. I'm proud of these guys. Even last map, we didn't really see anything bad, right?
It was the execute from Sesh, but that's okay.
Oh, yeah, that god awful thing. Yeah, but it wasn't nothing mechanically bad, like in terms of.
That's
gameplay.
true.
I just feel hashtag blessed. Speaking of the Youngs player, Ali, because being able to watch these Cincinnati guys in games that aren't CR6 games, where like the game quality is like a little bit lower and there's a little bit less like mind games happening. It's nice. It's nice to see these guys and be able to cast them in this kind of position. Hashtag blessed, Ali. As I'm also hashtag blessed to see Aurora and Glaz on the same team.
Yeah. I mean, Cincinnati are currently 3-3 against a team that was top 4 in Challenger Series, if memory serves. So they placed higher than M80X, if I recall. So it's a pretty good spot to be in if you are Cincinnati. Well, that being said, they're going to go for a rush here, which has a lot of potential, as always, but it's also something that can be predicted.
Yeah, it's going to be a little scary because Ions did have the impact to shut off that Aurora, but Highest is actually the first victim. Big Map BTB, though, is found by the frag, and the Bailiff is Alpha Duck and Bless are making love at Small Bake, running into each other with open arms, but it's the knife of Duck to take away Bless, and now Hectic is going to be the next one found through the smoke with the Glaz thermal sight. Ions is going to be heard from his phone going off close to Red Stairs, and he's disconnected from Zolaris. He's holding his cross, and Zolaris is able to play that. Actually, they're not as disconnected as I really thought, but they do have to disconnect this Blackbeard away from the server because he's going to be a very massive problem for them. Same as the Aurora, as that is going to be shut down. Ions actually finds Pup, which is a pretty big frag. You still need to deal with the shield player, though. The diffuser going down, and Ions might have a timing, dealing a decent amount of damage, but it's not enough as Duck is able to take him down. Zolaris finds one, but it's Duck again with a swift trade. And Cincinnati with a pretty great attack.
I mean, honestly, I like that idea. Just kind of get the really fast round out of the way before there's really a chance to kind of figure out what the defensive win condition is for the Unks. As now, we're probably going to see Cincinnati. I think there's two roads for them, which I'm going to call the thing we're all expecting, and APAC. Because there is either kind of more standard siege, I guess you could say, where you go through, you figure out what the site looks like, where people are, get some early picks, yada yada yada. And then there is, what if we do the rush? But again.
But what if we locked in Amaru? What if? What if? How fun would we have? Personally, if I'm on Cincinnati's roster, I'm definitely just calling the rush.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
I will say there actually is like a crazy mental advantage of like being able to like have fun during comp games because you're not stressed, you're loosey goosey, you're feeling great, and so when you're playing comp or if you play a shot, you're like, yeah, that one sounds fun. Like, I'm not gonna lie, as a competitive player at a decently similar level as Cincinnati is in their college, but for a different game, I did play characters that were like, I'm just gonna have fun, and we won those games, and those are against some of our toughest opponents. It's a real strat, in my opinion, Ali. I don't know how you feel about it as you are coach and player, but that's my 2 cents.
I would say that the #1 most important thing to do well in this game is mentality. If you go into a game with the right mental, you're feeling good, like you're having fun, that's how you're gonna win the games. And Cincinnati, if they can harness that, like we're kind of speculating they might be able to, that is genuinely a thing that really could have them do very, very well, especially if Ung's gonna get to the point where, like, how the hell are we losing 3rd rushes in a row?
Well, they're too old to really understand, like, to really comprehend exactly what's happening.
I got to a point that, like, things move too fast and like, whoa, slow down. I'm still
Like,
rewinding the
hold on.
VHS tape.
Yeah, can we go back? Can we wait, guys? Can we pause? Can we time out really quick mid-round? Like, going too fast.
Oh, speaking of too fast.
Yeah. Wait, I thought we were, I'm not gonna lie, I thought we were observing a defender. I'm not gonna lie. Reno is in train, in between the 2 towers of both of the sites here. And he's gonna be joined by the rest of his teammates closer to top red. Trying to maybe just make a full dining room hit, and it's going to be a pillar hit, but a whiffage from Duck Duck is going to allow him to escape. Zolaris, though, is eventually found, and finally the first blood for Cincinnati, as it's Reno on that shield finding him. Probably closer to dining. They do know that there's still players towards 3rd floor, but do they know about the 1st floor player of Ions, who might be lurking up main? Might have a great time to play spoiler, but seems that as Cincinnati is slowing down, they're going to start getting pinched, as Bless is going to be the first one finding that. Logic Bomb going down, and that's going to clue Ions to be able to find Pup somehow, even though his phone was ringing. It's been a crazy gunfight from him, and that's going to allow him to flood all the way up to 3rd floor from 1st to be able to support and reinforce that defense up there.
You see Bless get a little bit aggressive up here. Ion's gonna get a 2nd kill for himself. And that leaves Reno and Cheese Boss in a 2 versus 4. Make that a 1 versus 4 for Reno.
Cheese Boss thought he had a timing towards Ions, but it's actually Hectic to be able to swing around, and it's Hectic again to go down red stairs and secure the round for themselves. A bounce back instantly from the Unks.
And it's kind of seesaw. I think we're gonna see it a lot throughout this game. I think these are 2 teams that are fairly evenly matched, at least thus far in the game. But I do think it's interesting how differently those attacks go, just like when Cincinnati kind of does like the unexpected thing, like the rush, versus when they try to play normal siege or more. I don't think normal siege exists, but like what you normally expect.
Like a like a standard, like a default.
Yeah.
A default take. Yeah, I agree. I
Because
feel like there kind of is a normal siege, Ali. I would have given you that if you said it.
I mean, normal siege for us in NA is going to be different to like Brazil.
That's true.
And
No, that's valid.
then that's also different to APAC. That's why if I say APAC, there's a rush that you think of. There's a rush against the team that you like that shouldn't have worked but did that you think of.
Locate and defuse a bomb.
No, it's not
Or you
team I
think
like.
of
I like
Aces
APAC.
jumping out of Armory on Oregon.
Well, you know, it might be a couple more jump outs for Monks, even though jump outs got nerfed. So, unlucky. Only these more shallow runouts. That cafe still invites. I guess it's, this isn't one of those maps that really got nerfed from runouts, other than, I guess, like hop outs from like 2nd floor, but.
Those are kind of difficult to pull off anyways, I think, because there's just like some weirdness with how like some parts of the map are structured where you do that.
I agree.
Duck's in a really interesting position.
Yeah.
They know that
this
he's
might-
here though.
This might make it a little messy here from the Unks. This is a very powerful spot that you really want to hold, especially if you're going to have players towards red stairs. They're not going to be able to get out. And it's going to actually be Reno taking the fight to VIP and instantly being shut down by that VIP player. Solaris there, but the big bar player of Hectic lurking up. Going to support the assault. And it's going to be Bless actually swinging out and finding 2. Finally shut down by Cheese Boss. Bless was able to lurk down brown stairs, and Pup now with a sniper rifle of a scope trying to find a freebie from that rappel, and they're trying desperately to get the res of this Blackbeard. It's going to be absolutely vital for the Cincinnati attack to get this shield player back up. If he's unable to be res, it's just going to be a lot of heroics from Cincinnati. But do they know about Zolaris still playing in VIP. I don't think they do, as the swing out is going to shut down Pup, and a near impossible situation here for Cheese Boss. He is going to invite the smoke player, actually it's going to be the tuber out player, to shut it down and get his freebie.
I mean, that round, Cincinnati tried to just push into the setup, the very extensive setup that the Unks had in that, like, whiskey bar, like, VIP area, which I think they thought they could do that because of the early positioning that Duck found inside of Coat Closet, but you saw all them trying to dislodge him from that position before the rest of Cincinnati tried to get in around him, and then by that point they were all just pushing into a setup that Unks were wanting to be pushed into.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
And then past a certain point, like, you're just kind of getting clowned on by people who are holding a crossfire because they know where you are.
I wish I had been writing down the rounds like a win-loss, because I'm pretty sure it's been back forth. I don't think anyone has gotten 2 rounds in a row. You've been taking notes. Is that something that you wrote down? Can you confirm my theory? Okay, that's unlucky.
I did not, because I'm bad at my job.
Well, usually the scoreboard shows us. And also, yeah, usually I write it down, but today I just didn't. I'm afraid to admit that on stream live that I did not do proper. I mean, I did prep, you know.
Anyway. I would have, but I don't know which box my notebook is in, so.
Activating camera.
Unfortunate timing from both of us. Not super unfortunate for the Young so far, as none of them have died yet, which usually someone would have died by now. I believe both sides would have tried to do some monkeying around towards the spawn peaks, and it might be Big Matt BTB that's going to be finding the first victim against Cincinnati.
Would certainly be. Seeing, I think it's top floor unless I miss Saw for probably the first time in this series. Changing back, which is a little bit odd. We're also seeing that new Paragon Elite from Valkyrie, which is a thing I haven't bought because I'll spend all around looking at the gun skin and then die.
That's $50.
Also that.
A lot of money. I got rent to pay. Got bills to pay. But maybe these youngins that are playing Siege can just steal their mother's credit card. I'm unfortunately unable to do that anymore. I did that a couple times for Fortnite skins and League of Legends skins, so, you know. I think it's valid. I actually think I stole my mom's credit card to buy the Jaeger Elite in year 1, like when it first came out. And I still use that Elite. And Duck is going to potentially find finally a frag in this round. It's been 1:40, and he finds Zolaris since the mute playing towards Laundry and is trying to root up Bless towards second floor. We've been talking about his skin. We haven't talked about the way he's been playing. He does maybe have support of Ions, but he's going to explore it himself, actually, as Ions is just going to go third floor immediately. The Damo scanner is going to make things a little awkward, but Duck didn't even try to look at his victim. Instead, he becomes the victim, and he's shut down. 2 members of the attacking force left remaining, and they don't have any space towards third floor to write home about. Finally takes out Bless. Actually, oh my god, I thought it was going to be a whiff, but it's through the wall, able to get that kill. Thank god. That is one piece of the puzzle with 40 seconds remaining. They've got to scramble around to find the other pieces. There's number 2, but they've got 3, potentially 4 more pieces to really get together to make this happen. And those 3 are going to be the remaining members of UNK. On the defense. Cheese Boss going to the skylight, maybe trying to drop his highest. Is still playing closer to White and Cocktail. But they actually reconnect. We're going to play Cocktail swing in immediately. Cheese Boss is going to be leading the charge and leading the death march of Hectech, finding the kill. Highest, though, gets a trade, but can he get the trade E? It's actually just going to fly away as the diffuser is down on the floor below him. And, yeah, this round is done. Oh. He gets one more. It's Pup that actually got that Claymore kill, but BTB, my boy Matt, finding the frag with the hop out. If he whiffed, he would have died to that Claymore.
Yeah.
That went crazy.
Imagine.
Turns out if your opponent's low enough health, only being able to hip fire doesn't really matter.
Yeah, real. Yeah, I can't believe they almost had 2 Claymore kills there.
Yeah.
I think this is a good timeout timer from Cincinnati. Oh, we can
think
look. I was wrong. There was one time where Cincinnati won 2 rounds in a row. But Unks now with a hat trick. Cincinnati slowing them down. But Unks are facing map point, series point, match point. So Cincinnati needs to win 4 rounds in a row. This timeout is pretty good to talk about this next 4 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, if, fun fact, if Unks win this round, then we bookend the day with 7-4s, with 2 7-5s in the middle.
7-5 sandwich.
Delicious.
Yeah, can I get that Mike's way? Can Mike do whatever he wants with that 7-5 sandwich?
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
That's a topical meme with the youngins, huh? It's okay. I ruined it. I'm so sorry, man. I'd have to make myself sound so old, bro.
It's been like the through line with this whole shebang tonight.
It
just
rocked
like,
my world, Ali. It rocked my world when I read 2007. Like, oh my god, 2007 they're graduating high school soon. Is that not insane? There are kids that are probably playing in our standard lobbies that were born in 2012.
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb.
They'd be 13 now.
Oh my god. And that was the year I thought the world was gonna blow up. And now they're dookie-ing on me in Siege. Anyway.
Anywho.
I'm not even gonna give you a transition. Usually I hook you up with one just because I feel bad, but
existential crisis aside, got a cap can on the board from Mr. Big Matt BTB, which is so far not going to catch anything, but it is going to cause Cincinnati to be a little bit cautious with how they have to approach things. Is Reno looks like he might try to tease some hopping towards heaven, and if they could coordinate that with some pressure elsewhere, that could potentially be a thing that works, but they also do have to find this drummer and piano, who they completely miss. I'm gonna go out on a limb, so that's probably Ions, but if he really does just go completely unchecked here, that's huge.
well, it's gonna go decently huge with Matt finding one and Ions re-exploring and finding another, but it's traded actually on the other side of Bless being found. So it's the 3v3. They do have to solve the problem that is going to be fastly approaching the Unks, and to be the Blackbeard of Reno. Hectic is in a hectic and precarious position here with the Bees pinging him constantly, but it doesn't seem like Cincinnati has the angle to be able to assault him any further.
He's got Ions on his backup here, which does make his position a little bit more powerful. Although the Blackbeard gonna do his damnedest to kill Hectic, and he does succeed. Pup gets another as well. That leaves Ions all alone.
Open a hatch for a potential escape, maybe a one and done angle here. That's really what he needs to be able to make this round winnable. It's get a one and get out. Go back to his site. And that might be given to him as its highest swinging, but actually highest is good for that kill. An easy frag for him. And that's Unks being pushed all the way to regulation. And your prophecy of a 7-5 sandwich Mike's way is not foretold today.
Oh well.
Oh well. That's your color point?
Yeah. Oh, well, the sandwich is gone. Oh well.
Well, darn it. They really did lose that round, didn't they? Those damn kids.
Darn. Those damn
Defenders,
uncles.
protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
The uncles that lost.
Actually, I think most of the unks are actually younger than I am. Like, unironically.
Oh no, we're so chalked. Don't say that. You know, Ali, one of my favorite things is one of the first really big casts that I did was with the wonderful, amazing Klimps, who a lot of people know to be balding and call old. And I remember at one point I was making fun of him for his age on cast, and then the later in the cast I found out that he was younger than me, and I stopped talking, and I did not make a single unk joke to him ever again, and realized how chalked it is for me. Because if he's old, and Ions is old, at least he gets his one. Dude, I love that he's still outside. He still types lol. Like
Yeah, that's aura.
That is aura.
As the kids like to say.
Grown up and running.
Come on.
I'm gonna look back at this VOD later, and it's gonna be scuffed.
What do you mean, man? We're having a great time here on cast. Do you think Pup is having a great time? 5 and 10?
I don't think so.
Ugh. It was highest earlier, saying during the timeout that was on round 7. Well, there he goes to the gray screen. He was like, why is it always me? Because on the half, he had like 7 kills. He was like the first kill like every round. And Pup is gonna join him in the graveyard.
Yeah, well played from Unk so far. Just playing that aggression to get that opening kill, and then, I mean, a little bit more aggression, just kind of extending out from the site itself, just to see if they can catch someone off guard, which they do. And now, we're still going to see aggression because Ions is on this team, but it's going to be most likely focused a little bit more towards the actual site itself. So they're extending out from a common position which is reinforced, and that allows them to not just get destroyed, although Ions...
What? Oh my god. Oh my god. Well, now we're seeing Duck swing in, try to clear the Harry Potter player, as Cheese Boss has been... Oh my god, his head just ripped off from the SMG-11 towards prep. And now it's Cheese Boss in prep. Gonna be shut down by Hectic. And that is gonna be the end of the map. Unks fighting their 7th round and are gonna be advancing to the promotion series that will be happening later on. And Cincinnati once again finding themselves in that elimination side of the bracket.
Yeah, so if I recall, Crown & Co. and F5 are going to play one another, and then that would mean that Team Sesh and Cincinnati are going to play one another. And again, both of those will be, or all of those, promotional and elimination games will be best of 3s, so there'll be a little bit more yappage, which probably will have a little bit more substance than us saying that most of Core Academy are too young to remember the 2008 financial crash.
They were still with their mother when that happened. Crazy, bro.
I can't wait.
Just watching this game on the replays too, like, what weird rounds, man. What crazy rounds. And Ali, I really loved your educational estimate of what the bracket was going to look like. Luckily, our wonderful producer Chad will bring us to the bracket so we can see for sure who is facing off against each other here. And yeah, Drill Tactics, you might be the GOAT. Score. Oh my god. The youngsters versus the old heads.
Yeah!
Yeah, baby. Let's go. Happening, I believe, tomorrow. Same with the elimination games. Team Sesh versus Cincinnati, which... Great matchup, I think. I think that's going to be a really fun one to watch. All of these will be really fun. Obviously, it's the Blitz Gaming series. It's always going to be fun, Ali.
Actually, it's just Blitz now?
Oh, wait, I forgot.
I get corrected on that all the time.
It's not BGS.
Nope.
Well,
BGS is gone.
That is dead named. I'm so sorry, chat. I'm so sorry. Well, anyway, guys, I'm gonna go get my, you know, I'm gonna get reprimanded from that dead name. So I do apologize. But that's gonna be it for us tonight. Again, those matchups that you just saw in the bracket will be happening later on in this week, including tomorrow, where you'll see me again potentially. Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge. But until then, guys, sleep well, and we'll see you soon.
The curse, it's no flurries. The rhythm won't worry. If you fall behind, I'll be on it till you hurry.